Part 3. Abduction. Wet leaves slapped at Jason's face as he ran through the Tampasi. Despite their size and weight, he didn't let them impede his progress. He just kept running, allowing the force to guide him in his search for Danny. He could sense her somewhere up ahead, but the reading was vague and distorted, as though something was interfering with the force. But if he concentrated, he could detect the young scientist's life signs and was able to at least get some idea of which way they were taking her. Leaping over fallen logs, ducking heavier branches, Jason hurried through the dense undergrowth. The ground cover was so thick he couldn't see where to put his feet, and on more than one occasion he stumbled when the ground dropped out from beneath him. The rain fell in a heavy mist all around, plastering his hair and clothes to his skin and blurring his vision. It was all irrelevant. All that mattered was reaching Danny and making sure no harm came to her. He stayed focused on her spark in the force and continued to push himself harder and faster through the vegetation. Without warning, he burst out of a dense knot of ferns and onto a narrow path. He turned to follow it, knowing instinctively that this was how the Faroans had made such speedy progress. Moving steadily along the path, he cast his mind out into the force again to check the area. He found Danny's spark, faint and flickering, but there, nonetheless. He couldn't detect Saba, though, whom he had sensed following some time ago, nor hear her movement in the Tampasi around him. He didn't have time to dwell on it. He had to stay focused. His pace quickened, feet splashing noisily on the wet ground. He could tell that he was closing in fast, and this goaded him on. He could sense the kidnappers now, also, 5 in all, each with a certain calm to their thoughts. They were relaxed, exuding a confidence that came from the belief that they had gotten away with their crime, along with the fact that they were being joined by other conspirators. Yes, thought Jason, reaching out farther into the force. They were there now. The two groups were coming together in a clearing up ahead, greeting one another with laughter and congratulatory handshakes, none of them exhibiting the slightest hint of fear or concern. Removing his lightsaber from his belt, he increased his pace even more. The kidnappers were so close now that he could hear their voices just off in the distance, could even see faint movements through the gaps between the mighty boras that stood between them and himself. "If you've hurt her in any way—" Using the fallen trunk of a boras as a springboard, Jason leapt into the small clearing where the kidnappers were gathered, somersaulting in the air as he went and igniting his lightsaber at the same time. When his feet touched the ground, he was already in a defensive stance, ready to deflect the 3 bolts of energy that spat from the tips of the kidnappers' lightning rods harmlessly into the ground. He raised his lightsaber above his head, poised in a double-handed pose, to strike if anyone came too close. The kidnappers froze, and an uneasy silence fell over the clearing. He looked down at Danny lying on a stretcher made from 2 thick branches, with a crisscrossing of vines in between. He couldn't tell whether she was all right, but she didn't seem to be moving at all, and that didn't bode well. "We're prepared to fight," one of the kidnappers said, stepping forward. The weapon in his hand trembled uneasily. Looking around at the startled conspirators, he could see from their faces and postures that they weren't experienced fighters, and he had no doubts that he could take them all on with little effort. But that wasn't what he wanted. That wasn't who he was. There had to be a peaceful way of resolving this and getting Danny back safely. "You can't win," another said with marginally more confidence. "It's 15 against 1. Jason was about to lower his weapon and try another attack when an ear-piercing roar broke the rainy quiet. A dark shape leapt out of the trees as Jason had and dropped heavily into the clearing. Saba's lightsaber sliced through the air, turning the rain to steam with a menacing hiss. 15 against 2, she snarled. Half the kidnappers fled in panic at the sight of the mighty Barabel, not even attempting to put up a fight. 7 remained, all clustered around the stretcher, putting themselves between Jason and Saba and their hostage. 5 of them raised their clubs, ready to fight, while the other 2 flashed their gnarled lightning rods. "Wait," Jason called out over the rain. If he was going to defuse this situation, he knew it would have to be now. Please, just lower your weapons. Heads turned to him as he deactivated his lightsaber and returned it to his belt. He raised both hands defenselessly in the air. Do you really want to die here tonight? He asked the Pharaohans. You're the ones outnumbered, Jedi. One of the kidnappers spat. Jason extended his will through the Force toward the lightning rod in the man's hand. With a small gesture, he pulled the weapon to himself. The Pharaohan glanced down at his empty hands, then up at Jason, surprise fighting with panic in his eyes as he took a nervous step back. Looks can be deceptive, Jason said, dropping the weapon to the ground. Caught between the snarling ferocity of a Barabel and Jason's calm confidence, the group tightened their grip on their remaining weapons and moved in threateningly close to Danny. Jason stepped forward, one hand upraised, keen to stay any violent acts they might intend. There has to be another way. Such as? Asked the one whose weapon had just been confiscated. We could try talking, Jason said. Perhaps if you told us why you're doing this, we might be able to work things out without violence. I don't trust them, said another of the Pharaohans, a woman with black hair and round features. I don't trust any outsiders. There's no reason to be frightened of us, Jason said. It was the truth, of course, but he pushed the words anyway into the more receptive parts of their minds to reassure them. We're not frightened of you, the woman snarled. We just don't want you here. But we are here, Jason said, and we're here by Seacoat's invitation. Then Seacoat is wrong, the first man said. As Senshi says, it's... Quiet, snapped one of the kidnappers at the back, a narrow-eyed man whose hair came to a sharp widow's peak above his forehead. Tell them nothing, Jason thought quickly. This Senshi who had been mentioned was obviously someone of influence in their conspiracy, perhaps even their leader. This was the person he needed to be speaking to, rather than wasting time arguing in the rain. As easy as it would have been to rescue Danny now and return to camp, he knew that in the long run this wouldn't solve anything. The problem wouldn't have been dealt with, which meant further attempts on their lives would be made. This needed to be resolved now. You came looking for hostages, he said, and you're returning with one. But 3 would be better, don't you think? What are you saying? The woman asked, frowning. I'm saying that we don't need to fight, he indicated Saba, who still had her lightsaber raised and at the ready. Saba and I will accompany you as prisoners so that we can talk this out properly with Senshi. I still don't trust them, the woman said. She spoke to the other Pharaohans, but her eyes flitted back and forth between Jason and Saba. If you fight, you'll lose, Jason said simply, and possibly even die. But my way, nobody has to die, and you get to return to Senshi with more hostages than he or she could have hoped for. Jason put the weight of the Force behind the suggestion, trying again to breach the barrier of their minds. He felt the words find purchase in their thoughts, especially the mind of the man at the back whose comment had silenced everyone. You know it makes sense. The man nodded slowly. It does make sense, he agreed. The woman at the front turned on him, the look on her face one of perplexity and anger. Have you gone mad, Turu? We can't take them to Senshi. They'll kill him for sure. Nobody's going to kill anyone, Jason assured her. Here, look. He unclipped the lightsaber from his belt and tossed it to her. You can hold my weapon for me, if my word's not enough. The woman stared at the lightsaber pummel with something akin to horror, as though shocked to be given it, but terrified of what it might do. Jason nodded at Saba, who, after an initial hesitation, deactivated her blade and tossed it to the man Jason had disarmed. If she was unnerved by Jason's decision, she didn't show it. She was a picture of impassivity, awaiting further instruction. Very well, Turu said. He gestured, and the group broke apart. 2 came cautiously around Jason's side to stop him from getting away, while another 2 did the same with Saba. Pick up the stretcher, Turu ordered his 2 new captives. You'll carry your friend. That way, you won't be in any position to try anything. Jason did as his captors told him, taking the rear handles, while Saba took the front ones. Her tail swished agitatedly, flicking the puddles of water on the ground. Then they were moving again through the Tampasi, with 3 Pharaohs leading the way and 4 at the back. Jason looked down at Danny's limp form on the stretcher. Her clothes were soaked and muddy, and there was a bruise on the side of her head that looked quite nasty. Hopefully she would wake up soon. If she did, a larger degree of his uneasiness would be laid to rest, and he could concentrate on settling the grievances of the rebellious Pharaohs. For now, though, he concentrated on walking, as well as trying to send his uncles some reassurances that they were okay. But he found it difficult to reach through the force, and the farther they went into the Tompasi, the fainter the life signals of the others back at the Pharaohan camp became. Not for the first time since leaving them behind at the settlement, he wished he'd brought a comlink with him, so that he could have at least let them know what was happening. Saba, he presumed, would have left hers behind also, probably under the collapsed habitat with all the other gear. With nothing but the clothing they were wearing, they were both grossly unprepared for a mission that would take them farther away from their friends. If I handle this correctly, he thought, then maybe we won't be away for long. As they walked, Saba glanced over her shoulder and said, "This one hopes you know what you are doing." He shook his head. "Not really, but it's uncertainty that makes life so interesting, don't you think?" Saba didn't smile at his attempted levity. She just returned her gaze to the path ahead and continued walking in silence. Tahiri's scream was like a cold knife to Jaina's heart. She felt the darkness flex around her. Sudden, striking emotions stabbed at her from all directions. Fear, pain, surprise, hurt. There was no way to separate them, and no way she could offer succor. Then an image came to her of Rena crouched before Tahiri, blood dripping in a steady stream from a wound in her hand. Tahiri dropped to, clutching her own arm. Her blue-white lightsaber fell from her hand, leaving a broad black scorch mark as it hit the ground. Jaina was confused for a long moment as to what had happened. In a previous memory image she had seen the 2 women confront each other. Something had happened, and Rena had been injured. Now Tahiri appeared to be injured too. Was their mental dueling finally drawing blood? "Tahiri, are you all right? Sith spawn, you have to hear me." Jaina rattled at the confines of her mental cell. As before, Tahiri's mind was in no hurry to let her out, and she was unwilling to force the issue for fear of doing more damage. There was no one outside who could help, and she wasn't certain that her presence here was irrelevant. If she couldn't get out, then something wanted her there, even if both Tahiri and Rena appeared to be ignoring her for the moment. Jaina had seen enough of the fight to know that Rena fought with all the skills of an alien warrior, plus Tahiri's mastery of the Force. The ferocity of a Yuuzhan Vong combined with the skills of a Jedi would make Rena a formidable enemy if she ever took over Tahiri's body. More than ever, Jaina knew she couldn't let the Yuuzhan Vong girl win this battle. Jaina's mind urged Tahiri to get up. A memory flash showed both women stirring. Blood shone blackly in the blue light. Only then did Jaina realize that Tahiri had inexplicably incurred exactly the same injury as Rena, but on the opposite arm. Realization flashed like lightning in her mind. Tahiri and Rena were mirror images fighting each other to the death. What one did to the other, they did to themselves. If Tahiri defeated Rena, then she would defeat herself in the process. Neither could win. There was a brief but intense moment in which Tahiri and Rena seemed to be arguing with each other without using words, as though some kind of communication was taking place on an altogether higher plane, one that Jaina was not privy to. Then, in unison, 2 sets of green eyes turned to look into the darkness. The memory image faded, but for a terrible second, Jaina knew that they were talking about her. She felt definitely threatened by the double stare. Another image. Both girls had risen to their feet, each releasing the wounds they'd been nursing. Their bloodied hands reached for their lightsabers. Both weapons flew through the air into their hands, the blades leaving identical, shining streaks of light through the dark. "Anakin is dead." Tahiri's voice came clearly from the darkness. The grief caught in her throat on the last word. "I cannot bring him back." The terrible, never-forgotten sadness rose in Jaina again. made all the more terrible in this nightmarish setting. She pushed it back and concentrated on sending Tahiri feelings of love and assurance. "I've run for too long." Tahiri advanced with her lightsaber raised. Rena matched her step by step. "It's time I faced my fears." Jaina tensed, unsure what she could do. As though from a great distance she thought she heard Jag's voice calling to her. "I love you, Jaina," the voice whispered over the darkened landscape. "Please come back to me." It was an illusion, she knew, a product of wishful thinking. Jag may have felt such sentiments, but he'd never actually say them. But just the thought of him saying such things was enough to give her the strength she needed. "Face your fears, Tahiri," she told the shadowy world around her. The dreamscape began to tremble, as though about to dissolve away. "Krell osa, mi vata." The darkness firmed at the sound of the harsh alien voice, and the dream tightened once again. Leia held on as the shockwave from another near miss rattled the Falcon's bulkheads. C-3PO's stiff arms went up in the air as he squawked in alarm. "Oh my," he exclaimed. "I do believe that's the closest one yet. It's only a matter of time before one hits home, and then I'm afraid we'll all be done for." "Keep it down, Goldenrod," Han bellowed from a service hatch in the ship's belly. "The Rin are easily jinxed, you know." "Only in ships like this," Droma fired back. The two of them were hastily working on the shield generator power couplings, hoping to gain a few extra points of efficiency. "There's nothing wrong with the Falcon," Han said as his head emerged from the service hatch. "Hand me that hydro clamp, will you?" Droma shook his head as he passed Han the requested tool. "This must be the stupidest plan I've ever heard." "Which part?" Leia asked Riley. "All of it, but especially this. The only thing keeping us alive right now are the shields. If we accidentally shut them down while we're tinkering with them—" "We're not going to shut them down," Han grumbled. "And your confidence comes from having done this kind of thing so many times before?" Droma's dig prompted Han to stick his head out from the hatch again and point the clamp at the Rin. "Hey, just because I've never actually done this before doesn't mean I couldn't do it any time I wanted." "So why haven't you?" "Because I haven't needed to." He looked to Leia, who was leaning against the door arch, and said, "Take him back to the cockpit, will you?" Then he disappeared again into the hatch. C-3PO turned to Leia in despair. "We're doomed," he keened. "And take Goldenrod with you," Han called out. "Where are they, Princess?" the droid asked, seemingly oblivious to Han's annoyance. "Surely they should have been here by now." Leia shook her head, not having an answer for him. Therein lay the problem. They'd sent the message to Captain Mayne asking for help, but so far there'd been no reply, nor any sign of the help they'd requested. She was beginning to have one of Han's bad feelings, but she didn't say anything. It would have only upset C-3PO further, which in turn would have annoyed Han. "Try that, Leia," her husband called. She quickly returned to the cockpit and attempted to up the shield strength. It did increase, but only slightly. "Getting there," she called back. Her husband appeared through the cockpit entrance a few seconds later, dropping heavily into the seat next to her and fiddling with the controls as he tried to wring every last megajoule out of the shield generators. "Come on, girl," he muttered under his breath. "Show us what—" A violent explosion from somewhere disconcertingly close suddenly thundered around the cabin, almost throwing them from their seats. Out in the corridor she heard the clattering sounds of C-3PO falling over, followed by another plaintive cry. Han furiously punched controls with one hand while clinging onto the console with the other. "Doomed, I tell you," they heard C-3PO moan. Droma entered the cockpit. "I'm with the droid on this. The only thing in our favor right now is that the Vong don't know our exact whereabouts. But if they keep shelling the area like this—" "Your concerns have been duly noted," Han said. "In the meantime, though, why don't you go back there and have a game of Dejeric with Cockmane and Meewall or something?" Then louder, "3PO, how are your hangers-on out there? They're a lot more fragile than we are." The droid waddled into the cockpit and proceeded to warble a message to the Burbrope huddled in the Falcon's protective shield. In the aft screen they could be seen clustered together, the edges of their flower-like bodies all touching to form one large quivering mass. "The Burp assure me that they are managing well enough," C-3PO reported after the aliens had replied. "But they fear, as I and Master Droma do, that it will only be a matter of time before destruction befalls us. They would like to know if we have any other plans." "Do they really think we'd be sitting here like this if we did?" Han said irritably. "Just tell them we're working on it, 3PO, Leia said. The droid relayed the message while Leia sat back in her seat to try and think of a plan that might get them out of their predicament. "I think the time has come to move," Droma said bluntly. "We can't move," Han said. "We'll melt our guests." "They're going to be melted anyway when those shields fail, and then we'll all die." Han nodded. Drawing the fire of the Yuuzhan Vong seemed a good idea at the time, but it kind of relied on those upstairs getting our message. "Maybe they did get it, and just can't do anything about it right now," Leia said. "Who knows what might be happening up there?" "Can we use repulsors?" Droma asked. "We might get a kilometer or two," Han replied. "But we'll still be in the blast range, and we're just as likely to be hit moving as staying still." "Then what about letting our passengers go and blasting out of here once they're clear? That way we can draw fire away from them and fight back at the same time." "But how many will be killed on the way?" Leia said. "And how many Yuuzhan Vong will be waiting for us?" "Okay, then how about digging in?" Droma pressed. "The ground is really just cold sludge here. A good hot blast would probably melt a sizable hole into—" "Yeah, and would stand out like a huge target for any Vong passing over us." Han shook his head. "Sorry, pal. The same argument stands against sending another message for help. Once those scarheads detect it, they'd be on to us in a flash. No, I think we've gone and dug ourselves into a—" He stopped. "A grave," Leia knew he'd been about to say, but the words were too close to the truth. A cold, dark grave on the edge of the known galaxy, with no possible way out. Leia shook her head, frustrated. There had to be another solution, a way that didn't involve killing any more innocent locals, or ending up in a worse position than before. "I suppose faking surrender is not an option," Droma offered. "That doesn't work with the Vong anymore," Han said. "They're wise to that game." The Rin nodded and looked at the floor, his tail dropping limply behind him. Outside, the pounding of Esfandia rolled on like thunder, sometimes close, other times farther away. Whenever the floor beneath her shook, Leia tensed, each time expecting the shields to fail around them. The only other sound was the burbling of the planet's indigenous lifeforms, issuing softly from the speaker. "Well then," Droma said, "seeing as we have no way out, there's something I should probably tell you." "Excuse me," C-3PO interrupted, his photoreceptors glowing. "I think the Burp may have the solution to our problem." Han turned in his seat. "They do?" "Yes, sir. The Burp suggests that we take shelter in their nearby nesting area. It is underground and easily large enough to fit our vessel, or so they say." "Why now?" Han interrupted, his expression one of annoyance and exasperation. "Sir? Why are they suggesting this now? Why didn't it occur to them before? They have a love for dramatic irony or something?" "I don't believe so, sir," C-3PO answered, unaware of Han's sarcasm. "It would appear, though, that we have earned their trust. Protecting these few at great risk to our own lives has demonstrated that our past wrongs were clearly committed out of ignorance, not malice." Han turned to Leia. "What do you think?" "Can we get there on repulsors alone?" she asked the droid. "The Burp assure us that the nesting area is only a short distance away." Then her reply was cut off by another explosion, this one so close that it felt as though the entire world was breaking in two. The lights went out for a couple of seconds, then returned, flickering. Leia's ears rang as Han checked the instruments. "One more like that and we're done for," he said. "I don't know about you guys," Droma said, collecting himself from the floor, "but I think the local suggestion sounds wonderful." Leia nodded at C-3PO. "Let's do it." C-3PO conversed with the Burp for a moment. "They will move to the front and guide us. We are to travel in the direction they indicate." Han nodded as the wafting aliens propelled themselves to the fore of the Falcon's missile tubes. There they arranged themselves into a line, pointing ahead and slightly to starboard. Han fired up the repulsors and lifted the ship from Esfandia's surface. Dense air swirled around them, but the burl didn't appear disturbed. Protected within the shields, their ride would have been as smooth as it was for those inside the ship. Even when Han nudged the ship forward, their position with respect to the hull remained unchanged. As the freighter turned to starboard, the line of burl straightened. Han took them gently through the murk, around a knobby protuberance that bulged out of the ground and vanished high above them, like a mountain. They dipped into a crater left behind by one of the Yuuzhan Vong's missiles and out again, across an undulating plain. From their slightly higher perspective, they could see numerous bright flashes in the distance that revealed the continuing Yuuzhan Vong bombardment. It was disturbingly thorough. It was only a matter of time before one of those missiles got lucky. "Is it much farther?" Han asked, obviously sharing Leia's concern. She felt more exposed moving around than they had been in hiding. "We should be there at any moment," C-3PO reported. "Does anyone else feel as though we're exchanging one tomb for another?" Droma asked. "What if the good guys lost the fight up in orbit and we're stuck down here forever? All the Vong will have to do then is wait us out." "I don't like the look of this," Han muttered, his eyes darting nervously across the console before him. Several blips had appeared on the edge of the long-range scanners, dodging the bombardment sites. They traveled in formation at first, but then split up in different directions and zigzagged across the scope. "They're sweeping the area at close range," Han said. "Guess they got tired of trying to flush us out with bombs alone," Droma said, "and have decided to do the dirty work themselves." Han nodded. "We're not going to be able to hide like this for much longer." "Excuse me, sir, but the burl are changing direction." C-3PO pointed at the line of aliens guiding them across Esfandia, which was now angling down instead of forward. "I don't understand," Han said, sweeping the forward cam across the stony surface. "I don't see anything. No caves, no tunnels, no—" A red light began to flash on the scanners. "Whatever we're supposed to be seeing, Han," Leia said, "I'd work it out fast if I were you. There's a coral skipper heading our way." "Ask them what we're supposed to do, will you, 3PO? Han guided the Falcon down as far as he could go. A wall of gray dirt and rounded pebbles confronted them. Further warbling was exchanged between C-3PO and the aliens as the droid tried to impress upon the the urgency of the situation. "Hurry it up, 3PO, Han muttered anxiously. "We don't have all day." "We don't even have a minute," Leia said. "That skip is coming in fast." "Right," Han said, clenching his jaw as he flicked switches. "I'm warming up the weapons systems and the engines. I don't care what's waiting for us out there. I'm making a break for it." "Han, wait—" Leia started. She stopped in mid-sentence. The ground ahead of them erupted. At first she thought that one of the Yuuzhan Vong missiles had hit them, but it wasn't an explosion. The ground opened up like a giant, fanged maw, spreading wide to swallow the Falcon whole. Leia had time only to gasp in horror at what looked like 1,000 yellow eyes gleaming at her from the blackness within. Then the mouth came down upon them, and they were engulfed. Tahiri struggled to think through a haze of tears. The voice of the shadow, the thing that had come to her, made her mind quake with fear. She didn't know what it was, or what it wanted. It was simply implacable, unstoppable, and Rena wanted her to attack it. "What am I doing?" she asked herself. All she felt was blackness, an oppressed, choking blackness that constantly threatened to close around her and devour her whole. "Whatever it is," Rena said, "it has to be better than fighting yourself. You're not me, and you're not me, but apart, we're not anyone at all." "No!" The exclamation came as much from grief as it did anger. The emotion was a reaction to Rena's words, but she directed the word at the shadow creature. She wanted to destroy it utterly, along with any unwanted truths it represented to her. "I don't—" She stopped, afraid that to utter the words meant admitting defeat. The shadow creature fell back a few steps, waiting for a renewed assault. "I don't want to lose who I am." Rena's expression changed to one of anger, an anger that Tahiri felt course through her own body. "Neither do I." The Yuuzhan Vong girl lunged at the shadow. Perhaps something flinched, but Tahiri couldn't be sure. Was there really something out there, or was she just dreaming it? Anakin would have known. The thought of her friend, the one she loved, brought with it renewed grief, but not from within. This grief emanated from the darkness around her. She dropped her head to hide from Rena the moisture gathering in her eyes. Nothing seemed to erase the pain that his death had brought her. No amount of tears could wash away the thought that there must have been something she could have done to save him. All the determination in the world couldn't stop her wishing that he could have lived, and that they were still together now, with every possible future ahead of them. Even with the reptile god slain by her acceptance of her guilt, the grief never went away. It had returned as this shadow creature. Clearly it wasn't about to let her go, unless— A cool breeze blew in from the dark, touching the moisture on her cheeks. "I'm scared," she admitted quietly. "This world scares me." "This world is all I've known since Yavin 4, Rena said. Tahiri looked at her, then, understanding the simple truth of her situation for the first time. "This isn't a dream, is it?" "I'm as real as the shadow creature we're fighting." "But Anakin killed you. You were dead." "Anakin thought he killed me," Rena said, "but he hadn't. He just forced me down deep into your unconscious. In many ways, I suppose I was dead. I had no body, no senses, nothing to call my own. That was just me, trapped in this darkness. It was like a nightmare from which there felt like no escape. At times I thought I might go mad. In the end, though, I began to surface, and with me came my suffering and torment, the torment that has been affecting you all this time." Tahiri trembled at the notion. She knew it was the truth. She'd always known it. She just hadn't wanted to accept it. "It took me months to piece it all together," Rena went on, "and as I recovered, you weakened. It soon became clear to me that I didn't have to stay in this nightmare world. So I started to fight. Sometimes I even won. You had blackouts, and it was during these times that I was able to emerge. But my purchase on reality was feeble, and you kept pushing me back here. There were many times that I thought I'd be here forever, or worse, disappear altogether." "I wish you had," Tahiri said. She couldn't help the bitterness. "Even then I knew I couldn't," Rena said. "Instead I decided to fight back all the more. I came after you, wanting to chase you down into the shadows of this world, to make you live here instead of me. I wanted you to experience this living death so that it would be you who'd wish to disappear. But then something happened. Your guilt came after both of us. It was then that I realized that the two of us were inseparable. My torment was your torment, your guilt was my guilt, and impossible as it seems, Tahiri, we're stuck with each other. We either live together or we die together. There is no in-between." "No, there has to be another way." "There isn't." Rena's voice was firm and inflexible. "Your hand is proof of that. Cut me and you bleed, kill me and you die." Tahiri glanced at the wound Rena had inflicted on herself, which had affected her too, as though by magic. Blood steadily seeped through the cauterized gash. The truth continued to trickle from it. Although Rena's words felt as heavy upon her shoulders as 1,000 tombstones, she knew that the Yuuzhan Vong girl spoke no lies. There was no point denying it any more. Her mind was inextricably linked to Rena's, tangled together like the roots of trees, and they had been ever since Yavin 4. There was no way to cut out one without injuring the other. They were conjoined twins, connected at a place where no surgeon's scalpel could ever reach, their minds. "So what are we?" she asked. "Yuuzhan Vong? Jedi?" "We're both," Rena said, "and we are neither. We need to accept this and embrace this hybrid creature we have become. We need to merge Tahiri and become one." "But who will I be?" "You'll be someone new," Rena said. "You'll be someone strong." Tahiri couldn't talk any longer. Her tears choked her thoughts, blurred her vision again. She stared into the shadows around them, seeking out the guilt creature hiding there. Was this how she was to embrace Rena? By killing this creature? Would they then together awaken from this terrible nightmare? It felt right on some level, and yet on another it seemed dark. It felt wrong, and yet there seemed no other way. A cry sounded out from the darkness. The shadow creature, her guilt, was calling out to her again. She couldn't understand the words, but the sentiment was there in her tone. "My guilt calls out to me," she said. "You have nothing to feel guilty for," Rena insisted. "My love is dead and I am alive, and I carry with me the kiss he wanted me to share with him. I told him to collect it later, but there was no later, was there?
Do you think that's what you're accused of? They are not the words of your guilt, Tahiri. Those are your own words.
How do you know what I'm feeling?
How do I know? Haven't you been listening to what I've been saying? We are one and the same mind.
Tahiri recoiled in revulsion at the idea, although she knew it to be the truth. She was just still railing against it. Her thoughts had been open to her alien twin all along.
You've been punishing yourself, punishing us, Rena said, and it has nothing to do with Anakin's death or holding back on a kiss.
Then what is it?
You feel guilt for having gotten on with your life. It's not that you are alive, it's that you've learned to live without Anakin. It's that you have healed, and you don't think you should have by now.
Tahiri wanted to refute it, but she couldn't. The truth burned her in ways she couldn't ignore.
You have to let go, Tahiri. There is no shame in that. The time has come to stop grieving. You have already stopped. You just don't know it yet. That's all.
Bitterness clouded Tahiri's vision. She hated Rena for speaking words that revealed the truth of her feelings. Angrily, she hurled her lightsaber into the dark. It spun wildly through the air, lighting up the shadows as it went, illuminating the rocks and crags of the world ship they stood on. And as it cut through the darkness, she could feel her grief ease and part. She could feel a sense of awakening. I know what to do now, she told Rena. Even as she spoke the words, she quailed, thinking of everything she might be leaving behind. The Solo family, her duty as a Jedi, her memories. But, she suddenly asked herself, how much of it was hers at all? Anakin's family wasn't hers. The Jedi Knights could carry on well enough without her. And her memories only served to bring her pain. As long as she didn't fall to the dark side, she could turn her back on it all with a clear conscience. The time for thinking was over. Slowly, with a feeling like falling, she reached out, and her lightsaber flew back into her hand. At the same time, the shadows seemed to part. She saw the thing that had come for her and Rena with startling clarity. It wasn't a god from the bowels of an alien mind. It wasn't the dark side. It wasn't her guilt or her despair. It was Jaina. Tahiri turned to face her mirror image one last time.
I know what you're thinking, Rena said. You mustn't listen to what she's saying. She's telling you lies, making things worse. She doesn't want to help. She only wants to keep you caged with me.
Rena stepped closer, her injured hand outstretched.
Join me now. Together we will do what we need to do to be free.
Yes, Tahiri said slowly. I think I understand now.
So let's not think. Let's just do it.
Shakily, Tahiri reached out and took Rena's hand. Together, they faced the darkness.
If we don't start getting some answers soon, Mara said hotly, I'm going to start giving you people reasons to be afraid of the Jedi.
Luke attempted to placate his wife by putting his hands on her shoulders beneath her red cascade of hair, but she was too angry to see reason right now and ignored his efforts. I'm telling you the truth, returned the Pharaohan woman called Darak. We don't know who is responsible for this attack.
Somebody must know, Mara argued. Dissident groups like this don't just pop up overnight. They take time to form.
The idea of a dissident group is preposterous, Roll said. There hasn't been any unrest on Zonama for decades.
Well, there is now, I'm telling you. That attack was well planned and organized. Look, she said, I'm not trying to be critical of you or your way of life here. I just want to know what's happened to our friends. The fact that you don't seem to care annoys me.
But we do care, Roll said. We care that strangers are wandering loose on our planet doing untold damage. We care— Luke didn't give him chance to finish. He was only going to anger Mara further. Perhaps Seacode could help us, he said. Is it possible to ask it if it knows of their whereabouts? The Pharaohans exchanged glances. Seacode has been regenerating after the attack of the Far Outsiders, Darak said. Its attention has been elsewhere, so it is unlikely to know the whereabouts of your friends.
We could at least ask, Mara pressed. What about the Magister? She could ask for us.
She is resting.
Well, we wouldn't want to put her out, would we?
Mara said dryly. Please wake her for us, Luke said, his calm tone a counterpoint to Mara's growing irritability. After all, I'm sure she would want to be informed about a development as important as this, don't you? The Pharaohs exchanged another glance, then Darek hurried off to do as the Jedi asked. Luke felt little satisfaction at having accomplished that much. It was only the first of many hurdles. The rain was still falling, dripping down from the trees in a steady, fat-dropped stream. Somewhere deep in the Tampasi, Jason, Saba, and Danny remained hidden from his senses. If they didn't return of their own accord, he would be hard-pressed to find them without Seacoat or the Magister's help. "You are mistaken to believe that Seacoat is aware of all things taking place on its surface," Roll said. "It is no more capable of this than you would be of tracking every cell in your body."
"It seemed to find us easily enough when we arrived," Mara said.
"Out in space it is different. A grain of sand is immediately noticeable if it gets in your eye, but that same grain of sand would be almost impossible to find on a beach." The Pharaohan looked uncomfortable. "We have notified surrounding communities to be on the lookout for anyone moving through the Tampasi. Darek will also try to coax the airships into flying in this weather. Perhaps they can discern something from above that we are missing on the ground."
"That's a good start," Luke said. "Thank you."
"Please don't believe that this kind of behavior is normal for my people. We are peaceful. This sort of thing simply doesn't happen here."
"Fear of that which is new or different can make people act irrationally," Mara said, putting on a conciliatory tone. "But all that concerns us now is finding our friends."
"I can assure you that they will be found. We will make every possible effort."
A sudden feeling came through the Force. Luke closed his eyes in order to focus on it. It was coming from some distance away, but the intense life energies of the Tampasi made it impossible to tell which direction it came from. Mara touched his arm. "You feel it too?" He opened his eyes, nodding.
"It's Jason. I think he's safe for the moment. I sensed no immediate danger."
"Are they on their way back?" Hegarty asked.
"I'm not sure," Luke said. "I don't think so."
"What about the others?" Hegarty pressed. "Are they all right?"
"I can't tell," Luke said, reaching into the Force in an attempt to understand the message that Jason was trying to send. "But I think they're all okay for the moment."
"We should still try to find them, though," Mara said.
Luke nodded. "Yes." Roll opened his mouth to say something, but was cut off by the sudden return of Darek. Her expression was one of profound alarm.
"She's gone," she exclaimed.
"Who?"
Mara said. "Who's gone?"
"The Magister." The panic in her voice gave her an air of vulnerability Luke hadn't seen before. "She's been taken from her rooms." "What do you mean, taken?" Roll asked, aghast. "Why would anybody do that?" "I think I know," Luke said. "The kidnap of Danny was just a distraction. She wasn't who the kidnappers were after. It was Jabitha. While you were busy here trying to sort things out, they moved in on her." The alarm in Darek's and Roll's eyes increased tenfold at the suggestion.
"First Danny," Mara said, "then Jason and Saba, and now the Magister. Could anyone else possibly go missing before tonight is over?"
Jag reached Tahiri's room in record time. There he found Pride of Salonia's chief medic, Dantos Vigos, and Selwyn Markota, Captain Main's second in command. Both looked up, startled, as he skidded through the doorway to a halt. On the bed beside Tahiri was Jaina, her outstretched form dressed in the clothes she usually wore about the ship. Her eyes were shut, her face expressionless, and her breathing was fast and shallow. "What happened?" he asked, wrenching off his flight helmet. He was unable to take his eyes from her face. "Relax, Jag," Markota said. He put a hand on his shoulder, but Jag shrugged it off. "I'll relax when I know what's going on." "That's the problem," Vigos said. "We don't know what's going on. We found Jaina unconscious shortly after arriving around Esfandia. No one noticed before then because of all the confusion and the fighting. She was slumped beside Tahiri, having collapsed onto the bed. Their hands were locked together. We've scanned them both and found no signs of physical abnormalities, but their minds are furiously active." Jag faced the medic with a frown. "How do you account for this?" Vigos shrugged. "I don't." "But you must have an idea," Jag said. "You must have a theory at least." Vigos sighed wearily. "Okay, but it's only a theory based on what I've been told of Tahiri's background and recent behavior. In my opinion, Tahiri has retreated into herself. She has a split personality that is fighting for dominance over the body. I think Tahiri has deliberately internalized that conflict. She's keeping it in her head so that neither personality has access to the outside world."
I can understand that, Jag said. But what does this have to do with Jaina? I think they've melded, Vigo said. I'm not a Jedi, but I suspect that Jaina may have attempted this in an effort to assist Tahiri. She's helping Tahiri survive. Jag studied Jaina's face. Despite the appearance of being asleep, she looked exhausted. So why won't she respond? He asked. If she's in there voluntarily, why doesn't she just wake up and tell us what's going on? It's impossible for me to say for sure, Vigos admitted. I'm sorry. A bizarre image came to Jag then, one he couldn't quite get his head around. He pictured Tahiri's mind as some sort of animal trap, snaring anyone who ventured within it. Jedi after Jedi could throw themselves in and be lost forever. But how could this possibly serve Rena? The three men stared at the two unconscious women for a long, frustrated moment. Jag didn't want to let the matter lie there, but he wasn't sure what he could do about it. Had he been Force-sensitive, he wouldn't have hesitated to try to join the meld. The woman he— His mind retreated from the admission, then grasped it and kept going. Yes, the woman he loved was in danger. There had to be something he could do. Maybe you're right, he said. Maybe you have done everything you can to help her, but I can still try. Vigos glanced uncertainly at Markota, then back to Jag. What did you have in mind? I'll talk to her, he said. If she is in there, she'll be able to hear me. Colonel, we've tried. Just leave me alone with her, okay? Jag interrupted. Markota hesitated, then nodded to the medic. We've got nothing to lose. Vigos acquiesced. Okay, but call if there's any change in her condition. I will, Jag promised. When they were gone and the door had shut behind them, Jag put his flight helmet down on the end of the bed and sat beside Jaina. He took her free hand in both of his. It was limp and lifeless and cool to the touch. Despite his determination to want to help her, now that he was alone, he had to admit that he really didn't know if there was anything useful he could do. There was no enemy he could line up in a targeting reticle and fire upon. There was just Jaina, locked in the mind of a very sick young woman who also needed help. I'm here, he whispered close into her ear, and I'm not going anywhere, Jaina. Not until you wake up. You know what that means, don't you? It means that Twin Suns Squadron is unattended, and we can't have that, can we? He stared at her face in silence. He hadn't really expected his words to have an immediate impact upon her condition, but he couldn't help hoping they would, that just hearing his voice would be enough to make her come back. But when he searched her expression for any sign of recognition, he found none. She remained still, emotionless, sleeping. He squeezed her hand between his. Although he knew the room was probably being monitored, he didn't care who saw him, who heard him, or who might disapprove of his sentiments. All he cared about right now was Jaina. And from the way his heart ached, that's all he felt he could ever care about. I love you, Jaina, he said. The words came easily for him. Please come back to me. Saba kept all her senses alert as she matched her pace to that of the Pharaohan kidnappers. The path they'd been following had run out half an hour earlier, and they were now moving through unbeaten wilds of the Tampasi. Despite the lack of any obvious trail, though, the Pharaohans seemed to know where they were going. They moved as one with silent determination through the dense undergrowth. Every now and then they gave directional orders to her or Jason, but never allowed themselves to enter any conversation, nor were they prepared to come within a meter of her, although Saba had no doubts that this would change once they reached the camp where Senshi and the other conspirators were meant to be located. Security of numbers would inevitably make them feel less intimidated by the Jedi Knights. The farther they traveled, the more uneasy Saba became, mainly because of Danny's condition. She knew that Jason would never knowingly put Danny's life in jeopardy, and the fact that the young scientist remained unconscious was obviously weighing heavily on his mind, but Saba still felt compelled to take the girl and try to find a way back to the others in the hope of getting her some medical attention. The only thing that stayed her urges was her trust in Jason's judgment. He saw things differently from her, on a deeper, more fundamental level,
and for that reason she was prepared to bow to his command. They came to a bridge formed from a massive tree trunk that stretched across the swollen river. 3 of the Faroans crossed first, then waved for Saba and Jason to follow. Once they were on the other side, the remaining 4 Faroans crossed also. Then the trek continued through a dense thicket of wild, red-leaved bushes. Sharp thorns slashed at Saba's tough green skin. She did her best to avoid the worst of it, and to keep Danny from being scratched, subtly using the force to push the thicket branches aside. Finally they came to a cliff face that was hidden from view by a stand of enormous boras. At the base of the cliff was an overhang 5 meters high and stretching a dozen meters into the rock. Jason and Saba were directed under its shelter, where a larger group of Faroans waited. They gathered around the new arrivals as they entered the shaded sandy area, parting only to admit a very old Faroan male to the front. His face was as heavily lined as Jabitha's, but his rich, deep black hair was short to the scalp. The pale blueness of his skin made him look as though he were composed entirely of ice, and his golden black eyes regarded the new arrivals with ill-disguised contempt. His gaze flickered across Saba, Jason, and the comatose Danny. "I ask for one of the visitors as a hostage, and you bring me the entire group. What is the meaning of this?" A look of confusion passed over Turu's face. 3 seemed better than 1, Senshi. The residue of the implanted suggestion from Jason had faded, and the kidnapper's sentence trailed off uncertainly. "You fool," the old man said. "The outsiders have ways about them, ways to make their words seem reasonable." "It's true that I influenced their decision to bring us here," Jason said. "But I only did so because I wanted to speak with you. It's important that you see reason. We didn't come to your planet to cause trouble. We came because—" Senshi's laugh cut him short. "Don't try to win me with your words, Jedi. I respond to actions, not empty words or promises. The recent actions against our world speak volumes." "Those attacks came from the ones you refer to as far outsiders," Jason said. "They had nothing to do with us." "You are all outsiders in our eyes," he argued. "The actions of one reflect intentions of the other." "And what about your actions?" Saba asked. "What does kidnapping say about you?" Before Senshi could reply, a peal of thunder rumbled through the Tampasi, and rain began to crash down with renewed strength outside the overhang. As the thunder died in the distance, Senshi looked triumphantly at his hostages and ignored Saba's question completely. At that moment another group of Faroans stumbled in from the rain, bearing another body on a stretcher, covered from head to foot with a tarpaulin. Her first thought was that the kidnappers had returned for Soren Hegarty and somehow snatched the elderly woman from the care of Master Skywalker and Mara. But when the new arrivals set down the stretcher and pulled back the tarp, Saba's concern quickly changed to puzzlement. It wasn't Hegarty at all. It was the Magister. Senshi stared down at the unconscious figure, smiling thinly. "Now they won't be able to ignore us." There was a murmur from the Faroans standing around him. Jason stepped forward. "Why would you do this? Why take the Magister?" "Because she has forgotten," he sneered. "She has forgotten the pain and suffering we endured the last time strangers came here after years of searching. The fires and the groundquakes, the terrible losses as whole villages fell, the hurricanes that tore entire boras out by their roots, the smoke that covered the sky. She forgets that we all lost loved ones, and that we stand to lose more if we allow her to throw away everything we've worked for. We didn't come here to rest and rebuild, and then just throw everything away on a whim. We came here for sanctuary." "You remember the time before the crossings?" Jason asked. "As clearly as if it were yesterday," Senshi said, his expression haunted. "I lost my children, my partner, my parents, and my brother and sister, and I lost too many friends to even count. I was alone, wishing that I had died with them.
But I was spared. I lived on. I endured with Seacoat as we searched for sanctuary, and I rejoiced when we finally found the peace we had so long yearned for. And now I feel misgivings at the return of the Far Outsiders, as well as the Jedi. He indicated the storm raging anew outside the overhang. We have seen this combination before. We know what it means. I will not let the Magister plunge us into another cycle of death and destruction.
Seacoat welcomed us here, Jacen protested.
Did it? I have only the Magister's word on that.
Why would she lie?
Because, by forgetting, she has become confused, and that confusion weakens her, putting us all at risk. I, for one, do not want to become cannon fodder in someone else's war.
Saba could sympathize with the man. She felt his pain as keenly as she felt her own. Had she been faced with the possibility of losing her loved ones and her homeworld over again, she, too, would probably take drastic steps to prevent it. But she couldn't imagine the Magister ignoring either the will of her people, if Senchi's feelings were widespread, or the will of Seacoat. That would run counter to her purpose. It was unlikely that Seacoat would tolerate such behavior in the person it had chosen to act as mediator between itself and its citizens. So what happens now? Jacen asked. What do you hope to achieve by all this?
We have achieved as much as we dared dream, Senchi replied. We've shown that we cannot be easily ignored. When the Magister wakes, she will have no choice but to listen to us, and if that fails, if she still turns her back on us, we still have you to bargain with. Either way, disaster will be averted.
But by turning your backs on us, Jacen said, you risk a much greater disaster.
Such as
the domination of the galaxy by a power more destructive than you could possibly imagine. Once that power has consolidated its forces on the ruins of our worlds, it will come for you. The Far Outsiders may have been repelled once, but they won't be so easily repelled when this system is filled with their warships. They will seed every planet in the system with biological factories in order to replace every ship you destroy. They'll place interdictors across the entrances to this hyperspace bubble to make sure you can't escape. And what happens then, Senchi? Who will you call upon for help when everyone else in the galaxy is gone? The young human spoke with the confidence of one in possession of a cold, hard truth, and Saba could see through Senchi's glare that what Jacen was saying was having an impact, even if he didn't want to admit it.
You will never convince me that we need your help.
Thankfully, it's not you we need to convince, Jacen replied. It's Seacoat, and if you truly have the best interests of the planet at heart, then you'll abide by its decision. Whether it listens to me through you or the Magister, it will hear my words, and then it can decide for itself. A low rumble rolled in across the Tampasi at the conclusion of Jacen's challenge. Saba felt an involuntary muscular contraction ripple down her spine. The Faroans were silent, transfixed by the confrontation between Senchi and Jacen. There was fear in their eyes, as well as uncertainty.
It's been a long day, Senchi said after a few moments. We are all tired. Unless the Magister wakes before, we will rest until dawn. By the light of day, things may be clearer.
We will stay until then, Jacen said. His tone was soft, but there was no escaping the antagonism of his words.
You'll stay until I decide you can leave, he returned coldly. This one is prepared to argue the point, Saba said, matching his frosty tone.
The Faroan leader shot her a baleful glare, but didn't challenge her. He turned his back on them and issued orders to the rest of the kidnappers. The group slowly dissolved into clumps of people, unfolding bedrolls and breaking out supplies. Turu guided Saba and Jacen to a niche at the rear of the overhang, where they lay Danny's stretcher down and covered her with blankets. There, surrounded by nervous Faroans, they made themselves comfortable for what little remained of the night. Saba had no intentions of sleeping, and neither, clearly, did Jason. He sat up, his face glowing in infrared as he stared past the Faroan guard to where Senshi stood talking to a couple of his people. "What now?" Saba asked, interrupting his thoughts. He faced her in the dark. "Now we wait. Do you have a plan?" "None at the moment, except to demonstrate to Senshi that we don't mean them any harm, no matter how much they try to provoke us." "We don't have to cause them harm," Saba said. "This one could carry Danny while you free the Magister." "Together, too difficult," Jason responded. "There are too many of them. Someone's bound to get hurt. We can afford to be patient a little longer." Saba wasn't so sure. "Danny has been unconscious a long time, Jason," she reminded him. "She will need medical attention soon." Jason looked down at the unconscious scientist. One hand reached out to brush damp strands of hair from her face. "She'll be all right," he said. The force stirred at his touch to help promote healing. "I'm sure she will." But he couldn't look at Saba as he said it, and he didn't sound convinced. Tahiri trembled as she felt the shadow of Jaina lost in the prison of her mind. "Let's kill her," Rena said, her voice full of eagerness. "She's vulnerable in here and will take her by surprise." "No," Tahiri said simply. "No, we mustn't. I mustn't. To do so would not relieve me of my grief. It would compound it. To kill her would send me to the dark side. And that's what you'd like, isn't it, Rena? That's why you clouded my sight so I couldn't see." The Yuuzhan Vong girl seemed infinitely smaller than she had a moment earlier. "You spoke the truth when you said we could never be separated. But you feel that if I embrace the dark side, then I will become a prisoner of these Shadowlands, allowing you to become the dominant personality." Rena said nothing in return. Tahiri shook her head. "I would sooner we both stay here forever than unleash you upon my world." Rena snarled and tried to pull away, but Tahiri held tight. Their fingers were slick with blood, but her will was strong. "It's time," she said. "I'm tired of being lost." The ragged edges of their wound sought each other and sealed as though it had never existed. Tahiri gasped at the unsettling sensation and heard Rena do the same. She watched with alarm as their entwined fingers melted into each other, as though their skin had wrapped around both hands, binding them together. Tahiri met Rena's eyes and recognized the horror she saw there. Then the two of them stared as the lumpy knot of flesh that was their combined hands began to spread along their arms. Tahiri could see the bones moving beneath, testing their new environment. Then the knot began to move up their forearms, drawing them closer together. Rena continued to try to fight it, but Tahiri refused to relent, even though she shared the Yuuzhan Vong girl's fear and revulsion for what was happening to them. "There's still time to change your mind," Rena cried as she struggled. "We don't have to do this." "You're wrong," Tahiri said. "We do have to do this. It's the only way." Despite her determination, though, the words didn't ease the dread tightening in her chest. While she felt sure that this was what needed to be done, she really didn't know what the result was going to be. The knot reached their elbows, and Tahiri felt her hand sliding under the skin to Rena's shoulder. It felt as though an outside force were at work, pulling the mirror image of herself into a tight embrace. Tahiri met Rena's wide-eyed stare again. "We must embrace," she told her Yuuzhan Vong counterpart. "Our cultures, our beliefs, our knowledge." Some of the fear ebbed from Rena's gaze then. "We must embrace," she concurred. "Our emotions, our lives, our selves." Tahiri took a deep breath as the knot of skin reached their heads and slowly pulled them together so that their noses were almost touching. "The good and the bad," Rena said, her lips brushing lightly against Tahiri's own. "The light and the dark," Tahiri said. "We must embrace." "It's a trap!" Droma's cry of alarm was echoed by C-3PO, who threw himself backward as the floor tipped beneath them, and Millennium Falcon was sucked down into the gaping maw. Leia hung on desperately while Han struggled to reach the controls in front of him. From his annoyed expression, she knew that he was about to blast their way out of danger, and he wasn't about to consult with the aliens before doing so, either. But there was something about the unfolding space ahead of them that caught Leia's eye. Still gripping her seat, she leaned forward in the hope of getting a better look. "I think I know what it is," she said.
"I don't care what it is. Anything intending to eat us is trouble."
"That's not what it's doing. Look." All eyes in the cockpit turned to the display just as the maw fell shut around them. The light-enhancing algorithms adjusted to this new level of darkness, searching out infrared and other frequencies for information on their new environment. The Falcon seemed to be surrounded by numerous vertical columns, like teeth in an enormous mouth. But if it was a mouth, it wasn't eating them. There was no rending, no crushing, nothing at all to indicate that they were about to be ingested into the belly of some giant subterranean beast. "See those columns?" Leia said, pointing at the display. "They're legs. And as for the eyes—" She watched carefully as the sensors scanned the ceiling. Han chuckled before she could finish what she'd been about to say.
"Portholes, right?"
"The relay base?" Droma sounded as though he could hardly believe his eyes or his luck.
"It was here all along,"
Han said, cutting power to the repulsors and letting the Falcon settle to the bottom. "Perhaps not." Leia watched as a slender wire snaked out of the gloom and attached itself to the hull of the battered freighter. "Don't go giving your solo luck any medals just yet."
"This is Commander Ashbadar of Esfandia Long-Range Communications Base," came an emotionless female voice from the comm.
Leia identified its speaker as a Gotal, which seemed appropriate. The bi-horned, energy-sensitive beings would perfectly suit a gloomy place like Esfandia.
"I'm sorry we took so long getting here. Word travels slowly among the Cold Ones."
"You know who we are?" Leia asked, making sure to reply the same way Ashbadar's communications arrived, along the wire. The Yuuzhanvong search parties were too close to risk any sort of broadcast.
"We know you came to help us, and that's all that matters. We were sheltering in some nesting plains several dozen kilometers from here when word arrived. The tunnels connecting the plains are cramped but easy enough to negotiate. We came as soon as we could."
"How many are there under your command?"
15,
Ashbadar replied.
"We lost 2 when the bombardment began. They were servicing one of the detectors when the Yuuzhanvong destroyed it. The rest of us are in here, though, safe for the moment."
Leia hoped that remained the situation. Taking in the Falcon had been a calculated risk with the Yuuzhanvong searching so fervently above. She would hate to be responsible for any more lives lost. She quickly identified herself, Han, and Droma, and put a name to the ship. Then she explained what they were doing there and who they'd brought with them to defend the base.
"Imperials?" the Gotal said, surprised. "They're the last people I expected to see you working with."
"Times change," Han said. "But listen, we're going to need to work out what we're going to do next. I will organize a docking umbilical to enable us to meet and discuss this in person." "That's a good idea," Leia said. "We'll have to find a way to keep you safe until the Yuuzhanvong leave."
"We're safe enough right where we are," Ashbadar said tonelessly. "Unless we break comm silence or expose ourselves, we could hide here indefinitely."
"Assuming their tactics don't change, of course."
"Speaking of which," Droma said, waving for silence, "listen."
Leia and Han did so, but the only sound to be heard was that of the air scrubbers recycling air through the cockpit.
"I don't hear anything," Han said.
Rin nodded, his tail sweeping the floor behind him.
"The bombardment has stopped, and that can only mean one thing."
"They've given up?" Han said. Droma frowned.
"Actually, I was thinking more along the lines that they're coming down for a closer look."
Leia's stomach sank. She liked the sound of her husband's suggestion better, but she knew Droma was right. "Commander, you'd better get that umbilical across fast," she said. "I think we're going to be having company real soon." Luke and Mara stayed up with the Faroans as they attempted to locate the kidnappers. Airships came and went throughout the night, moving across the stormy sky like ghostly clouds. A vast route system covered the entire planet, Luke learned, linking Boris to Boris. Tampasi to Tampasi in a vast organic network. Communications traveled along the network with representatives of far-flung sections of the globe getting involved in the discussion of the abduction. Some had suggestions to make, others just called to express their fear and uncertainty at the thought that the Magister might be in any danger. Darroch and Rowell assured them all that everything would work out in the end. Their voices were calm, but Luke knew that they were more worried than they were prepared to admit. That worry only increased as hints began to emerge from the Boris network, reports of missing people and notes offering the first hints into the minds of the kidnappers. A sketch of a conspiracy formed, one that had acted exceedingly quickly to take advantage of the Jedi Knight's arrival. Almost too quickly, Luke thought.
"Any idea what this Senshi might want?"
Mara asked. Rowell shook his head. "None, I'm afraid."
"I know of Senshi,"
Darroch said.
"He comes from one of the settlements farther north. He has a plantation up there where he grows Rogir bulbs, the white fruit whose pulp you were served earlier. He's known for his talks on the crossings and what it was like. He's also very vocal about his ideal of a perfect and pure Zonama, which involves the exclusion of any outsiders."
"Does he have any history of active dissent?" Luke asked.
"Not that I'm aware of," Darroch said, "but he does have a lot of supporters. He'd certainly have the resources and contacts to put such a plan into motion."
"Is it possible he's taking the hostages to his plantation?"
Mara asked.
"No."
Darroch was firm on this.
"The plantation is in the opposite direction from the one we know they took. We have people waiting there in case they've doubled back, but I don't expect them to find anything."
Luke sighed tiredly. The occasional wave of reassurance came from Jason, but his nephew's presence in the force was still weak and indistinct. Nevertheless, that he was getting anything at all was a good sign, and for that he was thankful. After a seemingly endless night, a greenish dawn finally began to filter through the treetops. The rain eased slightly, and some of the forest's fauna emerged from hiding. Gleaming birds swooped through the long branches, while lithe, long-limbed climbers emerged from shelters in the nooks of tree trunks to collect and munch on fronds and flowers. Sinuous tentacles swayed around the bases of the massive boras, almost as though licking at the mobile fungi that moved around the trunks in search of sunlight. Everywhere Luke looked, he saw life stirring. Resources moved up the food chain as one creature ate another, then back down via waste and decay. There was a dynamic joyousness to the scene that put some of his concerns in perspective. No matter what happened to Jason, Saba, and Danny, or even Jabitha, life here would continue to go on, much as it had before. Captain Yage called from the Widowmaker as Zonama's Terminator rolled westward around the planet, bringing dawn wherever it touched. "Everything's quiet up here," she said. "I'm maintaining the orbit we've been given, not deviating a centimetre. I've sent probes across the system, but there's no sign of the Yuuzhanbong." "Any word from Mon Calamari?" "Not a peep. Either they're ignoring our hails or someone's cut communications between here and there."
"I'll give you one guess who that someone might be," Mara said.
"Have the Chiss reported any concerted troop movements on the border of the unknown regions?" Luke asked.
"Not on their side," she said, "but if someone's taken up the relay bases between here and home, they wouldn't need to come that far." "Well, here's hoping someone else is doing something about it," Mara said. "I'd hate us to have good news and no one to tell it to."
Luke clicked his comlink and called Tekli. The Jedi healer was awake and had little to report. Jade Shadow was still held fast by the planet's vegetation, but nothing had made a move on her so far, which Luke was thankful to hear. It seemed that the policy of non-aggression was having exactly the response that he and Jason had hoped for. Seacoast clearly wasn't about to do anything unless they attacked first. As the light of day strengthened, it became apparent that the kidnappers weren't about to be found in a hurry. Even with the storm easing, they were still no closer to finding Jabitha, or Jason, Saba, and Danny. After nibbling at slices of fruit that had been served in bowls for breakfast, Haggerty stood up to stretch. The doctor looked weary and haggard after the long and troubled night. Luke had suggested she try to get some rest on a couple of occasions, but she had said there was no way she could sleep. not with the others still missing and the kidnapper still at large. The doctor was no fighter, and the attempt on her life the night before had left her understandably rattled. "Are you okay, Soren?" The doctor nodded. "Just thinking." "What about?" She stepped back up to the group around the fire. "Well, Senshi has to have kidnapped the Magister for a reason, right?" "Right." "Well, it seems to me that if it wasn't to harm her or ask for a ransom, then it could only have been for one reason." "Which is?" "He wants to talk to her." She nodded thoughtfully for a moment. "Maybe she didn't want to give Senshi the implied approval that would bring before now. Maybe she did listen, but ignored him. But since all of our attempts to locate his group have so far failed, she may now have no other choice." "You sound like that would be a bad thing," Luke said. "That depends entirely on what he's got to say, I guess." Haggerty rubbed the bump on her head left by the attempted kidnapping. "And on how convincing he can be." Pelion stood on the bridge of right to rule, savouring the silence, but in no way relaxed by it. The withdrawal of the Yuuzhan Vong to a geosynchronous orbit high above the western hemisphere of Esfandia was fortunately timed, allowing exhausted Imperial pilots to return to their base ships and restock. But it was only a temporary reprieve, prompted by Jagfell's superb disruption of the northern flank. Commander Vorik still had the superior force and could wield it whenever he wished. Once he had regrouped, Pelion had no doubt that he would do just that. For now, though, a tense but stable stalemate persisted. The surface of Esfandia was safe from heavy bombardment, at least. With the chaos of battle behind them, it was much easier for both sides to detect and intercept anyone trying to reach the surface. That meant, effectively, that it was off-limits to both sides, and that whoever was currently down there was safe for the time being. And stuck there. "Excuse me, sir," said Pelion's aide, standing patiently to attention behind him. "I have the information you requested." He didn't know how long she'd been there. It could have been minutes. He'd been so caught up in his thoughts. "Go on," he said without turning. "Close analysis of telemetry reveals at least 2 surface landings during the battle," she said. "One was almost certainly Millennium Falcon." "I should have known that's where they'd go. Right into the thick of it, as usual." He nodded, hiding his relief at the news. "And the other?" "A Yorick Trima landing craft. The 78th destroyed 2 other such craft also attempting to land, but lost this one during the fighting. It was assumed to have burned up on entry. We now suspect otherwise." He faced the aide. "Do we know where it put down?" "We have an approximate region, 100 kilometers across, but it is possible that it has since moved under the cover of the atmosphere." "So we've lost it?" "Yes, sir." "And Millennium Falcon?" "The same. We weren't actively looking for either, sir, otherwise—" "I suggest we start looking for them immediately." "Yes, sir." "What about that concentrated bombardment we saw? Could that be related?" "That is possible, sir. It's equally possible that the Yuuzhan Vong detected some sign of the relay base in the region." He nodded thoughtfully. "I guess the main thing is that we've stopped them firing on it." "Yes, sir." "Good work." He looked the aide over briefly and saw deep lines of exhaustion on the woman's face. "And now I'd like you to excuse yourself from the bridge and get some rest." "Sir?" "I'll summon you when things heat up again. Of that I can assure you. But that's an order. I need my crew fit and alert first and foremost. That applies to everyone. See to it that all crew are rotated so that they receive both rest and nourishment. It might be some time before we have another breather like this." She saluted, but the formality didn't hide the gratitude in her eyes. When she was gone, he turned his attention to the officer nearest to him. "Get me Captain Maine of Pride of Salonia," he ordered. "Right away, sir." Seconds later, her hologram was visible before him. "Grand Admiral, how may I help?" "We've noted the presence of the Millennium Falcon on the surface of Esfandia. What is the nature of her mission there?" The woman hesitated, as though warring with herself whether or not to answer his question. He sighed tiredly. He didn't have time for suspicions. "Captain, may I remind you that we are on the same side?" Military training took over then, and she visibly stiffened at his tone. "They are attempting to assist the crew of the relay base. An opportunity arose for them to break the blockade, and they took it." "Have you heard from them since?"
There was a garbled transmission from the region most recently targeted by the Yuuzhan Vong, but it was jammed. We suspect it was from the Millennium Falcon, advising us of their intentions, but the content of the message and its source is unknown." He nodded, wondering again just how far he should trust the Galactic Alliance officers he had been pressed into dealing with. If there was something else going on, something Leia Organa Solo wanted kept secret even though it might jeopardize the lives of his officers and crews, would this Captain Mayne tell him? Her initial reluctance in answering his question made him doubtful. "Commander Vorik has sent a landing party after them," he said. "We believe they're both looking for the same thing, possibly in the area most recently under fire. Do you have any plans for a recovery operation?" "None at the moment," she admitted, "but no doubt we'll put something into effect once—" She hesitated minutely, then concluded, "once the situation here is stabilized. Is it possible to advise me in advance of any such operation being put into effect?" "We will advise you of our intentions," she said evenly. He wondered if she shared his suspicions. Did she question whether he could be trusted? Was she afraid that he would attempt to stop them from saving the Solos? "Excellent," he said. "We might even offer our assistance in that venture, should the opportunity arise." Mayne nodded and the hologram faded out. He longed to rest his feet, to take the strain of standing off his healing back muscles, but he had one more job to do before he could think of retiring. "See if you can raise Commander Vorik," he said. A muted rustling swept through the bridge at the request, and the comm officer bent seriously to the task. They hadn't directly communicated with the enemy since chasing them from Imperial space, and each time they had, it turned out to be quite a show. Pellaeon forced himself to relax, affecting a look of casual amusement. He didn't know how well the Yuuzhan Vong had learned to appreciate human expressions, but he wasn't going to miss an opportunity to unsettle his opponent. A snarling, scarred visage appeared on the bridge's main screen. Visual communications with the Yuuzhan Vong were primitive, reflecting the fundamentally different technologies applied by each culture, but there was no mistaking that face. Vorik had had his skin peeled back from his cheeks, exposing ribbed muscle tissue and pulsating veins. His scalp had been similarly flayed, leaving thin, jagged strips of hair where the scalping hadn't been completed. Tattoos blackened what skin was left, lending the commander a truly horrific appearance. "I foul my senses every second I endure your likeness, infidel," came the ragged, hate-filled voice. "Be quick so I can erase your sight from my eyes." "This is just a social call," Pellaeon said, smiling in response to the commander's insults. "I was wondering how Kur Hashin was faring." "You dare mock me with your trivial—" "Mock the great commander? I wouldn't dare." Pellaeon couldn't hide his amusement. "I leave that to your superiors, who send you off on a fool's errand when they bask in the glory of the call." The roar of rage he received in response was gratifying. Vorik was easily rattled. He was about to launch another string of invective at the Grand Admiral when Pellaeon spoke over the top of him. "I thought it was time to discuss the situation," he said loudly enough to be heard. "We have something of a standoff in place at the moment, Vorik. I trust some thoughts on how to break it would have crossed that flat-browed mind of yours." Vorik looked like his flayed head was about to explode. "It will break when we crush your puny fleet," he roared, "when we squash you like bugs beneath our feet. Then I will break you, personally, bone by bone, nerve by nerve, until you are nothing but slime." "Am I to take it, then, that negotiating withdrawal is not an option?" "Withdrawing is not the Yuuzhan Vong way." "That's odd, because I seem to recall you withdrawing at Borosk." Pellaeon paused long enough to allow the commander to think of a response, but not enough time to actually utter it. "And here I was thinking that we were finally managing to breed some sense into your barbaric species. Now I see we still have some way to go." The black blood drained from Vorik's face, leaving him grey with rage. With a snarl, he struck the auxil Villip, transmitting his side of the conversation. There was a blue flash, an organic squelching sound, and then nothing. Pellaeon turned away from the projector, eminently satisfied. Vorik would be too enraged to think clearly for some time now. His tactics would be clouded and more ineffective than they would otherwise have been, and that could only be a good thing. Pelion had to survive until Vorik was reminded that his orders almost certainly didn't include wasting his time on some out-of-the-way worldlet while more pressing battles called for him elsewhere. Pelion's smile gave way to a look of exhaustion as he finally stood down for the shortest possible rest period he would allow himself. Given that the Imperial and Galactic Alliance forces were in a position that was untenable in the long haul, he hoped that Vorik's superiors wouldn't take too long. Jason lifted himself out of a recuperative trance at the same time that Saba beside him stirred. He'd been lending his strength to Danny, who was still out cold, while Saba had been exploring the life fields of the planet in an attempt to ascertain exactly where they were concentrated. The question of whether Seacoat existed uniformly through the planet's biosphere or focused in particular areas was still very much open. If Seacoat's mind was focused nearby, there was a chance they could contact it and, through it, talk to the others. What had roused them from their meditations was the sound of the Magister's voice resounding through the cave. "Tell Senshi I wish to speak with him," she said evenly. Her supine body was still bound and blindfolded, yet she commanded authority. One of the Pharaohans who had been assigned to watch over the prisoners hurried off to find Senshi. The remaining 4 guards stepped away from Jibitha, as if the Magister might somehow attack them even in her trussed state. Senshi soon came and crouched down beside the Magister's body. "You've been listening in on us, I see," he said. There was amusement in his voice. "You must have known I would," she replied. "In fact, you probably wanted me to. Otherwise you would have blocked my ears as you had covered my eyes." He reached down at this and removed the blindfold. Even from where Jason was sitting, they could see the dawn's greenish hue reflected from the woman's black irises as she blinked in the sudden light. "Sit her up," Senshi said, and 2 Pharaohans hoisted her up so she was resting with her back against the rocky wall of the cave. "I suppose untying me is out of the question." Senshi ignored the request. "You brought outsiders here," he said instead, glancing at the Jedi. "That was a mistake." "I do only what is best for our planet." He shook his head in disagreement. "You've put us all in danger, Jibitha." "If I have, then it's at Seacoat's behest. It recognizes the Jedi. It is curious about their kind." "We recognize them, too," he said. "But that doesn't automatically make them our friends. You recognize the far outsiders. Would you invite them here, too?" "You know as well as I do that the far outsiders would not be welcome here. They don't participate in the endless flow of life as Jedi do." "That fish swim in the same direction along a stream doesn't make them the same species," he argued, "nor does it mean they'll get along together." "The Jedi have done us no harm, Senshi. I don't understand why you've gone to such lengths to protest actions that have been sanctioned." "Please, do not continue to suggest that Seacoat has willed this," the elderly Pharaohan interrupted sharply. "Seacoat is not happy, Jibitha." "How could you possibly know this? I am the Magister. I am the interface. If anyone can claim to know Seacoat's thoughts, it would be me." "If you do, you are not sharing them all with us." He stood, his outstretched arms attempting to indicate everything around them, in the cave and beyond. "The mind of a living world is vaster in scope and depth than any of us could hope to comprehend. We could live 100 lifetimes and not grasp more than a fraction of its thoughts on any single matter." "It makes its will known to me," Jibitha said defiantly, "and I pass it on to you. This method has served us well for decades. Why do you question it now? How have I changed to suddenly become untrustworthy?" "You haven't changed, Jibitha. The times have, and we must change with them." "I agree," Jason said, gently easing into the debate. When both Senshi and Jibitha faced him, he continued, That's exactly why we're here. We want Seacoast to leave its place of sanctuary, to abandon the security it's found in Classa Ephemera system and rejoin the rest of the galaxy, a galaxy that is at war with the Far Outsiders. It is a war we might not win. If you join us, you'll be risking your lives. But if you don't join us, and we lose without you, there'll no longer be anything to stand between you and the Far Outsiders. This is the unpleasant message we bring to both Seacoast and your people. If you wish to live in this galaxy, then you must address the issue of the Far Outsiders once and for all. Now.
And what's in it for you? The rebel Pharaoh asked. Why do you want us so urgently? What does one more world matter in this world of yours?
This is not just another world, Saba hissed. There are no worlds as marvelous as Zonama Seacoast anywhere in the known galaxy.
The skepticism emanating from Senshi was so intense it was almost tangible.
And you've agreed to this? He asked Jabitha. You've set us on this path to destruction.
I've done no such thing, she snapped back. I, too, have seen the horrors of war. I, too, know what the crossings cost us. I want this as little as you do, Senshi, but I will not send these people away or treat them as though they're criminals simply because they come to us for help. They deserve better than that.
Why, because they're Jedi?
Because they do not mean us harm.
Is that your opinion or Seacoast's?
Seacoast's.
Here Jabitha faltered, her jaw tightening.
I have counseled caution just as you do. We cannot accept the word of strangers without question, but at the same time we must not make new enemies. If the Jedi are right about the Far Outsiders, we might need them as much as they need us.
And is that Seacoast's thought or yours?
That is mine, she admitted.
Senshi's expression was scornful.
You are gambling on your feelings when all our lives, as well as the life of Seacoast itself, are at stake.
He shook his head firmly.
I can't allow you to do this, Jabitha.
The Magister's expression hardened.
And what will you do if I refuse to stand down? Kill me? Kill the Jedi?
That is not an option,
Saba hissed, standing. Senshi glanced at the Barabel. There was a flicker of nervousness behind his eyes as they danced back to Jabitha.
I talk to you knowing that your eyes and ears are the eyes and ears of Seacoast. It will hear me and make its own decision. It will know the truth.
You have told it nothing it hasn't already heard, Senshi.
You're wrong, he said. I've told it that we are prepared to do whatever it takes to protect our peace. It has never heard our defiance before. Soon, though, it will see just how far we are prepared to go.
He turned aside to issue orders to one of his co-conspirators.
We're moving out in 5 minutes. Blindfold the Magister. I don't want her to see where we're going.
What about the Jedi?
Jabitha asked. Senshi met Jason's stare. The nervousness and uncertainty were still there, even though he was desperately trying not to show it in his expression. He knew that there was no way he could keep them if they didn't want to stay.
If they wish to come with us, then let them, he said. After all, the more witnesses we have, the better. But they can leave if they wish to. Even if they return straight to the settlement, they won't get back in time to bring help. And we have no need for additional prisoners.
Trust me,
Saba said. With hands outstretched and a simple tug of the Force, the 2 lightsaber pummels flew from the belt of the Pharaohan, looking after them back into her hands. She handed Jason his.
We were never your prisoners.
The Pharaohan guard became agitated by the display of power from the Jedi, but Senshi remained impassive.
If you try to interfere in any way, he said, then we will fight back. We might not be able to defeat warriors such as yourselves, but we will fight back.
He turned to address the Pharaohan guards.
Blindfold her, now.
Senshi turned and moved away, dismissing them. Jason and Saba exchanged concerned looks, then faced Jabitha.
She, too, had worry in her eyes. "Don't worry, Magister," Jason said. "We're not about to leave you."
"No harm will befall you in this one's care,"
Saba added. Jason nodded as reassuringly as he could, but doubt was beginning to flower at the back of his mind. Looking down at Danny's comatose figure, he couldn't help wonder what he and his friends were getting into. Jag felt Jaina's hand move within his. He jerked out of an exhausted half-sleep and leaned over her. Her eyelids were half-opened, and the fingers of her hand clutched his. "Jaina, can you hear me?"
Jag.
Her voice was ragged. She started to say something else, but was interrupted by a low moan from the bed next to hers. Jag's relief was muted by the realization that Tahiri was waking too. He reached across Jaina to call Salonia's chief medic.
"Vigos, I think you'd better get down here."
The medic didn't ask for explanations or waste time replying. With a click to indicate that he'd heard the message, the line went dead.
"Don't,"
Jaina swallowed. Her lips were dry and cracked. He handed her a cup of water with a straw feeder and let her drink, all the while uneasily watching the blonde girl stirring on the bed beside her. Green irises appeared through fluttering eyelids. Who was waking up? Tahiri or Rena? Jaina must have seen the apprehension in his stare.
"It's going to be all right,"
she croaked.
"I think."
Before he could ask her what she meant by this, Dantos Vigos and a full medical team burst into the room. Tahiri moaned again and suddenly jackknifed on the bed, limbs flailing. Whatever she was trying to do, her muscles weren't responding properly. Vigos and his team surrounded her instantly, gently restraining her while taking readings. 2 of the medics came to check on Jaina's vital signs. She assured them that she was fine, but they checked just the same. Jag believed her. Jaina's eyes were red and her skin was pale. She looked as though she'd been run through an ice harvester.
"I heard you,"
she whispered. He frowned at this. "What do you mean?"
"In my dream, I heard your voice. I heard what you said."
Her smile filled him with incredible warmth, and he realized that the sentiments he'd expressed to her earlier were being reciprocated. She didn't have to say anything. He just knew from that smile that she loved him too. "Tahiri," Vigos spoke close to the girl's face, gently prizing open her eyes with his fingers to flash a light in to check her pupil reactions. "Can you hear me, Tahiri?"
"My name."
The girl's dry lips cracked open and emitted a voice like a desert wind. She swallowed and tried again.
"What's my name?"
Jag's stomach went cold. "Ishka." He stood and put himself between Jaina and Tahiri, the thing in Tahiri's body. "Call Captain Maine," he instructed Vigos. "Tell her—" A hand gripped his forearm and he looked down in surprise to find Jaina restraining him.
"Wait,"
she said.
"Let's hear her out."
"If she doesn't know who she is, then how do we know she's Tahiri? I'm not giving Rena the chance to get better so she can stab us all in the backs with Tahiri's lightsaber."
"I am—"
Coughs racked Tahiri's body as whatever inhabited it struggled to speak.
"I am not—"
"I saw them, Jag." The strength returning to Jaina's voice held him still despite all the sirens sounding in his mind.
"I won't pretend that I saw or understood everything, but I saw them together in Tahiri's mind. Rena was there, fighting her. It was like a dream. They were fighting, then hunting something, me, I think. Then it looked like Rena was trying to convince Tahiri to turn on me."
She hesitated slightly.
"Perhaps even to kill me. But it didn't happen. Tahiri found another way.
Jaina hesitated again, as though searching for words. "Tell me, Jaina," Jag urged her. "Tell me why I shouldn't sound the alarm and have her restrained."
"Not just Tahiri,"
the girl beside them croaked, her voice slowly firming.
"I'm not just Rena either. I'm someone new."
The girl's eyes bored into his with startling clarity.
"I've changed, but my face has not."
"Changed?"
Jag heard Vigos's voice as though from a great distance.
"She's neither one nor the other,"
Jaina said.
"but both of them.
Tahiri could no more get rid of Rena than the Yuuzhan Vong makers could get rid of her. They had to join together. It was that or go crazy. The idea intrigued Jag. How did two completely different minds join? And would Tahiri be anything like she had been before? What if her Yuuzhan Vong half led her astray? 1,000 questions rushed his thoughts, none of them, he was sure, easily answered.
For the first time in years, I feel whole,
the girl said.
And that has to be right, surely?
She looked at Jaina.
I remember you being there, trying to help me. You didn't do anything, you were just there. Even when part of me wanted to attack you, you didn't fight back. That convinced me that fighting was wrong. Your example helped heal my wounded mind. We would have destroyed each other had it not been for you.
The girl's hands moved weakly, made a strong gesture in front of her face. Then she reached out to take Jaina's hand.
That's known as Us-Rock, she said. It indicates my indebtedness and loyalty to you for your help. I offer it to you not as a Yuuzhan Vong, nor as a human who knows a few foreign traditions. This is from me.
The girl's certainty seemed to falter for a second, then her determination firmed.
I will be grateful to you forever, Jaina Solo, sister of the one I loved. I will always consider you family and will protect you with my life. I vow this on my honor with all my strength.
Jaina glanced briefly at Jag, flustered.
Thank you.
Jag, too, was thrown by the girl's newfound confidence. Where before there had been uncertainty and doubt, now he saw strength and surety. "This is going to take some getting used to," he said. Tahiri nodded weakly.
For all of us,
she said. "Well, you're going to be okay." Vigos stepped between them. "Your respiration is even and your pulse strong. You haven't been out long enough for serious muscle deterioration to begin. You should be on your feet in no time." Tahiri tried to reply, but choked on her dry throat.
Mom will be pleased to hear that, Jaina said, filling the silence. Where is she, by the way?
Vigos glanced at Jag, who said simply, "On the Falcon." There was no keeping anything from her.
What's happened, Jag?
A lot, to be honest. I wouldn't really know where to start.
Just tell me what's going on,
she said, sitting up in the bed, concerned. We're in orbit around Esfondia. The Yuuzhan Vong are here, and so is Pelion. He debated whether to tell her about the little surprise the Grand Admiral had ordered, but decided to save that for later. The relay base itself has gone into hiding, and your parents went to look for it. They're trapped somewhere on the surface right now. We can't get into them, and they don't seem able to get out, either. She raised her eyebrows and shook her head, dumbfounded.
I must have been out for some time. Don't worry,
rasped a dry throat from the other bed. Tahiri's eyes were fixed on Jaina.
The one thing a warrior never does is abandon her family. We'll find them and bring them back, I promise.
Rest first, then fight, Jaina said, smiling at the young girl.
And I'm sure we can fit a fresher in there somewhere, too. I barely feel human at the moment. I dread to think how you feel. Like a Vuasa's armpit.
Tahiri laughed, and Jag felt some of the residual tension ease from his posture. He didn't need to understand the reference to get the joke. Jaina looked up at him then, and her eyes were shining. That convinced him that it was all going to be okay. Jaina had expressed no reservations about Tahiri's new character, or held any concerns for the girl's recovery. She was absolutely confident that what had happened was to the young Jedi Knight's benefit. That spoke volumes in her favor. On the strength of that, and as long as Tahiri stayed fighting on the right side, he would gladly call her a friend. Gnome Anor's eyes snapped open in the darkness. Instantly awake, but disoriented, he tried to work out what it was that had awoken him. Had he been dreaming? Had he forgotten to do something? It took him a good 10 seconds to realize that the answer lay all around him. When he had reclined on the cot to rest his eyes, he had left a single yellow lichen torch glowing over his desk. Now the room was dark. He lay silently in the darkness, listening. A soft movement came from the middle of the room, and he tensed, wondering what he should do. He could yell for the guards outside the door, but the chances were that if intruders had made it into his quarters, they'd already taken care of the guards anyway. He could reach for his kufi where it lay beside his cot,
but he would have to expose his throat to do so. He could launch himself at where he thought his attacker was standing, judging by the sounds he'd heard, but it would be too easy to miscalculate and miss, or accidentally throw himself into the path of a ready weapon. Numerous possibilities tumbled through his mind, but each was quickly dismissed. His Pleiadian bowl tensed automatically, reacting to the stress hormones that had begun to surge through his blood. If he could get in just one good shot at his attacker— "Now!" The word spat out of the darkness, and in an instant Gnome Anur was rushed from two sides at once. He felt hands clutching at him, trying to pin him down. He fought them off as best he could, but it was difficult, surprised as he was by both the attack and the number of people involved. He faced the assailant to his left in the hope of getting a better look. It was impossible. All he saw were shadows within shadows. He could make out an outline of the figure, however, and that was enough for now. Relaxing as though in defeat, he focused on the individual and fired his Pleiadian bowl directly into the attacker's face. He fell back with a cry. With his arm now free, Gnome Anur swung his clenched fist at the one restraining his other arm and struck him firmly on the side of the face. There was a grunt of pain, but this attacker continued to hang on. "Hold him!" someone cried, and suddenly more figures emerged from the shadows. Hands clutched at his skull, and something pressed tight against the eye socket containing the Pleiadian bowl. It spasmed, but was unable to fire. "How many are there?" he thought desperately, kicking out at the new attackers, trying to restrain both his legs and arms. It was hopeless. Soon two of them had managed to pin down his shoulders, while his legs were being crushed beneath the large torso of a third. In the end, he let the fight genuinely leave him, and his body sagged back onto his cot. There were simply too many of them. Better to conserve his strength than waste it on a pointless struggle. He took deep and steady breaths in order to relax and focus. Battles were rarely won with blind rage, he reminded himself. He needed to know his enemy before he could beat them, and here in the shadows he knew nothing about them whatsoever. A lambent flared from the doorway, casting a dim light across the faces of those holding him down. He didn't recognize the two pinning his shoulders, although that hardly surprised him. They might have been members of his own group, but he rarely paid attention to any but those important to his plans. Whoever they were just the lackeys of whoever was the mastermind behind the attack. A traitor, presumably. The figure holding the lambent was another story altogether. Shunmai stepped forward with a kufi in his other hand. The light gleaming off it matched the light in his eyes, cold, hard, and deadly. Gnome Anur frowned, feeling both confused and, strangely, delighted at the impudence of his religious adviser. This was not what he had expected at all. "Shunmai?" he said, feigning debilitating surprise. The shamed one stared down disdainfully at Gnome Anur, the blue sacs beneath his eyes pulsing with repressed delight. He shook his head slowly, as if in disapproval of his master. "You see," he said to his lackeys, "he is no god." "Nor have I ever professed to be, you fool," Gnome Anur responded. "Haven't you listened to anything I've taught you, but you could have been?" A sense of the absurd rolled over Gnome Anur as he lay there, pressed flat to the bed. He was unable to resist a bark of laughter. "You are either far more intelligent than I gave you credit for, Shunmai, or more stupid than I could have ever imagined." The shamed one uttered a vitriolic hiss and struck Gnome Anur across the face with the back of the hand holding the kufi. Then, flipping his hand over, he pressed the blade firmly against the ex-executor's throat. "You dare call me stupid, when I am the one holding your life in my hands? Holding the power of life or death over another doesn't automatically give you intelligence, Shunmai," Gnome Anur retorted. "You have me at a disadvantage at the moment, that's all." "At the moment?" Shunmai laughed. "You believe you can escape your end here, master?" There was only a hair's breadth of skin between Gnome Anur's artery and the kufi. A simple push was all that separated him from death. Nevertheless, he didn't allow alarm to show on his face. "The question is not whether I will escape my death," he said slowly, carefully, "but rather how you will escape yours." Shunmai glared down at Gnome Anur. "You threaten me even when you stand on oblivion's precipice." There was a manic look in Shunmai's eye,
a desperate need to prove himself against the one who'd had him at such a disadvantage for so long.
"I'm in no position to threaten you, Shunmai," he said. "I'm merely wondering how you ever expect to get away with this. The faithful will rise against you when they find out. You know that, don't you? Without me, there will be nothing to hold them together."
"That would only be a problem if they knew you were dead."
"Ah."
Noam Anur would have nodded, but with the kufi against his throat, it wasn't advisable.
"The Prophet will not be dead, although I might be. You're planning on becoming me, is that it? Using the masker, you intend to use my public face to hide your own and take control of the heresy?"
Shunmai allowed himself a slight smile, then.
"Yes, I do." "And you'll explain your own disappearance by mutilating my body and saying it's yours. Then you'll announce that you narrowly averted assassination by killing the one who was supposed to be your most loyal supporter."
"It seems a practical plan," Shunmai said. "I shall hide the truth behind the truth, a practice I have learned from you, Master." Noam Anur allowed himself a faint smile. Even now, Shunmai still didn't know the entire truth of Noam Anur's identity.
"And what of these you have turned against me? What have you promised them, Shunmai?"
The Shamed One hesitated, glancing at those holding Noam Anur down. That brief hesitation was all Noam Anur needed to know what lay in store for them. They would be killed at the first opportunity because they knew too much about Shunmai and his ambitions.
"They will stand beside me as we attain our freedom," the Shamed One said. "They will be the personal bodyguards of the Prophet."
"Indeed. And they expect you to show them the same sort of loyalty as you've shown me this night, Shunmai?"
"I would have remained loyal to you until the end," the Shamed One said earnestly. "For a while I even believed in you. But now," he shook his head, "this movement needs clarity of vision. This movement needs a true leader."
"But you're forgetting one thing," Noam Anur said.
"I'm forgetting nothing," Shunmai hissed.
"No, you are," Noam Anur insisted. He knew he had to keep Shunmai talking, keep playing for time. Every second he stayed alive was a second longer that a chance to reverse his situation might present itself. And the best way to do this was to play upon the Shamed One's insecurities and uncertainties.
"In fact, I can't believe you're so naive as to have missed it."
"If you think for a second that I won't kill you,"
Shunmai started, and the kufi pressed harder into Noam Anur's throat.
"I have no doubts that you would kill me, Shunmai,"
Noam Anur gasped placatingly, although there was a look in Shunmai's face that made Noam Anur wonder if the Shamed One really could kill him. He was certainly taking a long time about it.
"My life is most definitely in your hands, I don't deny this. But why are you really betraying me? Because I ordered you around? Because I kept you in the dark about certain things?"
Shunmai pulled back slightly. Noam Anur took the opportunity to catch his breath.
"Tell me, please, so that I may at least understand why I am to die at your hand."
"Because you offer your followers no better than what they had under Shimra."
There was such vitriol in the Shamed One's tone that it startled even those holding Noam Anur down.
"People came to us, and you used them as though they were nothing to you. You sacrificed them without even the decency of learning their names, while yours was on their tongues constantly. They believed in you. They believed in the Jedi."
Shunmai shook his head.
"The Jedi would never have done what you did, Amorn. All of this has been for nothing but your own glory. You have not spread the word of the Jedi for the sake of the Shamed Ones. You have used it for your own benefit."
"As you do now for yours, Shunmai."
The blade was once more against his throat, this time hard enough to break the skin. Noam Anur felt blood seep around the edges of the kufi and trickle down his neck.
"I should—" "Yes, you should," Noam Anur interrupted. "Kill me. Come on, Shunmai. I'm sure you have more pressing things to do than stand around here talking to me. You need to start planning your freedom, remember?"
"You mock me even with death's breath upon you?"
Noam Anur allowed himself a wide smile. His display of fearlessness had clearly rattled Shunmai.
"You know, perhaps I was wrong about you, Shunmai. Perhaps I was wrong when I said you'd forgotten something. Perhaps you never really knew it at all."
"Knew what?"
It was clear that despite the obvious advantage, Shun Mai wasn't as self-assured as he was prepared to admit. Gnome Anur smiled. That it's not going to work. Nonsense! You're as good as dead, not me, you idiot. Shimra, you're never going to convince him to give your freedom and honor back. Why would he listen to you? Why would he care the slightest atom about what you want? You can't see what's going on under your misshapen nose, let alone in the court of a ruler 1,000,000 times more powerful than the prophet will ever be, irrespective of who wears the mask. Whatever power you gain tonight will vanish upon your death, and the death of everyone tainted by your foul stench. Your life was forfeit from the moment you entered this room. My only sadness is that I won't be there to see it happen. Instead of showing doubt, the shamed one smiled back. Don't think you can trick me, Amorn. I know you're only trying to— Something jolted Shun Mai from behind, causing him to fall forward and lose his grip on the kufi. Gnome Anur twisted to avoid the razor-sharp edge as Shun Mai fell across him, dropping the lambent and turning the world to darkness. Sudden commotion in the blackened room renewed Gnome Anur's desperation to survive. He struggled wildly, ineffectually, under the heavy weight of Shun Mai's body. Voices in the dark, the sound of painful grunts, the slashing of blades, the soft, wet sound of tearing fabric and flesh, the clash of weapons, all filled the air in a grisly cacophony. The hands that had been holding his shoulders down and his Pleiadian bowl closed had gone, but he was still pinned beneath Shun Mai, who was breathing heavily, painfully. An agonized cry came from someone nearby, followed by the sound of a body crumpling to the floor. Gnome Anur finally rolled from under Shun Mai's limp body, removing the kufi from the shamed one's hand as he did. Shun Mai hit the ground with a grunt and whimper, but didn't make any attempt to move or defend himself. Then Gnome Anur collected the lambent and cast the light in the direction of the fighting. The sudden light upon the two combating warriors was enough to startle one into turning marginally. It was all Kunra needed to gain the advantage and dispose of his opponent. Crouching low, he swung his long blade and buried it deep in the other warrior's side. The eyes of the shamed one died as they stared at Gnome Anur. Then the body sagged to the ground, with the others cut virtually into two halves. Kunra straightened, wiping the flat of his blade clean on his robes. "You all right?" he asked. Gnome Anur nodded, glancing around at the bodies lying about his chamber. "I will be now. Sorry it took me so long," the ex-warrior said. 3 of them jumped me in my room. I figured when they didn't kill me right away that it wasn't me they were after. They just wanted to keep me out of the way until Shun Mai had finished with you. I guess they thought I might decide to join up with them once he'd taken over role of leader." Gnome Anur put a hand on Kunra's shoulder. "Either way, that was astoundingly good timing." "Not really. I stood outside for a while, listening." Kunra's flat grey eyes looked away. Gnome Anur studied the ex-warrior. "Of course you did. You thought about letting Shun Mai kill me. Then you could have killed him at a later date and taken over as prophet yourself, right?" "Perhaps." Kunra placed his weapon beneath his robes. There was no sign of an apology, but Gnome Anur didn't want one. He didn't mind treacherous thoughts as long as the end result was loyalty. "You would have made a better prophet than Shun Mai could have ever hoped to be." Gnome Anur looked down at the shamed one on the floor, moaning piteously with the handle of a kufi protruding from his back. The blade had severed his spinal column, rendering his limbs useless. "What you said to him just then," Kunra started, then stopped, unsure of either himself or the question he was about to ask. Gnome Anur faced him. "What about?" "You told him the plan to reclaim our honor couldn't work," he said. "That the Supreme Overlord would never listen to us." "I was merely bluffing." Kunra shook his head. "No, I could tell from your voice that you meant it." Gnome Anur nodded, understanding Kunra's doubt. Was their quest a hopeless one? There were very real uncertainties in his mind, particularly after seeing Shimra in all his splendor in the palace again. "Who knows, Kunra? Shimra is powerful, there's no questioning that. But maybe we can convince him. If I had 1,000 more warriors as loyal as you by my side, I would have no doubts whatsoever." Gnome Anur glanced down again at Shun Mai. With his foot he rolled the shamed one over, pushing the kufi in Shun Mai's back even deeper. Shun Mai cried out in discomfort, his pathetic features staring up pitiably at Gnome Anur.
"Forgive me, Master," he whimpered. "I was a misguided fool. You truly are one of the gods." "No, Shunmai," he said. "You were right the first time. I'm not one of the gods. I spurn them as readily as I spurn you. I prefer the company of the living."
With that he reached down and took the shamed one's throat in his hands and crushed the remaining life out of him. The terror of death in Shunmai's eyes lasted no more than 30 seconds before being replaced by an almost serene emptiness. Standing upright, Noam Anor faced Kunra.
"Get rid of the bodies," he said dispassionately. "I don't want anyone knowing about this. The last thing I need is for others to get the idea into their heads that the Prophet is vulnerable." "I understand," Kunra said, and immediately began to drag the corpses to the door. Noam Anor reached up to touch the seeping wound at his throat that Shunmai had inflicted. "I need to see to this," he said. Before he left the room, he faced Kunra one last time. "You did well this night, Kunra. I won't forget it." Kunra nodded solemnly, then continued with his grisly work. Luke listened to the news from the Boris network with a feeling of foreboding. "Senchi's made no attempt to talk to anyone," he said when the latest reports came to an end. "But he's up to something."
"I agree," Mara said. "Did he give you any idea what that might be?"
"Something dramatic, decisive, attention-getting." Luke steepled his fingers under his chin and tried to think. They were seated on the upper floor of one of the mushroom-shaped habitats. Large pores in the ceiling and walls admitted air and light into the domed space. Bowls of aromatic tea had been served on a table around which they had gathered to consider their next move.
"It would help if we knew where they were going, at least,"
Mara said, scowling into her bowl. Both she and Luke had tried to sense Jason through the Force, but they had given up after an hour. The eddying life fields of the planet simply proved too difficult to penetrate. It was now afternoon, and Luke had yet to ascertain whether such interference was normal or somehow manufactured artificially.
"We are narrowing down the possibilities,"
Dorrick said from the edge of the habitat. She had taken to pacing nervously, worrying at her hands as she pondered the Magister's fate.
"It's not easy. The Tampasi is very dense in that region, and the trail isn't marked, but I believe I can guess at his destination."
Mara looked up hopefully.
"Where?" "To the northeast of here lies a stand of rogue Boris. Seacode permits their existence in order to encourage genetic diversity."
"Rogue?" Mara frowned. "How?"
"Boris can be very dangerous and territorial when allowed to grow wild,"
Dorrick explained.
"They are as strictly contained as they can be."
Hegarty's expression was one of incomprehension.
"Wild trees?"
"Boris are more than mere trees." There was rebuke in Roll's words. "Boris seeds are mobile. They migrate to a nursery every summer, where lightning called down by the Boris launches them on the next stage of their life cycle. There are many different types of Boris, and correspondingly many different ways that mutants can be harmful."
"Particularly during a thunderstorm,"
Dorrick added.
"So why would Senchi be taking them there, then?" Mara asked. "Maybe he's unaware that the mutant stand is in his path," Hegarty suggested.
"It's not important why," Luke said. He fixed Dorrick with a sober gaze. This was the best lead they had had in hours. "Is it possible to cut them off before they reach it?" Dorrick shook her head.
"Even our fastest runners couldn't get there in time. They'll be there within 2 hours."
"What about airships?" Luke pressed.
"The Boris will prevent them from landing."
"Jade Shadow could do it," Mara said. "I can summon her here with the slave circuit. If you release her from the landing field, we could be there in less than an hour."
"We can try to ask Seacode," Roll said, "but it will be difficult without the Magister." "Try anyway," Luke said. The Pharaohan bowed and left the habitat. Luke's comlink buzzed, and he answered it. The voice at the other end belonged to Captain Yage.
"Master Skywalker, telemetry is picking up gravitational readings on the third moon of Mobus.
Source?
Unknown, but M3 is little more than a rock. There can't be anything big enough down there to generate gravity waves."
"It could be a damaged coral skipper," Luke said.
"Or one that's working just fine,"
Mara added. "That was my thought," Yage said.
We'd like to send a couple of ties to investigate." A glance at Darek confirmed to Luke that their hosts would be less than happy at the thought of Imperial fighters swarming over the small moon. "I'll get back to you on that, Arian," he said, and clicked off the comlink. Before he could speak, Darek was shaking her head.
"We will not permit what you are about to ask."
Luke sighed, fighting to keep his tone even and reasonable when he spoke. "Please understand that we wish you no harm. We have done nothing so far to hurt you or your world. In fact, we may have found a security breach that you missed. All it would take is one ship to escape from here, and your sanctuary will be shattered. Instead of being afraid of us, you should be letting us help you."
"Perhaps."
Darek still wasn't convinced, but at least she was listening.
"We shall check our own observations. If there really are gravity waves coming from that moon, we will detect them and take action for ourselves."
Luke nodded. "That sounds reasonable. But don't take too long," Mara said as the Pharaohan woman exited the room. "I don't like being stuck here while who knows what might be warming up their drives over our heads." "Seacoat will protect you," Rowell assured, returning to take Darek's place. "And who'll protect Seacoat?" Mara's words were steeped in annoyance and frustration, although beneath them Luke sensed a genuine sympathy for the Pharaohans. "You've been out here too long. You've forgotten how big the galaxy is. Maybe Seacoat has forgotten, too. I admire your faith in this planet you live on, but I'd hate you to get a rude reminder of how things really are." "You know little about Seacoat," the Pharaohan said. "Your information is decades old, scavenged from rumors and legends. You have no concept of what Seacoat is capable of." "Which is why we're here," Luke said. "We want to know, because Seacoat is at the core of our solution. With that knowledge, perhaps we can find peace in a way that won't involve the death of trillions." "We're going in circles," Hegarty said, "and until Seacoat decides to trust us, we're just going to keep on going that way." "Seacoat has no reason to trust you," Rowell stated flatly. "Then we'll just have to give it one," Mara said. Luke nodded in agreement, thinking, "But what would Obi-Wan do in my place?" The thought that Obi-Wan and his father had been here long ago still nagged at the back of his mind. If there were any way to summon the spirit of his lost teacher, he would have done so immediately. "What happened to you when you were here, Ben? Does it have any bearing on what's happening to us now? And what of my father? Was his fate bound in any way to what happened to him here?" His thoughts, of course, received no answer, so he released them with a sigh. He returned to the discussion with the others, empathizing fully with Mara's growing frustration. The corridors of the Esfandia long-range communications base were narrow but surprisingly tall. Obviously, Leia thought, it had been designed that way with its go-tall commander in mind, whose twin energy-sensing horn stretched a meter above Leia's head. On the Millennium Falcon, Ashpadar would have had to crouch at all times. Here the commander had to duck only occasionally on her tour of the base. The heights of the rest of the crew, however, were on the whole decidedly below average. 3 slight Solistans made up the core engineering and technical expertise on the base, while 5 stocky Ugnaughts were there for grunt work. There was a Nogri security chief called Enignar, who came up to Leia's shoulder. His assistants were 2 squat Klaatu-Inians, 2 human communications specialists, and a Twi'lek science officer defended the average. The tour given by the commander and her security chief shouldn't have taken long, but Ashpadar insisted on introducing Leia and Droma to everyone they met. Her Nogri bodyguards hovered close behind at all times. They were quiet and unobtrusive, but Leia could always sense them there. Droma had chosen to accompany her to the base because he'd said he needed to get out of the Falcon for a while. After what they'd just been through, he was feeling a little claustrophobic. Han had opted to stay back with his ship, because he felt that someone needed to keep an eye on her. Besides which, he said it would give him the chance to do diagnostic checks on the engine and shield generators. "This is our extravehicular bay." Ashpadar opened an internal airlock to reveal 5 speeder bikes. Next to them stood a cupboard containing envirosuits suitable for the dense, frigid atmosphere outside. Although the base itself is mobile, there are times when we must travel individually to the sensor stations to perform minor repairs. The sensors are temperamental devices requiring frequent maintenance.
Leia nodded. Half a plan was forming in her mind. If the other half fell into place, the speeder bikes would be essential. Outside the base, silence still reigned. While the pounding stopped, the brr-brr were safe. She was grateful for that, at least. It gave her time to think.
Sensing transmissions from the unknown regions is just half the story, surely, Droma said. You'd have to broadcast them again into the rest of the galaxy. Where do you do that?
The sensors accomplished that task also, Ashpadar droned. Her flat, monotone voice made it hard to feign interest. Every signal detected by more than one sensor is error-checked and boosted toward the core by at least half of the remaining sensors. Juggling the reception and transmission load is one reason why the system is so delicate, and why we try to maintain a healthy margin for error. I endeavor to operate on a 50% surplus capacity. How many sensors have you lost due to the Yuuzhan Vong? Leia asked. 13 out of 40. Could you function normally with that? As long as there are no further bombardments, then yes, we could operate for a time, but we would require additional resources to bring up that safety margin. I'll do everything I can to make sure you have them, Leia said. And quickly, she added to herself. Who knew what messages Luke might be trying to send her from the unknown regions? When the tour was complete, Ashpadar took them to her cabin, which doubled as an office. She took a seat on one side of her expansive desk, while Leia, Droma, and the security chief sat on the other. Leia's bodyguard stood just outside the door.
This is a secure environment,
Enignar assured her in his sibilant voice. The Nogri was whip-slender and courted his reptilian face a picture of intensity.
What you're about to see has not been revealed to the rest of the crew.
Ashpadar opened a safe on the wall opposite them and revealed a leathery ball with a supple, ridged surface. A vein pulsed at its base, indicating that it was a living thing. A wiry husk surrounded the creature, culminating in a long, tapering tail. A Philip, Leia said. Is that how the Yuuzhan Vong knew you were here? Ashpadar agreed. They were summoned here, exactly when or why, we have no way of knowing. There must have been another on Generis, too.
This one was found 2 days ago in a maintenance recess, deep in the belly of the base,
Enignar said.
Anyone could have hidden it there. The person who owns it must know by now that it's been discovered, but they have not revealed themselves. Therefore, unfortunately, our betrayer still walks among us.
We'd just begun conducting low-key security sweeps when the Yuuzhan Vong arrived, Ashpadar said. Obviously, survival takes preference in the short term. Until we can locate the traitor, I've kept the Philip here, where no one can access it but me. So saying, she closed the safe and locked it. All other forms of communications are sealed tight. Nothing and no one gets out of this base without my authorization. Leia indicated her approval. We can show you how to sweep for Yuuzhan Vong in disguise. We have mouse droids designed to do so discreetly. You don't have to be a Jedi to do that. The expressionless Gotal inclined her head. My thanks. All we need to do, Leia said, is ride out the crisis. Once the Yuuzhan Vong have been knocked out of orbit, you'll be able to emerge and conduct a proper inquiry. That is my hope. I do fear, however, that... Ashpadar's desk comlink bleeped, interrupting her. Yes. A message from the Millennium Falcon, reported one of the commander's communications officers. Coded telemetry data has arrived from orbit. Patch it through, Riddle. A holodisplay came to life on Ashpadar's desk. It showed the disposition of the Yuuzhan Vong and Imperial forces over opposite hemispheres, keeping each other at bay. Flashpoints came and went as either side probed the defenses of the other or attempted to drop forces down into the atmosphere. No one was getting through. As Leia watched, the image zoomed in to the surface to show entry points for a small Yuuzhan Vong force that had managed to make it down to the atmosphere while the battle had been raging.
We've got company,
Droma said. So it would seem, the security chief said. If they're combing the area, Leia said, then it will only be a matter of time before they find us. A distant pressure slipped into Leia's mind. Relief rushed through her as Jaina's mental presence made itself felt. It wasn't some strange psychic attack, but a long-distance version of a Jedi mind meld. The link was tremulous, severely attenuated. It was obviously taking a great deal of effort to keep open, and it soon ebbed and faded altogether. "Princess," Leia broke from her thoughts now to face Ashpadar, who was looking at her with some concern. "Are you all right?" "I'm sorry," Leia said, standing. "As long as no stray emissions alert the Yuuzhan Vong to our presence here, we should be safe for the moment. The trader inside the base is what we need to be focusing upon. Come with me to the Falcon and I'll equip you with mouse droids. While you're addressing that problem, we'll work on the other." Ashpadar stood and bowed her high-horned head. "I am grateful for your assistance." Enoch Nar escorted them back to the Falcon. No one spoke for the duration of the short trip. But once they were safely back on board the freighter, and the security chief had gone, Droma immediately turned to Leia and shook his head.
"I don't like him," he said.
"Who? Enoch Nar?"
"Yeah, Enoch Nar,"
Droma said.
"Did you see his expression when that telemetry came through?"
Leia nodded. There was something not quite right about him. She turned to her Nogri bodyguards. "Did you recognize Enoch Nar's clan scent?" "We do not know him," Miwal said. "He has distanced himself from Hanagar," Cockmane agreed.
"Or was never part of it," Droma said. "Let's set those droids on him and see what happens."
"They'll only detect a Yuuzhan Vong hiding under a masker," Leia said. "And I would have noticed that already. If he is a traitor, then we're going to have to force him to reveal himself." Droma's eyes studied her closely.
"You have a plan?"
"Maybe," she said thoughtfully. "But I have someone to talk to first." Captain Mayne brought Grand Admiral Pelion up to date via the comm unit. Jaina was still with Tahiri, Jag by her side, listening in via the comm unit in the Salonia's medical wards. Pelion came through loud and clear from right to rule. Jaina's mother had managed to open contact with those in orbit via a transmission from a modified research droid. The droid, little more than a repulsor unit with a subspace transmitter strapped to its back, had been quickly redesigned to receive the same radio frequencies employed by the planet's native life forms. In order to further avoid giving away the relay base's location, the Falcon had communicated with it only by brief laser pulses on that frequency. Even so, the transmission from the droid relay had barely lasted long enough to bring all parties up to date. Within moments, a Yuuzhan Vong volley had cut the conversation dramatically short.
"So the Falcon and the relay base are effectively trapped," Pelion said once Captain Mayne had finished.
"That's correct, sir."
"And there's been no sign of those ground troops yet?"
"None, sir."
"That won't last long. Commander Vorik is impatient. He won't allow them to sit on their hands down there. He'll want results, and he'll want them fast."
"Their first task," Tahiri said in low, confident tones, "will be to search the bombardment sites for signs of wreckage. When they've been cleared, the spaces between will be examined. They'll begin at the center of the bombed region and work outward. Although they have effectively missed, they will assume that their information was correct, and that the relay base is most likely near the middle."
"And where is it exactly?"
Pelion asked. "Near the edge," Captain Mayne said. "The bombed region centers on the approximate location of the Falcon's last transmission. They won't know that it's moved."
"So we have them at a slight disadvantage," Pelion said.
"All we need is a window of opportunity in which to act," Jaina said. "Our first priority is to get someone down there to help them. At the moment, Vorik is hanging in there because he feels confident of finding the base. If he has priorities elsewhere, then his time isn't unlimited. Make it harder for him to find the base, and he might just decide that it's not worth it."
"It would give me immense pleasure to force that battle-clouded fool to retreat from a fight."
There seemed to be a hint of a smile in the Admiral's voice.
"What about the traitor on the ground?" Jag asked. "How are we going to coordinate any sort of action knowing it could be undermined at any time?"
"That's a risk Mom is prepared to take," Jaina said. "She thinks they've already identified the traitor."
"The mouse droids?"
Jag asked. Jaina shook her head. "They didn't pick anything up, but she's keeping an eye on him, in case he tries anything."
"We can do little about the traitor down there," Pelion said. "Our issue is to focus on how to get a team onto the surface. Vorik has Esfandia effectively closed off. Neither of us can get down there."
"I think I might be able to help," Tahiri said. "All I need is access to a Yuuzhan Vong hulk. I'm sure there must be at least one floating around out there, left over from the battle."
"Actually, we have the orbits of 6 charted," Pelion said.
but I doubt you'll get away with taking one of them down to the surface. After Colonel Fell's performance, they won't fall for that trick in a hurry again."
"That's not what I intend. There might be a living Vilip choir on one of them. Give me that, and I'll give you the window you require." The blonde girl's expression was fiercely determined, almost stern. She was a far cry from the confused, broken girl who had come to Mon Calamari for help prior to setting out on the mission.
"And how will you do that exactly?" Pelion asked.
"I will tell Vorik that I intend to lead the Falcon and the relay base into a trap," she said. "I'll tell him that I plan to betray Princess Leia and Captain Solo in the bargain."
Pelion seemed uncertain. "He'll suspect a double-cross."
"Perhaps," Tahiri said easily, "but he won't be able to afford not to take advantage of the offer. A quick and easy victory will enable him to move elsewhere without disgrace." The Grand Admiral still didn't seem convinced, and Jaina could understand why. What if Tahiri really did betray Han and Leia, not Vorik at all? What if she was planning a triple cross with Pelion himself on the receiving end? "I trust her," Jaina said. At some point she knew that they were going to have to let Tahiri prove herself worthy, and now seemed as good a time as any, especially since the combined knowledge of Tahiri and Rena might be the only thing capable of getting them out of the mess they had found themselves in. Besides which, her gut instincts told her that Tahiri was whole and strong. "I trust her with my life." Her bold declaration had the required effect.
"Very well,"
Pelion said after a moment's thought, seemingly satisfied.
Beside her, Jaina also noticed the tense set to Jag's shoulder ease noticeably. She even felt a slight lessening of intensity from Tahiri. "I'll leave you to organize the details with the Falcon and the relay base once they open communications again," Pelion went on. "I ask only that you advise me of the outcome. I'll maintain the situation up here as long as I can. If you need assistance, you have but to ask."
The Admiral's small speech was stiff, almost formal. Jaina suspected she knew why, and it surprised her. "Of course we'll need your assistance, Admiral," she said. "We're not going to get through this blockade on our own. You loaned Captain Mayne a TIE squadron during the initial advance. I'd like to requisition another one to Twin Suns Squadron for the time being. Would this be acceptable?"
"Jaina Solo," he said with some amusement, "you're as much a politician as your mother."
"I'll take that as a compliment."
"As it was intended."
When the line to the Grand Admiral closed, Jag faced Jaina with a frown.
"What was that all about?"
he asked. It was Tahiri who answered him. "Just," she said. "If we don't use the Imperials, they'll feel as though they're being left out, and then they'll wonder why. If we're not actively keeping secrets from them, then we should let them participate in everything we do. I suspect that this is why peace accords with the Empire have failed in the past. A lack of fighting isn't peace. It's just a temporary cessation of war." Jaina nodded. "If we're going to work together, the Empire and the Galactic Alliance have to not just communicate with each other, but use each other also. Talking isn't enough. Until we fight together, risk our lives alongside one another, we will always be apart."
"I'll give the squadrons some work to do until you're ready to commandeer what you need," Captain Mayne interjected into the conversation. "As the ranking Jedi here, I'll take your instructions on what you require the Salonia to do in support of your mission."
It hit Jaina then that she was effectively in charge. Yes, she was relaying her orders, but the finer points would be under her command. Even the Grand Admiral of the Imperial Fleet was prepared to take her recommendations. It was strange, but she didn't feel discomforted by the authority she suddenly found herself carrying. "Tahiri and I will confer," she said. "I'll issue instructions within the hour. Keep everyone on red alert. If our situation changes, we'll need to act immediately."
"Understood,"
Mayne said. She signed off.
"Well," Jag said, nodding as if impressed, "check out Chief Jaina."
"You should watch yourself," she said. "I could have you up for insubordination with talk like that."
"Is that so? You may be able to throw your weight around here, Colonel Solo, but when next we meet on the sparring mats, it will be a different story altogether, I assure you."
"Funny, but if I recall, it was me who had the upper hand last time we clashed, back on Mon Cal."
Tahiri's laugh surprised them both. Together they turned to face her.
"What's so amusing?" Jaina asked.
"You too,"
Tahiri said. There was a smile on her face, the likes of which Jaina hadn't seen in a long time. She'd smiled before, but not like this. Not so completely. "If Anakin were here, I'm sure he would have told the two of you to get a room or something." Jaina returned the smile, certain that both of them felt the same pang of grief below the happy memory, and certain, too, now, that Tahiri was going to be all right. Saba felt as though she were drowning in fragrance. The kidnappers, many of them riding giant three-legged creatures they called carapods, followed Senshi down a steep, wriggling path into a deep valley, the sides of which hung with thick vines that cascaded down the slopes like a green, still-life waterfall. As they descended, the air grew thicker and hotter and was heavily laden with pollens and moisture. It made Saba's head spin. Her pulse raced and her skin itched as her body worked to combat the extra heat. The steady rainfall wasn't helping either. The air was so humid that evaporation was almost impossible. She felt as if she were surrounded by a boiling fog, a swirling glow in infrared that turned the green of leaves and moss to crimson. "How much farther?" Jason asked the Pharaohan ahead of them, a muscular woman with her hair folded back in a fat bun. "Not far," the woman said without looking back. Saba could feel the young Jedi's irritation. He was concerned about Danny, who was strapped to the carapod behind them, just as Jabitha was to another beast ahead of them. She still hadn't woken from the blow that had knocked her unconscious. That worried Saba, too. Neither of them was a healer, and they had exhausted their ability to help her very early on. Danny didn't seem to be worsening, but neither was she improving. If she remained as she was for much longer, getting her to Tekli would become a priority. Saba then fixed her thoughts on their destination. She sensed a knot of darkness ahead deep in the valley, a break in the flow of life sweeping through Zonama. When she probed at it and tried to picture it in her mind, the image that came was of a whirlpool storm in the atmosphere of a gas giant. Normal flows continued around it more or less undisturbed, bending only slightly to make way for its presence, but anything that came too close was sucked in and devoured. Senshi was leading them down into that heart of darkness. It called Saba through the fog, whispering directly into her mind. But the darkness wasn't deliberately calling her, she knew. It was just triggering the darkness that was already in her, the doubts of her self-worth and the residual guilt for the loss of her homeworld. No, she told herself firmly, pushing the emotions from her mind. She wasn't about to allow this darkness to take hold of her thoughts. It was not real. She had to stay focused. Thankfully, the dark allure receded slightly in response to her determination, and she continued resolutely to follow Senshi on their downward track. Everything was ready. A shuttle supplied by the Imperials had stocked the gutted Yorick Strana picket ship analog that had once been called Harasha Gull, a name that meant price of pain, Tahiri knew. Jaina had immediately rechristened it Collaborator upon assuming control. Tahiri stood amid the wreckage that had once been the bridge and pondered what that name indicated for her future. Things seemed to be going well in her mind, but she was ever vigilant for signs of disturbance. While the part that had once been Rena had reservations about attacking the Yuuzhan Vong, there was no resistance to the plan Jaina had devised. The part that had once been. The word seemed strange, irrelevant. She was thinking with one mind now, not two. Her thoughts were her own, and the time when her body had carried both Tahiri and Rena was little more than a bad dream, an increasingly distant one at that. The knowledge they shared didn't come in words as though from separate minds. It felt more as one would converse with a conscience, a part of oneself. It felt right. The Yuuzhan Vong did this to me, she told herself. Whether I was Tahiri or Rena, they abused my mind and left me to suffer. And then they took Anakin away from me. For that, if nothing else, I will fight them. Earlier she had located the lingering remnants of a Villip choir. Setting up a primitive nutrient feed, she had coaxed it back into a semblance of functionality. She didn't know how well it would work, but it would definitely transmit, and possibly receive, too. The latter depended on how fundamentally the coral hull of the picket ship had been damaged. The equivalent of an antenna threaded through the Yorick coral in the form of spiraling fibers, attuned to the subtle vibrations of the Yuuzhan Vong communications system. Tahiri took a deep breath and activated the choir. She could feel the stares of the others in the mission, staying silent and watchful out of range of the Villips. For the moment, everything depended on her performance. The Villips folded themselves inside out, and the two surviving beacons quivered to life.
I, Rena of Domain Quad, seek to humble myself before Commander Bishithvorik, she said loudly and clearly in the Yuuzhan Vong language. The Phillips fluttered like aquatic creatures feeding in an inrushing tide. Strange patterns fluttered across the choir's field of view, tantalizing but never quite taking coherent form. A liquid, static-filled voice tried to speak to her but emerged as nothing but grating vowels. She tried again. Rena of Domain Quad calls from the valiant husk of Rashagal. I abase my unworthy self in hope of an audience. My service to Yuuzhan's glorious cause has not yet ended. More grating sounds, then suddenly a harsh, guttural voice coalesced out of the noise. The commander does not waste time with failed domains. Domain Quad did not fail. I am Rena, a warrior, shaped to obey. Hear me out if you wish your enemies delivered. Your words are lies, and your lies are empty. My only lies are to our mutual enemies. It is they I send to their deaths. There was a slight delay. Then, after a pause sufficient to be insulting, a new voice growled at her. Speak, feeble one. Do I have the honor of the commander's attention? No, you are unworthy to inhabit the same universe as him. Speak. I bring intelligence of the enemy's movements, she said. The infidels have taken me into their trust. I will betray their conspiracy in order to further Commander Vorik's glory. And who are you to promise such things? I am Rena of Domain Quad. I am the one who was shaped. Another pause. I have heard of this heresy. You are a Jedi abomination. I am the pride of Yunharla. The Shapers made me to obey. I abase myself now in the hope that you will allow me to perform my sacred duty, so that I might return to the fold of the mighty Yuuzhan Vong. Yet another pause, this one longer than the previous. She suspected she was being transferred to someone still higher along the hierarchical chain. Sure enough, when the quiet was finally broken, the voice belonged to another warrior. Your claims offend my ears. You have the time it would take for me to drain the blood from a heretic to convince me not to blow your worthless life out of the skies. And so it went. The process was laborious but necessary. Every Yuuzhan Vong leader relied on this process of trial by underling to ensure that anything reaching him was worth listening to. If it wasn't, every one of those underlings in the chain would pay dearly, and they knew it. But with every underling she convinced, Tahiri became increasingly certain that she would soon be talking to the commander himself, and that she would be able to convince him as she had his underlings. Finally, the roughest, foulest voice of all spoke to her from the damaged Philip choir. It had to be the commander. His insults echoed those she had already received in regard to content, but the tone was infinitely more malicious.
Your visage offends my eyes,
he said slowly, precisely, venom dripping from every syllable.
Your very existence is an affront to the proper order of the universe. You will offer yourself as sacrifice to Yun-Yamka at the first opportunity to ensure that no others attempt what the Quad heretics attempted.
Tahiri lowered her eyes. She had expected something like this. Lord Commander, I shall obey. The Slayer may take me through your very hands if you wish. Once I have delivered victory over the infidels to you, I will have no further reason to live. This seemed to please him marginally.
Speak, then, of how this victory may be accomplished.
I have convinced the Jedi that I can be trusted, and that I will provide safe passage onto the surface of the planet Esfandia. In exchange for their trust and for your assistance in expediting our safe journey, I will betray them at the first opportunity and reveal to you the location of the communications base you seek.
How do I know that you can be trusted? You speak as a Yuuzhan Vong, but your appearance is that of an infidel.
You can see me that well, great commander.
The image is poor, but clear enough to cause me revulsion.
As it should, commander. Were I not to be sacrificed, I would beg the Shapers to give me a body more suitable of service to Yun-Yamka. She took a deep breath and concentrated. As it is, I wish only to prove my dedication to the gods. I am a faithful servant of Yun-Harla.
The cloaked goddess protects me among the infidels. She keeps my true face hidden, but it is there beneath this foul visage. I ask her for a sign that will prove my loyalty to you. I beseech the trickster for one last chance to cleanse myself of the stain of abomination."
Tahiri tipped her head back. The old scars on her forehead burned as she sent the force through them. Inflicted by the Shaper Mejon Quad during the implementation of Rena, Tahiri had kept the scars as a memento of her trials. They had come to symbolize everything from her loss of self on Yavin 4 to the death of Anakin. They were to play a much more important role now. Under her will, the deep wounds opened afresh. Blood trickled down her temples and face as her skin parted and peeled back. She was careful not to show any emotion but joy, keeping her mind focused on the force rather than the pain. The Vilip would be showing Commander Vorik everything, the slightest flicker of humanity, and he would know that she was lying. Eventually, Vorik spoke.
"Enough," he said. "You will be given the chance you request."
Tahiri tipped her face forward. Blood dripped from her chin to her chest, but she ignored it.
"I am not worthy, Commander. Today, Abomination Yun Harla favors you. That is enough for me. The Yorick Strana you have commandeered will be allowed to enter the planet's atmosphere. Any other craft attempting to escort you, however, will be destroyed."
"Yes, Great One, this vessel will appear to descend under an uncontrolled burn. The Imperial infidels will ignore it as they would ignore any other piece of space junk. I ask only that you ignore it too."
"It shall be done. We shall await your signal. Do not fail me, Rena of Domain Quad, or this will be merely the beginning of your torment."
Tahiri bowed. "I won't, Commander." Tahiri straightened and stroked the Vilip Choir's control nodule. The bowl-shaped organisms inverted with a sigh, as though they knew that their usefulness had been exceeded, and that they could now die in peace. As soon as she was sure the choir had ceased transmitting, Tahiri let herself relax. "Hu Karjan Tuk!" she cried out as the pain of her reopened wounds rushed in. Jaina ran out of hiding to soothe her. "You didn't need to do that," she said. "Are you all right?" Tahiri nodded, but didn't argue about need. There had been little choice. She wasn't little Tahiri anymore. She was someone new, and this someone didn't balk at what had to be done. Jag was looking at her in a way he had never done before, almost as if he was re-evaluating his opinion of her. "We'll start the burn in 5 minutes," Jaina went on, applying synth flesh to the wounds on Tahiri's forehead. "That'll give you an hour to go into a healing trance, and I'm ordering you to do just that, okay? I need as many hands on deck as possible." Tahiri nodded. She was a warrior and a Jedi, and both sides of her knew to follow orders when they made sense. After receiving a spray hypo of painkiller, she took a crash couch at the rear of the hollowed-out space and closed her eyes. The Millennium Falcon seemed empty without Droma and Han. Leia had little to do but wait as the plan was put into effect. The mission to the communications transponder had left 2 hours earlier. Leia had been there as Han had suited up and tested the controls of his speeder bike. "Sure you don't want to come?" he'd asked her, his voice muffled behind the transparent visor of his flexible envirosuit. He'd smiled wryly and added, "Could be romantic, the two of us slipping away from the others, do a bit of sightseeing." She'd laughed at this. "Sightseeing on a planet with an atmosphere of methane and hydrogen. I think I'll pass, thanks all the same." The suits were designed to keep the deep cold of Esfondia at bay, as well as provide the right atmospheric mix for several species. They could accommodate many different body types, which was fortunate, given the people on the mission. As well as Han, there was another human communications technician, the Nogri security head, Eniknar. "Where I can keep an eye on him," as Han had put it. A hefty Clatuinian security guard, Androma, whose tail was snugly tucked away down one leg of the suit. "Besides," she'd said as she watched the motley bunch ready themselves for the mission, "somebody needs to stay behind to mind the ship." He couldn't argue that point. As much as he would have loved for Leia to be with him, he was practical enough to know the importance of keeping an eye on his freighter. She had kissed his visor and wished him luck. Once outside the base and beyond the confines of the nesting plane tunnels, the 5 speeder bikes were under strict comm silence. The slightest transmission would alert the Yuuzhan Vong ground teams to their whereabouts. If they maintained the ban on emissions and kept low to the surface, it was unlikely they would be discovered. Unless, of course, they were unlucky enough to run into one of those ground teams along the way. Commander Ashpadar had offered Leia a refreshment in her office, and she had accepted. They had talked for perhaps half an hour about anything other than their situation, and she couldn't help wonder if the mood-sensitive Gotal was trying to distract Leia from her concerns. Ashpadar talked about life on Antar 4, where she'd met a commercial interpreter and planned to raise a family. Her mate had died in a mining accident, however, and Ashpadar, stricken with grief, had left her home to explore the larger galaxy. That was 20 standard years ago, she said, and she'd never looked back. "Tell me about the Cold Ones," Leia said, using the commander's own term for the species of intelligent life indigenous to Esfandia, a term considerably easier to pronounce than Burbrop. "When were they taught to speak Trinary, and by whom?" "That was the previous space commander," Ashpadar replied. "Before my time. Communications traffic was less then, and the full-time crew correspondingly smaller. Commander Sai was an exiled Gran and lonely with it. In his off-duty hours he studied the Cold Ones and deciphered their calls, noting what no one else had. Despite the lack of physical evidence such as tools, it was clear that the creatures had a culture. As proof of this, he taught them to speak Trinary, which is much easier to understand than their native tongue. They communicate exclusively with us in that language now, keeping us informed of their movements, so we are aware at all times of their whereabouts." Leia nodded solemnly. "That way you avoid accidental deaths like the ones we were responsible for." "Exactly. Do they communicate with you often?" Ashpadar came as close to smiling as Leia had seen, but her tone remained dull and lifeless. "The Cold Ones love to talk. Their calls can travel great distances. Sometimes the whole planet seems alive with their chatter." "Are there many of them?" Leia asked. "They're not a bountiful species and never have been. We estimate their numbers to be in thousands." "That's not a lot." "No, but then Esfandia isn't the sort of world that can support a large and varied ecosystem. As the core temperature winds down, the available niches are contracting. The fact that there are no tides or seasons tends to mean that the same species have propagated across the entire planet. What Esfandia has at the moment is a sort of equilibrium. Relatively speaking, the Cold Ones are like rancors, at the top of the food chain, eating anything they can get their mouths around farther down. They tend vast gardens that stretch for kilometers and herd flocks of flying insects that they trade for trace minerals filtered from the air. It's a complex system that's very gradually devolving, but it serves them well for the moment. And now the Yuuzhan Vong have come along and disrupted everything." Ashpadar nodded her great horned head. "Explosions and vehicular wakes have a profound effect on the biosphere. That's why this space's design was structured on that of an all-terrain armored transport. In time, perhaps, the energy input to the system will actually increase growth in some areas, but initially it causes nothing but widespread destruction. I have suggested that the Cold Ones take shelter in the nesting plains until the crisis is over, but they are a curious species. Many of them, particularly the younger ones, would happily risk death for just a little excitement in their lives." Later, back in the Falcon, it was these words that Leia found herself pondering. Some things, it seemed, were universal. Her own children were no different from those of the Cold Ones, and they were no different from how she had been at their age either. What was it about youth, she wondered, that sent them on such extreme quests for selfhood and experience? What was the point of finding out who you were if it meant dying in the process? "I must be getting old, 3PO, she said to the golden droid. "We all are, mistress," he chirped mournfully in reply. The atmosphere was gloomy and close when they reached the floor of the valley. Jacen looked warily around him, sensing hostility but not able to identify its source. Hanging vines and rope-like roots, sliding in and out of cracks in the rock like snakes, hid the steep V of the valley below. High above, the dense canopy formed a distant ceiling from which rain fell steadily. He felt as though they'd entered a vast underground chamber. Their destination wasn't far away. A narrow river flowing noisily along the bottom of the valley had been blocked by a rockfall, forming a dam around which a stand of Boris grew. These trees clawed their way through the stone walls and floor of the valley, their trunks coiling around each other, knotted in a dense and sinister-looking mat. Jason sensed a furious struggle caught in the posture of the trees, as though the Boris had been frozen in the act of trying to devour one another. The strangely motile limbs of the giant trees swayed and snapped between the trunks, unnervingly like the tentacles of a sarlacc seeking prey. "We're going in there?" he asked the Pharaohan ahead of them. "Yes," she replied, as curtly as she had to every other question he'd asked. "Mind telling me why?" "You'll find out soon enough," she said. The charapod bearing Danny plodded along behind them. Jason felt a strange excitement brewing in the creature's mind, as though it recognized this place. But he could get nothing more from it than that. Its hide was as thick as a bantha's, and oddly rich in metals glinting occasionally in the poor light. At the edge of the stand of Boris, Senshi stopped the party, the Pharaohans riding carapods quickly dismounted. Danny's and Jabitha's stretchers were unloaded. "We walk the rest of the way," Senshi said. "Wait a minute." Jason shouldered his way through the knot of kidnappers to the Pharaohan leader. "I don't like the look of that place." Senshi shrugged. "That's not my concern. You choose to accompany us, and this is where we are going. You can either come with us or leave. The choice remains yours." "There is a third choice," Saba hissed menacingly. Jason put a hand on her arm to stay any hostile actions. He could feel her muscles vibrating like over-tightened wires beneath her scales. "We'll come with you," he said. "But if you make any attempt to harm—" "What?" Senshi interjected sharply. "What will you do, Jedi? All I hear are empty words. Make good with your threats or stay out of my way." Without another word, the kidnappers continued into the stand of Boris. Their silent compliance unnerved him as much as their destination. Senshi seemed to have them all hypnotized. They circled the muddy lake and came to the natural dam that was its genesis. It rose like a scar across the bottom of the valley, 10 meters high, blocking off the river. Waterfalls trickled down the far side of the dam, creating a series of smaller rivers that joined up farther down the valley. The stand of Boris was densest there, towering above them. Their trunks merged and joined in one particular space, isolating a blackened pit with a stone floor. Charred tentacles rose from its edges like frozen smoke. Jason looked nervously around him as the party continued their descent. He and Saba kept to the rear, stepping carefully from root to root down the steep slope. The air around them smelled of damp charcoal, as though countless fires had been kindled and quashed here over the years. At the bottom of the pit, the kidnappers came to a halt again. Senshi ordered the stretcher bearing the Magister to be placed on the buckled stone floor. Danny's beside her. "This one is concerned," Saba muttered to Jason, her eyes searching the gloom. "The life energies here are tangled. We are all in danger." Jason wasn't about to argue with that. He had exactly the same reservations. He confronted Senshi with his concerns. "What is this place, Senshi? Why are we here?" "Boras have a complex life cycle," the head kidnapper said. "They are a magnificent species in all respects. Their seeds are more like animals than plants. They channel lightning to fuel complex organic processes deep within their trunks. Their roots link and merge in a communications network that spans the globe. We cohabit the surface of Seacoast, the Boris and us, and we respect each other's differences." The ground seemed to tremble beneath their feet. "Just like all organic systems," Senshi went on, "there can be injuries, diseases, cancers. This is one such place where the natural patterns of Seacoast have been stunted, twisted. There are malignant Boris, just as there can be malignant people. On the whole, such Boris are perfectly safe, unless you disturb their seeding grounds, of course, in which case you are in great danger." Jason felt compelled to ask, even though part of him already knew the answer. "Where are these seeding grounds?" A sudden swirling of antipathy swept around them, radiating from the Boris. Senshi smiled. "We're standing on them." Saba had had enough. She snatched her lightsaber from her side and ignited it with a touch of its activation stud. Everyone around the pit turned to her, their faces painted by the bright red glow from her blade. The action seemed to whip the malignant Boris to a new level of excitement. Saba felt subsonic rumblings pass through her claws to the pads of her feet as the tentacles of the trees flailed over their heads, snapping and crackling like an angry brushfire. "Saba, wait!" Jason called out.
"We cannot stay here."
She kept her stare fixed on Senshi as she spoke.
"It's not safe. And Danny needs attention. This one is telling you to take us out of here now."
She flexed her muscles to add her considerable Barabel weight to the request. "No," Senshi returned, unmoved by either her words or her posturing. "It's okay, Saba," Jason said, stepping up to her and motioning for her to lower her weapon. She stared at him, confused. Couldn't he see the danger they were in? Couldn't he sense through the force that something wasn't right here? "Please," he urged, "trust me." Despite her reservations, she deactivated her lightsaber and lowered it as he requested. He nodded his appreciation, then faced Senshi. "Please, before someone gets hurt, can't you explain to us what is going on? What is it you hope to achieve by bringing us here?"
"That all depends on what you intend to do about it."
"What does that mean?" Jason said in obvious exasperation. "I don't understand."
"You will soon enough." "Great is the potentium."
A low chant came from the combined voices of those around them.
"Great is the life of Seacoat."
Saba felt the energies of the Boris gathering together. The trunks shuddered and stretched as though reaching for the sky. She felt a gathering potential in the air, building with every second. Whatever was going to happen, it was coming fast.
"All serve and are served," the crowd chanted. "All join the potentium."
Jabitha moaned. Before Saba had chance to react, Senshi was on the ground beside the Magister, one hand across her throat and the other pressing one of the organic lightning rods against her temple.
"Move and I'll kill her,"
he said to the stunned Jedi Knights. Saba froze, her thumb hesitating over her lightsaber's activation stud.
"This isn't what I expected," the Magister said, her eyes flickering open to look at those gathered around her.
"That was the idea,"
Senshi hissed, dragging her and the stretcher closer to the edge of the pit.
"Now what, Jedi?" he asked Jason. "Now what?"
"Now we'll see,"
Mara whispered as Darek hurried back into the habitat, armed, Luke hoped, with the results of the analysis of the anomalous gravity readings from Mobus's third moon. Darek whispered to Roel in a language that Luke couldn't understand. Then, as one, both the Pharaohans turned to face him.
"Our sensors detect no gravitic anomaly," Roel said.
"What?"
Mara said.
"You're saying you detect nothing?"
Roel nodded.
"Your comrades must have been mistaken with their readings."
"Either that," Darek put in, "or you have been attempting to mislead us."
"Or you could be wrong," Mara said angrily. "We have studied this system for decades," Roel said, rearing back defensively. "We know its moons intimately. We are not wrong."
"Perhaps you are being lied to," Luke said, trying to ease the growing tensions. "Tell me, who did your information come from?"
"From Seacoat, of course, via the Boris network,"
Roel replied in a tone that suggested Luke had to be a fool for even asking.
"Everything on Zonama begins and ends with Seacoat."
Luke nodded his understanding, raising the comlink to his lips. "Captain Yage, I want you to send a flight of TIEs to investigate that anomaly." "I have a flight on standby now, sir," Yage responded immediately, clearly picking up on the more formal tone in Luke's voice. "They'll break formation in 10 seconds. "What?" Darek stepped forward, her face pinched in alarm. Luke ignored her, speaking to Yage again via his comlink. "Good work, Captain. You may authorize them to use destructive force if necessary." "You can't do this," Darek protested heatedly. "You don't have the authorization to maneuver in our vicinity, let alone take aggressive measures."
"If you aren't prepared to do what needs to be done," Luke said smoothly, "then I will do it for you." "This is unacceptable," Roel exclaimed. "Recall those fighters immediately, or—"
Mara rose to her feet and placed both hands defiantly on her hips.
"Or what, exactly?"
"You don't intimidate me," Roel said, although the tremor in his voice belied his words. "Nor do you
intimidate Seacoast. Remember, it is only by its goodwill that you are here at all. Push that goodwill too far, and your fate will be the same as that of the far outsiders."
"You'd like that, wouldn't you?" Mara said. "Maybe that's why you're lying to us, to provoke us into getting on your precious planet's bad side."
"That's preposterous. Why would we bother going to such lengths?"
"You tell me," Mara said, coming around the table to face Roel. He retreated a step, eyes widening.
"Great is the potentium," he whispered hastily, as though in prayer. "Great is the life of Seacoast."
Luke sent a mental prompt to Mara, and she backed off.
"We're not here to threaten you," he said to Darek. "We'd just like to help, that's all." Roel snorted. "Seacoast is the only help we require." "Really," Luke said. "Suppose one of the Far Outsiders' ships managed to survive the attack we saw. What do you think would happen if the pilot of that ship slipped out of your bubble of safety and reported to his superiors about what he found here? The next thing you know, you'd have a fleet 10 times bigger than the one you saw here yesterday, bearing down upon you. Could Seacoast defend you against that?"
"Easily,"
Darek said. "And the fleet after that?"
"Of course."
"And the one after that?" he pressed.
She hesitated this time, the notion of repetitive attacks clearly dawning behind her confident facade. Before anyone could speak again, Luke's comlink bleeped. He answered the call.
"Yes?"
"The fighters are approaching the moon," Captain Yage reported. "I'll patch a live telemetry feed through to Jade Shadow. Techley can relay the information to you from there." There was a delay of 2 seconds before the Chadrafon's voice came over the line.
"I'll do my best to describe what's going on," she said. "There are 3 ties closing in on the source of the gravity waves." "I insist you turn them back," Roel said.
With a look from Mara, the Pharaohan fell silent and stormed from the room.
"The source is steady," Techley continued. "It's a regular pulse coming from behind M3.
"Does it match any known Dovin basal patterns?"
"No, it's not something we've seen before. It could be a beacon or a long-range carrier wave of some kind." There was a slight pause. "The ties are conducting a preliminary survey of the moon now. It's old, with a rugged, heavily cratered surface. Deep and cold, it's perfect for hiding in. There seems to be traces of several recent flybys."
"We occasionally mine this moon for selenium,"
Darek said when Mara faced her questioningly.
"Recently?" she asked.
"No, but—"
"They've found the source," Techley said. "It's a deep pit on the far side, very deep, in fact. One of them is going in to investigate."
"Tell them to be careful," Luke said.
"They're taking every precaution," Captain Yage assured him over the line. "They're following standard Imperial search procedures to remain back while one sweeps the location. If they see anything, they'll pull back immediately to report, depending on the data."
Yage came to an abrupt halt. Luke stiffened, feeling a premonition through the force.
"Captain Yage, Techley, report." "The emissions just spiked," Techley said after a few seconds' silence. "There's definitely something in there. Whatever it is, it reacted when the tie came closer to take a look. The tie is moving in for a second pass. The gravity waves are all over the place, and there are seismic vibrations."
Again the transmission ceased in mid-sentence. The break was only for 2 seconds, but it felt longer to Luke.
"It's out!" Techley cried. "They flushed it out. It looks like a coral skipper, and it's making a break for it."
Luke spoke rapidly into the comlink.
"That ship cannot be allowed to leave the system. Captain Yage, you must deploy all available forces to intercept. Whatever is required, it has to be stopped."
"There is no ship,"
Darek fumed as she hurriedly exited the room also.
"This is just a ruse to allow you to mobilize your forces against us."
"Check your sensors if you still don't believe us," Mara called after her. "You couldn't possibly be missing this." "The Widowmaker has deployed all its ties and broken orbit itself," Techley reported. "The skip is evading pursuit, using Mopus's gravity to whip itself out to the edge of the system. The 3 ties that found it are following as best they can." "Is it going to get away?" Luke asked.
There was another pause.
"It might."
Luke could hear Mara's teeth grinding in nervous tension.
"If we had Jade Shadow, none of this would be a problem."
Darek returned with Roel, with a small contingent of Pharaohan guards in tow.
"Our sensors show nothing," Roel said. "The system is empty. You have betrayed our trust, just as we knew you would."
"Seize them!"
Darek pointed, and the guards moved in on Luke, Mara, and Dr. Hegarty.
In a flash, Mara was on her feet, lightsaber in hand. Luke joined her, his bright green blade in front of him, and the doctor safely behind. The guards hesitated, and in the brief silence before anyone spoke, Luke found himself wondering in dismay how the quest for Zonama Seacoat could have come to this. Whatever Vergere had intended by sending them here, it now looked like it was going to come to naught.
"This isn't going to solve anything," Hegarty said. "There has to be an explanation for what's going on."
"Name one that doesn't involve your duplicity,"
Darek sneered.
"Bioscreens,"
the elderly scientist suggested quickly.
"Something the Yuuzhan Vong have developed that interferes with your senses, perhaps, but not ours. They could have been spying on you for ages without your knowing, until we came and flushed them out."
"If there are any intruders in our system," Darek said, "then Seacoat will be able to deal with them. We don't need your help."
"If we don't catch this thing," Mara said, "then how do you expect to?"
"Seacoat has powers far beyond your own. If it so chose, it could reach across this system and snuff the life out of a single cell."
Then, with a dark expression, she added,
"It could sterilize your Widowmaker with little more than a thought."
Luke sensed his wife beside him tense at the threat. While he questioned Darek's statement, the thought of Yaje and her crew being destroyed made him feel ill.
"If you insist there is something in our system evading our senses,"
Darek went on,
"then Seacoat can choose to destroy everything in that sector, just to be on the safe side."
Mara glanced at Luke.
"That would certainly fix the problem. We should tell Yaje to get those ties out of there and let Seacoat do its stuff."
"I'm not saying it will do this,"
Darek said.
"Seacoat takes its own counsel. The decision does not lie with you or me."
Mara was watching Luke closely, waiting for his decision, but for the moment he had no words to offer, no orders to give. His mind was stuck on how Seacoat could act across such a vast distance quickly enough to stop the fleeing coral skipper. Conventional weapons simply wouldn't work in this instance, he knew, and the Force, of course, wouldn't work against the Yuuzhan Vong. And even if it did... "Great is the potentium," Rowell had said. "Great is the life of Seacoat." The potentium was an unusual view of the Force, and not one that Luke found he could easily relate to. Its teachings didn't acknowledge the existence of the dark side. Jepitha had indicated that she regarded the intention behind an action to be more important than how the act was executed. The same argument, in other words, that others had advocated in the early days of the war against the Yuuzhan Vong. The ends justified the means, but the dark side was ultimately corrupting, and would turn anyone who used it against the very ones they were trying to defend. Anakin killed with the strength of his mind. Until that moment, we had not known that such things were possible. "Seacoat must not act," Luke said finally. "What?" said Mara and Darek at the same time. "Call it off," he insisted. "I don't care how you do it, but Seacoat must not attack that coral skipper." Renewed suspicion filled Darek's eyes.
"You would only say that if you'd been lying all along. There is no coral skipper, is there?"
Luke didn't have time to argue his case with the stubborn Pharaohan. He closed his eyes, looking for inspiration and strength to do what his instinct told him he had to do. Taking his comlink, he quickly contacted the Widowmaker. "Captain Yaje, recall the ties and return to orbit. Under no circumstances are you to provoke Seacoat." There was uncertainty in the heartbeat of silence before Yaje spoke. "Understood."
"The ties are turning back,"
Techley confirmed a couple of seconds later.
"The skip has a clear run for the edge of the system."
Mara was staring at her husband as though he'd lost his mind.
"Luke, if that skip gets away—"
"I know, Mara," he said. "Trust me. Better that the coral skipper escapes and tells the Yuuzhan Vong where Seacoat is," he thought to himself. Then Seacoat turns to the dark side. The thought of a living planet serving the forces of destruction and terror, the same planet that was the symbol of the Yuuzhan Vong occupation of the galaxy, was a disturbing one. All it would take was a single step in the wrong direction for Seacoat to begin the long, inevitable fall. And that step could be something as simple as the destruction of that Yuuzhan Vong skip.
"The coral skipper,"
Techley said over the comlink, breaking into his thoughts. Something's happening to it. Part 4. Revelation. Ngala joined Nom Anor and Kunra deep beneath the quarters she had most recently been assigned. A double shift of guards outside the prophet's personal chambers let her through after checking with their master. Her expression was wary, concerned. Master. She bowed her head in respect and nodded a more cursory acknowledgement of Kunra. I came as quickly as I could. What is the emergency? The emergency has passed for now. I called you here to keep you informed. In an unhurried, matter-of-fact tone, Nom Anor explained to his chief spy in the court of Shimra what had happened the previous night. As she learned of Shunmai's betrayal, her eyes widened. Even after years of training in the deceptive arts, she was unable to completely hide her shock. This is impossible, she said at one point, shaking her head as though refusing to hear. I cannot accept that Shunmai would do this. Nom Anor lowered the color he had worn high all day, revealing the gash the traitor had put in his throat. It happened, he said. His tone remained calm, belying the rage still burning in his gut, and the dark suspicion that was rising to take its place. The fool dared raise his hand against me, and is paid for it. But I wonder if this is not the end of it. I have asked around, Kunra said, his expression grim. Shunmai was not alone in his discontent. There is a feeling growing that we are not moving quickly or decisively enough. And I wonder at Shunmai's boldness, Nom Anor added. He simply didn't have the brains to organize such a coup on his own. There has to be someone else behind it. Ngala glanced at Kunra, then back at her prophet. Her eyes were full of confusion and uncertainty. Who would that be, master? At this point, Nom Anor said, your guess is as good as mine. But we will find them and eliminate them. There are rivals, Kunra said. There are at least 2 subordinate acolytes, Idrish and Vatel, who would take power for themselves if they thought they could get away with it. I find it, Ngala struggled for the right words, appalling and inconceivable that someone in whom you have placed so much trust would consider turning on you. That they would consider it is what makes them such good emissaries. Nom Anor examined her alarm at the thought and found it sincere but puzzling. Why does this surprise you? You are an expert at deception. You know that it is in everyone's nature to betray, if not Shimra, then me, or both of us. But no, she swallowed. To attack you would undermine everything we have worked for. It is not something the Jedi would sanction. Ah, the words of a true fanatic to whom the movement was as pure and incorruptible as its ideals. To Nom Anor, a realist, the heresy was something quite different, and it behaved as such. To him it was a means of attaining power, and there was nothing stopping others within the movement from trying to use it toward exactly the same end. Not all are as dedicated as you, dear Ngala, he said. Not all say things so clearly. Perhaps the attack came from outside the movement, she said, her lips tightening into a thin, angry line. From Shimra. The Supreme Overlord has tried to infiltrate us in the past, Kunra conceded, but he could never have gotten so close as to turn Shunmai without us knowing. And he hasn't the patience for such a plan, Nom Anor said. He would have used Shunmai to lead his warriors into the heart of our hiding place, then destroyed us in one sweep. No, he shook his head decisively. Had Shimra been behind it, we would be rotting in the Yargon pit right now with the other heretics. If word spreads of this attack on you, she said, exhibiting more of her usual spirit, that might make a suitable cover story. It will provide a more palatable explanation than that one of your closest turned against you. Word will not spread, Kunra said grimly. I have made certain of that. And what good would such a tale do anyway? Nom Anor asked. It would fill our masses with anger and the need for revenge. They would demand that we attack Shimra directly, to make it known that we cannot be intimidated. We cannot do that. It would be death for us all to make a move on the Supreme Overlord before we are ready. If we were ready soon, we won't be, Ngala, Our undertaking is massive, and the risk great. Small acts of terrorism are one thing. We can afford to lose a cell or two if the perpetrators are discovered. But to throw everything into an ill-prepared confrontation with Shimra—" he shook his head. "It would be less a case of doing than dying."
She nodded slowly, as though faintly disappointed. What was it with fanatics, Noam Anor asked himself. Why were they ever willing to throw their lives away on doomed quests? This was one instance when the Jedi were setting a very bad example. After Ganner and Anakin Solo, pointless death seemed to have garnered a powerful glamour. But not for Noam Anor, he swore. If he was going to fall, it wasn't to be with some scruffy rabble on a misguided quest that had no hope of succeeding. She seemed to accept it at last, and Gala's head hung down onto her chest as she said, "You are right, of course, Master."
"I am," he reassured her with more than a hint of command in his voice. "We are striving on numerous fronts. Our numbers grow every day. Shimra is aware of us and our efforts. It's only a matter of time before he accepts the inevitable."
"Yes, Master." Her head came up, and he saw in her eyes that she had swallowed his rhetoric completely. "He cannot ignore us forever."
"So we continue with our plans. We will spread the message ever more widely and facilitate its spread by getting rid of those who oppose us. The campaign against Zareb goes as expected, I presume."
"Those who will speak against him have successfully infiltrated his household," she said. "When the time is right, they will be captured and interrogated."
"The time is right,"
Noam Anor said. The time was always right to watch another rival fall.
"Set the plan in motion tomorrow." "I worry about this," Hunra said. "We are wasting resources, throwing novices in such numbers to their deaths."
Noam Anor nodded. This was the strongest argument against his plan of revenge, but it was easily countered.
"We will find more. The one thing we don't lack for at the moment, Kunra, is a willing congregation. They may become less willing if our targets remain lowly intendants and executors."
"Not so lowly," Noam Anor said with a scowl. He remembered his days as an executor with fondness after long months of squalor behind the mask of the Prophet.
"But it is hard to see their relevance in the larger scheme of things. Yes, they may create opportunities for those loyal to us to rise, but how long must the faithful wait before they are free?"
Kunra's eyes narrowed, as though he were squinting into a bright light.
"I repeat only that which I hear on the lips of malcontents. It is not my opinion." "No, because you have no more wish to commit suicide than I."
Noam Anor exhaled heavily.
"We will deal with malcontents as they arise. Let them attack Shimra if they want. They will do it without my support or my resources."
"Perhaps one of them will get lucky," Ngala said with a gleam in her eye. It was time to stop the conversation in its tracks. Killing Shimra, Noam Anor knew, would have disastrous consequences for the heretics. Chaos would reign for as long as it took a new supreme overlord to take power. And how much harder would it be to curry favor from War Master Nas Choka or High Prefect Drathul? Both of whom were relatively unknown quantities. Noam Anor needed Shimra exactly where he was. If Shimra fell, and the war effort failed, he doubted that Mara Jade Skywalker and the Galactic Alliance would show much mercy when they found out who was really behind the Jedi heresy. "You received a courier today," he said to the priestess. "I presume he carried word from Shimra's court?" "Yes," she said, momentarily flustered by the change in topic. "I have underlings bring me news on a regular basis. It does not do to keep out of touch for long. A misstep can be fatal." That Noam Anor knew well.
"Do any of the developments concern us? Has High Priest Jakan's spine ray notion been approved?"
"It has been turned down as expected." She thought for a moment. "There was one matter my underling reported. It may not be of direct concern, but it is still intriguing. Do you remember that mission to the unknown regions I mentioned before?"
"The commander who thought he had found Zonama Seacoat? He went missing, if I recall, after making his claims."
"Yes, there is more to the story now. It appears that this Ekam Val didn't just claim to have found the living planet. He claimed that he had brought a piece back from it.
Really? No Manor feigned interest. Has this Commander Val been located yet?
No, Master.
And what happened to that piece of Zonama seacoat?
It has disappeared, too.
He snorted. Very convenient. What do you think, Kunra? Another boastful warrior with nothing to back up his claim?
There is corroborating evidence, Ngala said before Kunra could answer. A Yorick Trima was impounded about the same time as Commander Val is supposed to have made his claims. Also, a vessel by the name of Noble Sacrifice entered orbit around Yujantar immediately prior to then. It was destroyed on suspicion of harboring infidel spies. The landing field records indicate that the impounded Yorick Trima came from Noble Sacrifice.
I don't understand the mystery, Nome Anor said. Why can't this ship have been exactly what we're told it was?
It is not in War Master Noschoka's nature to hide incursions of this kind. He would have reported it, used the fact that his warriors successfully stopped it to gain advancement in Shimra's eyes. He wouldn't bury it like this.
Are you certain it has been buried? Perhaps your informants conveniently ignore a proper handling of the affair for the sake of a good story.
Ngala shook her head. I checked. There is no mention of this Commander Val anywhere, in any of the official recordings.
So he didn't exist at all.
Yet I did find him. That surprised him.
I thought you said he'd disappeared.
Not for those who looked hard enough. No Manor was intrigued now, whether he wanted to be or not.
Where is he then? Have you spoken to him?
Sadly, no. He is in no condition to talk. Commander Val is dead. My underling found his body in the Yargun pit. It had been stripped of all identifying features and tossed, lifeless, with the others Shimra has shamed with a dishonorable death. For a moment No Manor was convinced. Something was afoot. Someone had wanted Commander Val silenced for some sinister reason, perhaps inimical to Shimra. Then his usual skepticism returned.
How did you know it was him?
He challenged her.
You said the body had no identifying marks.
The timing of the body's death coincided with Val's supposed disappearance, she responded. Besides, how many perfectly fit warriors have you seen thrown into Yargun pits? That honor is reserved for those of the lowest ranks, starving heretics convicted of the foulest crime of heresy.
Treachery is not much higher. If Val had collaborated with the infidels, or allowed himself to be corrupted, his fate might have been the same. Your underling could have been mistaken, or simply added his own elaborations to the tale.
It's possible, she conceded.
I fear that you have been taken for a fool, Ngala. You should know better.
I will not argue that point with you, Master. The priestess bowed her head. I am simply saying what I have heard.
And my thanks for that. It is a diverting tale.
Nome Anor glanced at Kunra, who seemed immoderately fascinated by the conversation. The shamed warrior's critical faculties either had not kicked in or lacked the capacity to separate likely falsehood from an unlikely truth.
Look into the matter more closely when you return to Shimra's court, he allowed her. I'm always happy to be proven right. And if I'm wrong, well, perhaps there is something in it we can use.
Yes, Master. She bowed again. I will return in 2 days to present my evidence against Prefect Zareb.
Excellent.
No Manor experienced another pleasing rush at the thought of another old rival destroyed, the third in a row.
This plan is working perfectly well. As far as I am concerned, we are following the ideal course, and any who disagree with me can join Commander Val in the Yargun pit.
That can easily be arranged, Kunra said, with Ngala's help. Any rumbling in the ranks will soon be quelled. As my master wills it. The priestess bowed her head a third time and begged permission to leave. She was tired and required time to prepare for the days ahead. Nome Anor permitted her to go, explaining that his concern over Shunmai's betrayal had evaporated. What did he have to fear with contingencies such as this in place? Pleased, she bade him a good rest himself and left. When Ngala had gone, Nome Anor turned to Kunra.
Well,
was all he asked. I believe her, the ex-warrior said. She is not the one who covets your throne. A knot eased in him, but he did not allow himself to relax.
Ngala is a master of deception. You could not tell that she was lying simply by looking at her. Her prattle about this mysterious Commander Val could be nothing more than a distraction to draw attention away from herself. Kunra shrugged. That's possible, he said. I am not as skilled as you in exposing lies.
Nom Anor narrowed his gaze. Was that sarcasm he heard in Kunra's voice? Perhaps they were in league together, he thought. The two closest to the Prophet, plotting to unseat him and presenting a united front when the attempt failed. Certainly Ngala seemed keen to attack Shinra, and she had received the mysterious courier that day.
She remains useful,
he said, coming to a similar conclusion about Kunra, even as he spoke the words.
While she remains so, I can live with my doubt, and I can take precautions. It takes more than a kufi in the dark to kill me, now more than ever. That is eminently so.
Nom Anor ignored the smugness in Kunra's tone, just as he had ignored the sarcasm.
And our work continues. When is my first congregation here due? Whenever you feel up to it. Why wouldn't I feel up to it? Tell— He hesitated, then quickly chose Shunmai's replacement. Tell Treve he's now the chief acolyte. He will make arrangements immediately in the morning. I see no reason to pause and give people reason to worry.
The former warrior smiled.
I agree. Now would be the wrong time to lose momentum. That's enough,
Nom Anor thought.
Saving my life doesn't automatically give you a premium on my ear.
Nom Anor pointed at the door but bit his tongue on harsh words. The time would come to teach his strong arm a lesson in humility.
Go. You have done enough for one day.
Kunra bowed with barely sufficient reverence and left. The ride down was bumpy. Jag's hands itched to take control of the ship and smooth out their descent, but he couldn't. Although both sides knew that Collaborator was a ruse, it was important that the pretense was maintained. The rechristened picket ship would, therefore, spiral unpowered down to the upper atmosphere, at which point atmospheric drag would begin to decelerate it. Only when they were safely out of sight would Tahiri bring the barely skyworthy craft to an inelegant landing. It certainly wasn't the way Jag preferred to fly, but it was important he didn't interfere. That everything went without a hitch didn't surprise him, however. With the hopes of both sides riding on the mission, fighting had enjoyed a tense lull since the mission's launch. Only the occasional skirmish marred Esfandia's dark skies. Something rattled violently from behind him. "Are you sure everything's securely stowed back there?" he called to Arth Gishin, the Imperial sergeant who had volunteered for the mission. "Positive," the sleek black-haired man responded. Gishin looked more like an aristocrat than a dirt flyer, but Pelion had assured Jag that he was the best atmospheric pilot he had. "Something's probably just worked loose in the wreckage, that's all." Jag nodded, satisfied by the explanation. It wasn't as if any of them could get up to look anyway. They were firmly strapped in and would remain that way until their flight path had leveled out. They were a diverse group, and among them they represented just about everyone who had a stake in the outcome of the battle. Jag and Josel stood for the Chiss. Gishin came from the Empire, as did the 6 military-issue speeder bikes they'd brought with them on the mission. The Galactic Alliance was represented by Jaina and Entin Adelmaj, and Tahiri carried the Yuuzhan Vong inside her now. They were a motley crew, it was true, but together Jag was sure they'd be able to teach the Yuuzhan Vong ground forces a thing or two about atmospheric combat. His idle reveries were interrupted when something seemed to hit them, spinning the ship into a tumble. He looked over to Tahiri, who was studying the meager range of instruments before her with a look of fierce concentration. "Almost there," she whispered. Her knuckles were white as they gripped the armrests of the crashed couch. "Got it!" Her hands came up to the controls, and Jag took that as his cue to join in. Together they wrestled the decidedly unstreamlined shape of the Collaborator under some semblance of control. Their altitude dropped alarmingly through the dense layers of Esfandia's atmosphere, and he imagined he could feel the air around them heating up. The coordinates marking the location of the relay base, as given to Jaina by her mother, vanished around the bulge of the planet, followed a second later by the rendezvous point. They had one more turn around the world before they had to put down.
Put down was, of course, a euphemism. The plan was to ditch the ship entirely in order to confuse pursuit. Collaborator's re-entry path would stand out like a fire breather on an ice floe, and he had no doubts that the Yuuzhan Vong ground crew would immediately converge on its terminus. If all they found was a burning wreckage, then all the better. Glad that the locals had been warned to keep well out of their way, Tahiri applied some final adjustments to Collaborator's trim and announced that he was happy with the vector. Jaina unclipped her safety harness, and she stood cautiously, fighting the constant bucking of the floor beneath her. "All right, let's get those speeders warmed up." The 6 of them headed back to where the vehicles rested in makeshift harnesses. Jag donned his armored envirosuit's helmet and enabled his maser communications systems. He could communicate with anyone via the suit's speakers and mics if they were close enough. For long-distance communication, while comm silence was being maintained, a microwave laser network could keep everyone in line of sight in touch. "Testing, testing. Loud and clear, Colonel Fell." Sergeant Gishin was already in the saddle flicking switches. His envirosuit was as black and shiny as his hair. "All systems green." "Green for go," Josel echoed, 2 speeders along. Jag took the speeder between them and punched its repulsor engine into life. The air was rapidly filling with the high-pitched whining of machines eager for freedom. One by one they all confirmed their status. "Charges armed," Jaina said. "We are go in 3, 2, 1. Jag felt the explosion through his suit. It was immediately overwhelmed by the shock of the hull breaking apart. In no time at all, the alien hulk had cracked open completely, as per the plan. They were sucked out one by one into a swirling hurricane. Jag fought the turbulence, feeling his speeder kick in as he approached the hard ground below. He didn't have time to note the locations of the others, but the maser system kept tabs on all of them, displaying their locations as red dots on his helmet's display. The thundering boom signaled Collaborator's ungentle crash landing on Esfandia, a safe distance away. "Everyone okay?" Jaina's voice came clear and clipped over the maser intercom. The dots converged on hers as everyone confirmed that they'd exited the ship safely. "We're a little off target," she said, taking the center position of a triangular aerial formation. Jag, from the rear starboard point, could see her checking map data and triangulating on navigation signals broadcast by Imperial ships high above. "Our heading is 30 degrees south, 5 kilometers. Sergeant Gishin, you lead the way." The Imperial gunned his speeder bike in that direction, quickly accelerating to maximum velocity. The rest followed close behind. Jag checked his weapons as he flew, single-handedly steering his speeder over the undulating, rubble-strewn plains. As well as the fixed cannon on his speeder bike, he had a heavy blaster pistol holstered at his side, a belt of thermal detonators, and his Heretic slung across his back. Webbing held 4 4HX4 landmines securely on either side of his saddle. Only when he felt sure that their rough landing hadn't damaged his mini-arsenal did he take the time to actually look around. As viewed through the light enhancers built into his helmet, the sky appeared burnt orange and muted. Heavy wind pulled at him, but it wasn't the usual sort of air he would find on a planet of this size. Esfandia's atmosphere, primarily methane and hydrogen, was normally associated with gas giants. Although Jag couldn't actually feel the cold, he was acutely aware of its presence just millimeters from his skin. If his envirosuit were to fail, his blood would freeze in seconds. All in all, it wasn't the most hospitable environment he'd ever visited. Gishin led them dodging and weaving through a forest of slender columns that resembled the trunks of petrified trees. What they were actually made of, though, Jag couldn't tell. Nor did he have the time or the inclination to stop and find out. As far as he was concerned, the sooner he was off the planet, the better. A thin spire rose out of the gloom ahead. 20 meters tall, its tapering geometric lines distinguished it from the tree trunks in the area. This Jag knew was the transponder rendezvous point. They approached it cautiously, Gishin decelerating as they came around the transponder's wire-framed expanding skirt. Jag kept his eyes peeled, conscious of the many hiding places in and around the main structure. Jaina had said something about a traitor among the expedition. If that person had managed to overpower Han and the others, he could well be waiting for them now, intending to pick them off one by one as they arrived. A snarl of speeder engines from Jag's right brought him around in a tight turn.
The triangular formation dissolved to present as dispersed a target as possible. Jag kept one finger on the trigger while ducking to target whoever was approaching out of the murk. A buzz of static sounded in his earpieces as his comm located and locked onto a signal.
Else could it be using these frequencies? You worry too much, Droma.
That's what has kept me alive this long.
And there I was, thinking it was because of your good looks and charms.
Dad? Jaina's voice cut across the chatter. Your signal is coming in loud and clear.
As it should be. We're right on top of you.
5 more speeder bikes appeared out of the gloom. The size of the riders varied greatly.
Welcome to Esfondia,
her father said, pulling his speeder bike up to a halt next to Jaina's.
Glad you could make it, sweetheart.
Likewise, Jaina replied. The relief at finding her father all right was obvious in her voice.
What do you think of Esfondia so far?
He asked.
Not the kind of place I'd spend a holiday.
I wouldn't say that too loudly,
Droma put in.
You might offend the locals.
As the wake of the speeder bikes settled, shadowy circular shapes drifted in from the gloom. Jag was startled until he realized that this was what Droma had meant by the locals. The indigenous life forms of Esfondia seemed to float like kites in the thick atmosphere. Every now and again one would collapse in upon itself, as though clenching like a fist, and then suddenly shoot forward. He assumed they were sucking in the thick air and then blasting it out a rear vent in order to propel themselves along. It wasn't the most graceful means of propulsion he'd seen, but it seemed effective nonetheless.
Don't they know it's dangerous being around us? Jaina asked.
We've tried telling them that, Droma said, but they followed us anyway. They can put on quite a turn of speed when they want to.
The cold ones may be curious, Han added, but they're not stupid. Mark my words, they'll get out of the way when things really heat up.
How close are we to being ready? Jaina asked.
Han introduced the communications tech they'd brought along to reprogram the massive transponder. He explained that it would take the man about half an hour to bypass the automated systems and give the transmitter its new instructions. Jaina nodded.
Get started immediately, then. We'll prepare the perimeter.
She dismounted her speeder bike to dole out the mines with the help of Adelmaj, her father and Droma, and a Klaatuinian security guard from the relay base. Jag unloaded his mines, then swept the area with Josel to make sure it was clear. This proved more difficult than he'd first thought. What with the dim light, the dense atmosphere, and the irregular terrain, there were 1,000 ways they could miss someone sneaking up on them. The only good thing was that sound carried a long way here, allowing them a good lead time before an airborne strike arrived. But even that could work against them. The sound of their engines would be audible for a much wider range, increasing the chances that one of the Yuzhanvong ground teams would find them before they were ready. Only once did the sensors on his suit detect anything remotely threatening. A hissing rumble like a blast of white noise from a long way away rose out of the background static. It didn't sound like a Sci-Fi, the Yuzhanvong equivalent of an airspeeder, but Jag called an alert just to be on the safe side. As his repulsor engines wound down, the approaching sound seemed almost deafening against the background moan of the wind. It doubled in volume before peaking, then slowly trailed away.
Yorick Trima, Tahiri said. One of the landing craft. This is a hostile environment, so its hold will be full of Sixeru, rather than the usual ground troops.
And they are? Jag asked.
Sci-Fi's equipped with plasma blasters, designed to move fast and make nuisances of themselves.
Any other weapons?
Netting beetles, razor bugs, needle thorns, anything the pilots can carry.
Great. Thanks for the tip.
Jaina's voice was taut as she made a stab at reassurance.
It's gone past us, and that's all that matters. We should be safe now.
10 minutes later, the comtech announced that the transponder was ready. Tahiri gave him the message, the last piece of the puzzle. It was shorter than Jag had expected and utterly incomprehensible. The subtleties of the Yuzhanvong language, which sounded to his ears like nothing more than a series of guttural grunts and painful throat clearings, eluded him completely. He had to take on faith that it said what Jaina intended.
One more mine to place,
Han said, the sound of digging coming over the comm. It was a grunt, followed by,
Well done, Droma. You've just earned your passage on the Falcon.
Passage nothing. Give me a good lawyer and I'll sue you for damages.
Back on the speeders, people. This thing's set to go off in 3 standard minutes, once I give the word. You know what you have to do.
Jag circled the transponder for one final check. and made sure everyone's navigation systems were updated with the location of the mines. He didn't want anyone stumbling into one by mistake.
"We need to hurry. Vorik won't wait forever," Tahiri said. "The longer my message takes, the more frustrated he will become."
"Then let's get underway. Start the timer ticking now."
The 11 speeder bikes accelerated away from the transponder, scattering the cold ones in their wake. Jag had no qualms about that. Scaring the natives was the best thing to do, given the circumstances. In a very short time, the area around the transponder was going to become very unsafe for everyone. Sergeant Yashin led the retreat to safer ground. He had scouted the area during the preparations and found 2 ideal locations for speeders to hide in waiting. One was an overhang hollowed out by winds. Jaina left Jag, her father and Droma, Josel, and the Comtech there, while she took the rest to the second location a kilometer away. When the second of their engines faded, there was less than 30 seconds to go. Jag used the time to load his Cherok, fastening it to the saddle by his right thigh so that it was easily accessible should he need it. Barely had he finished doing this when the giant transponder awoke with a blast of static to relay Tahiri's message to all the Yuuzhan Vong hanging in wait above Esfandia. Pelion glanced up from the charts before him as an alarm sounded on the bridge of Right to Rule.
"Report. Audio signal from the ground, sir. Let's hear it."
The voice of the young female Jedi filled the bridge, spitting and snarling in the Yuuzhan Vong language. The electromagnetic radiation carrying the message radiated from a point on Esfandia's surface and out into space. No one with ears could miss it for millions of kilometers, which was the idea, of course. Pelion had no idea what the message contained. He had to trust Jaina Solo's assertion that Tahiri was saying what she was supposed to. If she did, then the effect would be instantaneous. 10 seconds passed, 20. Every sensor at Right to Rule's disposal was focused on the source of the signal. It was hard to see anything through the thick smog Esfandia called an atmosphere. Through a confusion of random heat impressions and radar images, he tried to detect any sort of coherent reading. Was that a speeder bike wake? Did a Yuuzhan Vong lander cast that sort of shadow? When it came, there was no mistaking it. Bright orange heat blossomed on the infrared scan. It flowered to white intensity, then faded to a red background.
"We have a detonation,"
his aide called. "I'm picking up flashes," a telemetry officer said. "High-energy weapons fire."
"Where?"
"Multiple sources all around the target." Pelion's aide looked up at him. "It's started, sir." "This isn't right," the Magister said.
"Quiet."
Senshi pushed the lightning rod harder into Jabitha's temple, provoking a wince of discomfort.
"I want to hear what the Jedi have to say."
Jason took a deep breath. He could sense everything focused on him, the Pharaohs surrounding them, the Boris whipping angrily overhead, Saba watching tense and puzzled beside him, Senshi, the Magister, perhaps even Seekot itself. What he did next would be critical. His options were limited. He and Saba could easily use the Force to take out the Pharaohan kidnappers, but that would leave Danny and Jabitha at Senshi's mercy. He could knock Senshi's weapon aside, removing Jabitha from the immediate threat. But could he be quick enough to stop the other Pharaohans from firing their weapons? Using his lightsaber was a possibility, but the question was, what would he do with it? How would that help Danny? No, there had to be a solution that didn't involve aggression. The sharp-tipped end of a Boras tentacle thudded heavily into the dirt beside him, then snapped back up into the air, ready for another strike. That was all the incentive he needed. As Saba staggered back, flailing at a tentacle that had lashed down at her, Jason straightened his posture and closed his eyes, ignoring the rain on his face, shutting out the booming of thunder from the sky and the strange cries of the Boras. He extended himself into the warmth of the Force and went searching. Up, past the Pharaohans, higher, between the cracking tentacles and into the branches, where drenched birds and other animals huddled for shelter. Higher still, to the tops of the trees where static electricity sizzled from the storm and wind-whipped leaves in furious waves. What he was looking for wasn't there, though. He was thinking too much in human terms. He chided himself for taking anything for granted on a world like this, and sent himself hurtling down the side of the nearest Boras, along thickening branches as the trunk opened to embrace the soil, and then into it, into darkness where strange, small minds lurked, living among the knotted roots and dining on the remains of the surface world. And it was there that he found what he was looking for, a knot of intense anger that was the heart of the malignant stand of Boris. It wanted to kill those who had invaded its most sacred place. It wanted to crush them into fertilizer, grind their bones into the dirt, and seed their graves with scavengers to erase every last memory of their presence. As tentacles rained down on the seeding ground, Jason's mind slid into the convoluted spaces of the outraged plant.
"Violated," the primitive mind shrieked. "Protect!"
"We're not harming you," Jason assured. "We'll be gone soon." Even as he said it, though, he could sense that advanced concepts like future benefits would be beyond the creature's simple understanding.
"Bones make us strong."
"You are strong enough," Jason told it, trying to ease the anger of the plant mind with suggestive thoughts.
"Stronger!"
Jason plunged deeper into the Boris's mind and found a furious tangle. Pressure mounted around the tangle, forging a build-up of primitive frustration and rage. He tugged gently at it.
"Isolation leads to stagnation,"
he whispered. He teased the inflamed threads in new directions.
"Stagnation leads to corruption."
The tangle slipped apart under his mental touch, prompting a surge of pent-up energies in all directions.
"Corruption leads to death."
The mind of the Boris exploded in a shower of bright sparks. Somewhere seemingly far away, Saba 17 roared. Jason's eyes snapped open. Saba was standing over him and Danny, shielding them with her lightsaber. Above and around them was a tightly knit cage of angry Boris tentacles, poised ready to attack. Then, with a smooth hissing sound, the tentacles retracted, sliding smoothly back up into the canopy, their pointed tips curling in on themselves so that they were no longer a threat. The mind of the Boris had retreated into itself, to lick its wounds and examine its sudden relief. But Saba wasn't about to lower her lightsaber. The hunter in her simply wouldn't allow it. The look in her slitted eyes suggested she wasn't about to be lulled into a false sense of security.
"It's okay, Saba,"
he said, placing a hand on her shoulder. He felt her ropey reptilian muscles relax under her thick skin.
"It's over."
"And yet," said a voice from behind him, "in a very real sense, it's only just beginning." Jason turned, unable to credit his ears. The sight before him caused his heart to race and his mind to reel.
"But you're dead."
Roger didn't reply. She just stood in front of Jason, smiling faintly as though waiting for him to understand. Jaina tensed as the Yorick trema rose around her. The electronic coloring of Tahiri's message was loud in her ears, blasting out of the transponder at close range. Her address to the commander was brief, its message simple and brutal.
"The cowering infidels await your vengeance, great commander. I give them to you as tribute. Crush them beneath your heel as you would a diseased dweebit."
The Yorick trema was so close that Jaina was amazed she couldn't see it through her envirosuit visor. The sound of it made her teeth vibrate. Then there was a bright flash and a sound like a peal of thunder. A powerful shock wave rolled over her and the others, where they'd taken shelter in a small cave tunneling through a rocky spar. The Yorick trema, or one of its 6 Heru flyers, must have run into a mine protecting the periphery of the transponder. The detonation acted as a signal to her speeder bikes. With a snarl of engines, they burst out of their hiding place and split up into groups of 2, weapons armed and ready. Jaina paired herself with Enignar, the skinny Nogri her mother suspected was a traitor. He flew confidently and economically into battle, crouched low over his saddle to her right. The Klaatuinian security guard and Entin Adelmaj peeled off to approach the Yuuzhan Vong from the far side. Gishin and Tahiri sped off together. Jaina expected them to separate before long, but didn't mind. Together or apart, they would be capable of a great deal of damage. Infrared blossomed ahead of her. She hunkered down and armed her blaster cannon when something large and dark loomed out of the smog. She raked it with fire before swooping up and over it and coming around for a closer look. The Yorick trema had caught the mine on its underbelly, crippling it. Bodies spilled from a wide crack in its fuselage. Reptoid ground troops swarmed from a rear hatch, too confused to return her fire. She sent a dozen rounds into the breach and was gratified when something exploded with a solid crump from within.
"Flyers approaching,"
crackled Enignar's voice over the maser comm. Jaina took a second to check her tactical display. There were no blips on the display, so clearly the flyers weren't friendly. She took another pass around the downed Yorick Trima and joined the security chief in meeting the flyers head-on. A formation of 7 Sick Seru peeled apart in disarray as blaster fire cut hot lines between them. Jaina braked back in a tight turn, then came around again to play havoc with their rear vents. Any hope of maintaining order to the fight dissolved at that point. With visibility low, her sensors restricted to non-emitting radiation, and dozens of targets appearing and disappearing all around her, the skirmish dissolved into a furious free-for-all. Her blaster pounded beneath her, knocking chunks from alien coral and tearing reptoid troops limb from limb. Enignar was nowhere in sight, but she didn't have time to dwell upon that.
"Watch your rear, Jaina,"
Jag's voice came out of the fierce clamor of battle, startlingly clear over the comm. She looked over her shoulder and saw 2 Sick Seru jockeying for attack position. She crouched low over her saddle to present a smaller target and led the 2 alien flyers on a harried chase. She dodged plasma fire and a rain of netting beetles while swinging wildly around the tree-like ground features. Her face was locked in a grim smile as she rounded a steep rock shelf and gunned her speeder in a tight port turn, too fast for the flyers behind her to see or imitate. By the time they came wide around the same corner, she was pushing her speeder to its maximum acceleration in order to get as far away from the area as quickly as possible. The explosion as the 2 flyers hit the mine picked her up and threw her forward on a blast of hot air. The world exploded with stars as her speeder clipped a rock formation and sent her flying. Tahiri felt the growling power of the machine beneath her as it swept through the air toward the Yuzhanbong warriors. The Yuzhanbong part of her instinctively mistrusted something that wasn't alive, and the Jedi in her could sympathize somewhat, too. The living force that flowed through every biological thing was more potent and persuasive than any machine. Sergeant Gishin shadowed her to where the Yorick Trima had spilled its contents onto the deep, cold soil of Esfandia, then peeled away to seek other, less obvious targets. Jaina had beaten them there and was already peppering the downed craft's dying hull with fire. Tahiri didn't see the need to duplicate her efforts, so instead followed Gishin's example and went in search of more worthy prey. There was at least one other Yorick Trima out there, and an unknown number of Sick Seru, all converging on the signal she'd sent to Commander Vorik. Barely had she finished thinking this when 3 Sick Seru swooped at her out of the gloom, disrupting her thoughts. Her new joined self fought smoothly, instinctively. There was not the slightest awkwardness or hesitation in her actions. The Yuzhanbong part of her meshed with the Jedi Knight to create something truly deadly, something neither side had seen before. And she used that advantage to the fullest. Plasma fire couldn't be deflected by a lightsaber, but the nozzles that spewed it forth, deep pits just above and forward of the Sick Seru intake vents, could be closed by the Force. She applied a force push at exactly the right moment, tweaking the alien sphincter muscles just as they clenched to fire, causing the plasma cannon to jam. The resulting explosion, a messy burst that tore a huge hole in the Sick Seru's triangular flank, sent it spinning out of control into a cliff face. The Yuzhanbong pilot was thrown free and landed with a bone-snapping crunch. Satisfied with the result, Tahiri repeated the tactic on the remaining 2 flyers while dodging their attempts to cut her down. As the third tumbled like a broken-winged bird into the ground, a speeder bike buzzed across her path, wobbling precariously. Through the envirosuit helmet she recognized Droma. "Having trouble?" she asked. "Took a hit to a steering vane," the Rin replied. "Will you be okay?" "As long as no one gets in my way." A sharp twinge through the Force distracted her. She cast her mind out, seeking the source of the troubling sensation. Within a moment she had isolated it. "Jaina's down," she said. "Whereabouts?" Droma asked, tugging at the resisting controls of his speeder to bring it around. She didn't wait to answer him. She just headed off in the direction she felt Jaina to be. "The coral skipper," Teckley said. "It's changing." "I don't understand," Mara said. "Changing how?" "It's changing shape, and its gravitic emissions are adopting a different profile." The voice of the Chadrafan was unable to hide her exasperation with what she was seeing.
It's much faster and turning.
It's coming back at us, came the calmer voice of Captain Yage over the comlink. Whatever it is, we're ready for it.
You're so not ready,
came a voice off to Luke's right.
It's almost funny.
Luke turned at the new voice and found himself staring at a young boy standing in the entrance to the habitat's upper floor. He was about 12 years of age, with blue eyes. His face was round under sandy short hair, and his expression was one of amusement.
What is the meaning of this? Roll asked, scowling. Who are you?
The Pharaohan glanced accusingly at Luke as if the boy's presence were somehow his doing, which only went to show, Luke thought, just how little the Pharaohans really knew about the planet they lived on. He closed the distance between himself and the boy with a handful of cautious steps. The blue orbs of the boy stared back at him, full of confidence and power. They stripped every other concern from him, made him feel like he was falling. The mind behind those eyes shimmered in the Force, bright and potent as Jabitha's had been when she had met them on the landing field. There was only one person it could be behind those eyes, and it wasn't really a person at all. "Is that—" Mara started but was clearly unsure how to finish the sentence. Luke crouched down before the boy, staring in wonderment at the ghostly image of Anakin Skywalker. "My father?" he finished for her. He shook his head. "No, it's not. It's Seacoat." The boy smiled broadly now, his eyes shining in a manner that suggested pride. "You are wise, Luke Skywalker," he said. "Your father would have been proud of the man you have become." "Seacoat?" This came from Roel, behind Luke. He emitted a choking noise, embarrassed by his initial response to the boy's presence. "Forgive me, please." Neither Luke nor the image of the boy broke their stare to address the Pharaohan. His awkwardness seemed irrelevant. Everything seemed irrelevant. "Why have you taken this form?" Luke asked. The boy shrugged, the amusement behind his eyes suddenly undercut with sadness. "Everyone with power faces a choice. It's a difficult choice, and the choice is different for everyone. Only time reveals which choice is correct." The boy's face assumed an expression of deep sympathy as he cupped Luke's cheek gently in one small hand. "This is how your father appeared to me many years ago," Seacoat said. "He and I faced the same choice. We are both still waiting to find out whether we chose correctly." Luke sensed Mara behind him, radiating her love and sympathy out to him. He was transfixed by the boy's blue eyes. "The same color as mine," he thought. No, not just the same color. They were the same. "That's what Darth Vader looked like?" Haggerty's voice was thick with amazement. "He was a boy once," Mara said softly. "Master Skywalker," came Captain Yage's voice over the comlink, interrupting the surreal reunion. "The unidentified vessel is still approaching Zonama Seacoat and is refusing to respond to our hails. We're on full alert and ready to intercept. You just have to give the order." Luke stood, pulling himself away from the vision of his father to address the captain of the Widowmaker. "Stand down, Arian," he said. He was acutely conscious of everything around him, the humid air, the scent of waterlogged undergrowth, the breathless ring of Pharaohans waiting to see what happened next. "That ship isn't about to attack us." The image of his father moved to the center of the room. Luke faced him, feeling the pressure of the planet's attention upon him. He shook his head, wondering why he hadn't realized sooner what was going on. "So tell me," he said, "have we performed to your satisfaction?" Seacoat looked at him with the wisdom of ages from the eyes of innocence. "If I were to say that you hadn't, what would you do then?" Luke shrugged. "That would depend on the choices I had available to me." "You don't have any." The innocent face broke into a smile. "That's what's so wizard about it." "Then your question is meaningless," Luke said. "Perhaps," Seacoat said, "but the exercise wasn't. Since your arrival I have learned more about why you are here than you probably ever intended to tell me. Maybe even more than you know yourself." "Then you know we came in search of an answer." "I do, but I have no easy answer to offer you."
"Any answer at this point would be appreciated,"
Mara said. The image of the boy looked in silence at all of those standing around expectantly, then finally nodded. "Very well," he said, gesturing for them all to be seated. Luke did so gratefully. Ever since laying eyes upon the boy, he had felt the tug of emotions that he hadn't accessed in a long time, emotions that were leaving him weak at the knees, even though he knew it wasn't his father before him. When everyone was seated, Seacoat began to speak. Jag ducked as a Six-Seru skimmed narrowly over his head, the tug of its Dovin basil lifting him slightly from his seat. He dropped the power on his speeder as a large stone formation loomed out of the haze ahead, swinging around to give chase to the Yuuzhan Vong that had just buzzed him, only to find the Six-Seru already coming back for another pass. Its pilot's face was all snarl and scars, partly obscured by a fleshy newlith. Not obscured enough as far as Jag was concerned, though. He strafed laser fire in the small craft's path, making the Yuuzhan Vong pilot bank sharply as he fired a cloud of netting beetles in retaliation. The Six-Seru had almost matched speed and vector with Jag's flyer when something caught the pilot's attention and he swept away, disappearing into the murky atmosphere. Left in the turbulent wake, Jag wondered what had torn the Yuuzhan Vong from his prey. Something important must have come up. Jag came around and set off after the flyer. What his speeder lacked in full-body coverage, it certainly made up for in velocity. He caught up with the Six-Seru just as it crested a sharp rise and dipped down the far side. He saw its plasma launchers flex in readiness, then suddenly explode in a ball of green flame. With a pained shriek, the living craft curved away and crashed into one of the stony stalagmites that littered the planet's surface. With a loud whoomp, it exploded into a million red-hot fragments. Only then did Jag realize what lay below. Huddled against a boulder were 3 small humanoid figures. They stood with their backs to the boulder, 2 of them firing repeating blasters or using lightsabers to keep 2 more Six-Seru and a swarm of reptoids at bay. The third slumped against the stone and appeared to be having difficulty remaining upright. Jag stitched a line of fire across the contracting line of alien foot soldiers. At least a dozen went down screaming. "Jag, back here!" The comm message was from Tahiri. She was warding off 4 reptoids, 2 of them armed with kufis. The other 2 were throwing thud bugs whenever they saw an opening. Jag swept in low across the fight and dropped a thermal mine in the middle of the reptoids, shooting at the 2 with kufis on his way out. When the thermal mine went off, bits of reptoids were sent flying every which way. Something thumped against the side of his helmet, and he ducked in case more pieces were following. Guiding his bucking speeder around in a circle, he came back to check on Tahiri and the others. "What happened?" he asked.
"Jaina took a fall,"
Tahiri explained, getting up from where she'd dropped. She lent Jaina a hand as she climbed to her feet. Jag brought his speeder to a halt and jumped off to see if he could help. When Jaina spoke, her voice was thick and groggy. She was blinking her eyes too rapidly, as though trying to focus.
"My feet are cold."
"Her suit is failing," Tahiri said. "We have to get her out of here." Jag tried to get her attention. "Jaina, can you hear me?"
"Jag?"
Her gaze caught him and held on. She nodded in a delayed response to his question.
"I'll be all right. Just give me a second."
"I hate to be the bearer of bad tidings," Droma said, pointing over Jag's shoulder, "but—"
Jag turned and saw the reptoids getting up and regrouping. He went back to his speeder and collected his Heretic blaster.
"We don't have much time," he said. "Where's Jaina's speeder?"
"Over there,"
Tahiri said. Jag looked and saw the tangled wreck.
"Okay, then she can take mine and head back to the relay base," he said. "It's the only shelter we've got down here. I'll hitch a lift with Droma."
"No, I'll take her," Droma said. "She shouldn't fly alone, and besides which I know the way."
Reluctant though he was to lose another fighter, Jag nodded in agreement. It made sense to have someone with her, to help her if she blacked out or got lost.
"Get going," he said. "We'll cover your backs."
Droma helped Jaina to Jag's speeder. She protested vaguely but was unable to put up much of a fight. When she was safely on the saddle, the nimble Rin climbed up in front of her and activated the engine.
"Keep an eye on Enicknar,"
he said. "We will," Tahiri said. With a brisk wave, Droma sped off into the gloom.
"So where are our speeders?"
Jag said, firing his blaster at a knot of reptoids who looked about ready to charge. Tahiri pointed at a crater behind the line of reptoids.
"A Six-Seru took them out before I could take it out. We tried calling for help, but our line of sight is shot down here. We were lucky you came along."
He felt strangely like laughing, but doubted the approaching line of snarling reptoids would see the joke.
"You're back where you started."
"Not at all."
Tahiri's grin was fleeting and joyful.
"Now Jaina's safe, I don't have to watch my back."
She tensed.
Try and keep up, Colonel. We're getting out of here.
With a powerful force-augmented spring, she somersaulted up onto the boulder they'd been sheltering in front of and began blasting the reptoids from above. Leia paced nervously across the Falcon's passenger bay, wishing there were something she could do. She'd felt the shock of Jaina's sudden plunge into unconsciousness and had endured an anxious 10 minutes until she felt her daughter recover. The relief had been enormous, but did little to assuage the underlying frustration. Somewhere out there, a desperate fight was going on, and she was too far away to be of any use. A bleeping from the cockpit came as a thankful distraction to her thoughts. She ran to find out what the instruments were reporting and found new telemetry scrolling down the screens courtesy of Pelion. The surface scans showed furious activity around the transponder site. At least 5 mines had blown, turning the normally frigid cloud patterns into relatively hot hurricanes. She only hoped the cold ones were keeping well away, as instructed. In orbit, things were beginning to change. Responding to the lack of rapid progress on the ground, Vorik was moving ships into strike range for a bombing run. Pelion had responded to the threat by boosting his presence along that orbit. Leia had witnessed enough muscle flexing in the past to know that the situation was at flashpoint. Unless the ground troops delivered, or appeared to deliver anyway, a decisive victory to the Yuuzhan Vong, things in orbit would soon get very ugly once again. At least the relay base was safe, though. That was a small comfort in the middle of such chaos and confusion, and she supposed she shouldn't complain too much. She'd been hiding only a matter of hours, whereas Ashpadar and her crew had been evading the Yuuzhan Vong for days. Thinking of the base commander, she clicked open the comm to Ashpadar's office. "Commander Ashpadar," she said, "if you're interested, I have new telemetry from Pelion." There was no response. "Seacoat!" Jabitha's startled cry brought Jacen out of his stunned daze. He was gaping at the image of Vergere, where she stood opposite Senshi, her diminutive figure commanding everyone's attention. She was dressed in a brown robe, and her large, almost hypnotic eyes were fixed on him. The fringe of feathers and whiskers around her face were, despite the rain, completely dry. "You're not Vergere, are you?" After so long there was no way his teacher could have returned from the dead, and he could tell from the image's presence in the Force that this was something much more than just a projection or an echo of someone who had once lived. "I come to you in this guise as someone we have both known," the image said. "Someone who was close to you, someone you found trustworthy." "Seacoat does this," Jabitha explained. "It appears as my father sometimes, or as your grandfather. Sometimes it appears as me, and that is the most disconcerting of all." Jacen remembered something the real Vergere had told him. She had been present at the birth of the living planet's consciousness, when Seacoat had assumed the personality of its dead magister and communicated with her and the Yuuzhan Vong. He had known about this all along and not realized—
"Why now?"
Saba asked, her voice a growl of puzzlement.
"Why not before?"
"It did before," Jacen said. "When we arrived. That wasn't the Magister Uncle Luke and Aunt Mara spoke to. It was Seacoat in Jabitha's form."
"That still does not tell us why."
Jacen looked around, at Saba staring uncertainly back at him, at Danny still unconscious on the stretcher, at Senshi with his weapon pressed against Jabitha's head. The image of Vergere watched him closely, waiting for him to answer the question for himself. "You're testing us, aren't you?" he said. Seacoat shook its fringed head, smiling. "I'm testing you, Jacen Solo." "And did I pass?" Instead of answering his question, Seacoat faced Senshi. The elderly Pharaohan immediately removed the lightning rod from Jabitha's temple and climbed to his feet. The Magister sat up, rubbing at her neck, where the kidnapper had been holding her. Seacoat then glanced over the Danny on the other stretcher, and the young scientist stirred with a soft moan. Jacen went over to her, kneeling beside her in the mud. "Danny?" He could barely contain his relief. Danny opened her eyes slowly, blinking into the light rain falling across her face. She propped herself up onto her elbows, looking up at Jacen with confusion etched across her brow.
"Where am I?"
Her eyes widened as she looked around.
"The last thing I remember is the roof coming down."
"It's all right, Danny," Jacen reassured her. "You're safe now."
Her gaze fell upon the Faroans standing around her, some with their weapons held loosely at their sides.
This would be the solo definition of safe, I'm taking it.
You will not be harmed, Vergier said, stepping up alongside Jason. Danny's eyes widened in surprise even more at the sight of Vergier.
But I thought...
It's not Vergier, Jason said.
It is Seacoat.
Saba finally extinguished her lightsaber. Jason couldn't tell if she'd decided that Seacoat meant no harm, or that there was nothing she could do about it, even if Seacoat did. Danny turned back to Jason, shaking her head as though the questions it carried were too heavy.
I don't understand.
I think I'm beginning to, he said. This whole thing was a setup designed to see how I react under threat. Do I fight or flee? Do I defend my loved ones, or do I use them as shields?
Or do you attempt to take the middle ground, Seacoat said, and allow both sides to win? I'm sorry, Jupiter said. I knew Seacoat was going to test you, but I didn't know how. I convinced it that it should, rather than trust you implicitly. I had no idea that your lives were going to be put in any danger.
You have nothing to apologize for, Jason said,
standing again to face Vergier's image.
It was Seacoat who kept Danny unconscious, and who used Senshi to execute the kidnapping, just as it used the Boros here to threaten us.
Actually, the Boros were acting of their own will. They could not be controlled, only provoked or soothed. You had to solve that problem on your own. But the rest is true, yes. Does that fact make you angry? Vergier was the perfect form for Seacoat to take, Jason thought. This was exactly the sort of mind-expanding trick she might have played on him during his brief apprenticeship to her.
No, he said. I just want to know why.
I had to know what manner of warrior I was dealing with before responding to your request.
I'm uncomfortable with the term warrior, he said. A Jedi stands for peace, not war.
You do not believe in fighting for peace, for freedom? Seacoat spoke in a way that made Jason feel like he was being mocked.
I believe that there should be a way of achieving peace other than fighting, he said.
Have you found it, Jason Solo? He looked down to the ground, reluctant to admit his failure to his former teacher, even though he knew in himself that it wasn't really her.
No,
he admitted quietly.
No, I haven't.
But that doesn't stop you looking. He lifted his gaze again to meet Seacoat's.
As the real Vergier once told me, I have chosen my destiny. Now I just have to deal with the consequences.
As must we all, Seacoat said, as have those who came before us. We inhabit the galaxy that arose as a result of their decisions, just as our descendants will inherit the galaxy that will arise from our own. It is the responsibility of every generation to choose well.
And what is your decision, Seacoat? What sort of galaxy will you leave for future generations?
Seacoat smiled. Let me tell you a little about myself, Jason Solo.
No word from the ground as yet, sir. What about those bombers? Orbital insertion for surface run confirmed.
Pelion acknowledged the report with a nod.
Hit them hard.
His aide turned away to issue the orders. Relentless immediately fired its main engines and descended to a lower orbit. TIE fighters poured from its launching bays by the hundreds. Every turbolaser and heavy laser cannon targeted the bombers preparing to demolish the transponder on the surface of Esfandia. Pelion didn't doubt that Vorik would respond immediately, thereby ensuring an escalation in the battle, but that was unavoidable. As pointless as it was to defend a decoy, he had to make it look as though the effort was worth defending, at least, and therefore confirm it as a legitimate target. With any luck, Vorik would spend entirely too much effort trying to get more firepower on the ground, while Pelion picked at the commander's forces from above. Fire flashed on all screens as Imperial fighters engaged the Yuuzhan Vong. As though that were the spark that lit the fire, conflagrations broke out within minutes in a dozen other locations. The massive warship Kur-Hashin came about in a ripple of gravitic disturbances, every Dovin Basel on its hull and in its engine housings wielding arcane energies in order to prepare it for battle.
All ships,
Pelion ordered.
Engage at will.
The first truly conscious thought Jaina had was that she couldn't feel her left foot, and the sensation was slowly creeping up her legs. The second thought was that she was moving, and fast. Opening her eyes, she realized with a start that she was actually flying. "What?" she called out, clutching the padded seat beneath her. "Hang on, Jaina," said the figure sitting in front of her on the cramped speederbike saddle. "Don't rock the boat." "Droma, how are you feeling?" he asked. Jaina looked around to see if there were any sick Seru nearby. There weren't. "Like an idiot. I was down before the fight even started." "Don't beat yourself up about it. This kind of thing can happen to the best of us, I'm afraid." The Rin's fluting voice was full of sympathy and understanding. "I'm taking you back to the Falcon. Your suit is leaking." "I know. I can feel it." He leaned the speeder over as he skirted a copse of towering rock formations, and she leaned with him, trying to patch together the scattered memories of how she'd come to be here. She vaguely recalled Jag being with her at some point, and Tahiri, but it was mostly a blur. "Everything's going according to plan," he said, straightening the vessel. "You don't have to worry about a thing." Jaina peered over his shoulder just in time to see something dark and spiky loom out of atmospheric haze, coming right for them. "Duck!" she called. She grabbed the shoulders of the spindly alien and pushed him flat across the speeder. She scrunched down next to him, praying there wasn't anything else directly in their path. A loud rasping hum rose up around them, momentarily deafening her, and something fleetingly snatched at her back. Then the encrusted belly of the Yorick trema they'd grazed was past, and Droma attempted to bring the speeder back under control. It wobbled uneasily for a few seconds, then steadied. "Do you think they saw us?" she asked, looking back over her shoulder as the alien lander faded back into the haze. "I'm not sure," the Rin said. "Either way, we can't afford to take the chance that they might follow us back to the base," Jaina said. "Hang her right here." Droma did as he was told. "You're thinking we should loop around and distract them, aren't you?" he said. "Or warn the others, right?" "You have a problem with that?" Droma's helmet moved back and forth as he shook his head. "No, but I do have a problem with you getting frostbite." "I'm not so keen on losing any toes either, but that's a chance we're going to have to take." "It's too risky," Droma said. "Besides, I doubt those Vong would be interested in us. We're the ones fleeing the fight scene, after all." Jaina glanced back over her shoulder. "You might want to tell them that, then." Droma snapped his head back for a split-second look. Then, with a curse that would have made her father blush, he returned his attention forward. Jaina felt the engines surge beneath them as he pushed the speeder to its max in an effort to outrun the pair of thick Seru that had locked onto their tail. Jaina felt the pockets of her suit. Thankfully, the cold hadn't affected her fingers yet, but it was still hard to feel through so many layers of insulation. She had her lightsaber, a repeating blaster, and 2 thermal detonators. She quickly withdrew one of the latter and activated it. "Take a turn when I tell you," she said, arming one of the detonators. "Which way?" Droma called. "Any way," she said, lobbing the device into their wake. "Now!" The detonator exploded with a flash of heat and light, almost blinding her through her visor's light-enhancing systems. She couldn't tell exactly which heading Droma had chosen until her eyesight returned, then saw that he'd slipped them into a narrow crevasse that dipped below the surface of the plane they'd been traveling across. "Did you get them?" Droma asked, his voice thin with the strain of following the crevasse's bends. "One of them, I think," she said, as a shadow fell across them. One had survived, and it was now above them, attempting to match their speed. A clutch of netting beetles ejected from a hatch at them, and Droma braked heavily. They decelerated quickly enough to miss the bugs themselves, but there was no chance of avoiding the sticky threads the creatures left in their wake. 2 attached themselves to Droma's back, and 1 fell across her visor. On the ends of each fiber, grub-like, finger-length insects began to reel themselves in. Jaina tried to tug the threads from Droma's back while he navigated the narrow crevasse, but the threads were strong and refused to break. Reaching into her side pocket, she produced her lightsaber and activated the blade. If she didn't get the threads off in time, those bugs would soon wrap themselves around the 2 of them and bind them up for easy capture. The threads snapped under the bright fire of her lightsaber, and 2 bugs dropped away from Droma's back. She followed the thread stuck to her visor and found the bug that was its source barely a meter away from her head, whipping along behind her. She snatched her hand away and sliced the thread in 2. 3 down, she thought, but there was no time for self-congratulations just yet. She didn't know how many more there were. Her visibility at close quarters was poor through the visor, and her gloves weren't sensitive enough to find them by touch. It would take just one to foul up the speeder's steering vanes, or close Droma's fingers together at the wrong moment. "We have to set down," she said. "It's the only way to make sure we're clean." "But the flyer—" Droma pointed up at the 6 Seru shadowing them high above. His argument stopped in mid-sentence, however, when he saw another of the netting beetles dangling from her hand, steadily wriggling its way closer to his suit. He quickly put them down in a sliding skid across a surface thick with carbon dioxide snow. Jaina tried hard not to think of what standing on such a material was going to do to her toes. There were more important things to worry about for the moment. She jumped off the speeder with Droma close behind, frantically brushing himself down in a vain attempt to lose the beetles. When Jaina raised her lightsaber and approached him, he took a step back. "Hey, wait a second, if that thing nicks my suit, I'll—" He shut up when she started to dart and weave her lightsaber, removing the bugs with easy, deft strokes. Then she turned the weapon on herself. "On your thigh," Droma was saying, "and one on your shoulder." Something sizzled as she swung her lightsaber blindly behind her head. "Okay, you're clear," he announced with relief. "Now let's—" Before he could finish what he was saying, more threads fell around them. The shadow of the 6 Seru, which had swung briefly out of sight, had returned, and a rain of bugs descended out of the flyer's belly. Jaina didn't think. She just did what she had to do. Her blade seemed to swing in the murky air as she swung it with controlled, precise swipes that prevented a single one of the beetles from reaching her or Droma. "Nicely done," Droma breathed in disbelief. "But I fear it's only a temporary reprieve." The 6 Seru was backing up and tipping forward. "It's going to fire at us," Jaina said, already tensing to run. "Do that thing!" Droma shouted, waving his hands. "That thing Tahiri did!" "What thing?" "She closed the throats of the plasma launchers." "What?" "I saw her do it when you were passed out. It works, believe me." Time seemed to slow as she worked her way through what he was telling her. Plasma launchers, Tahiri, closing the throat. Her body was one step ahead of her. At the very instant she realized, or so it seemed, her hand was already heading upward to point at the 6 Seru's wings. The hand clenched into a fist just as it was about to fire, belching out its high-pressure plasma, full of potency and bile. It hit the obstruction of her will and blew one side of the flyer to smithereens. The second side detonated an instant later, showering them with glowing debris. Gas hissed from the ultra-cold snow beneath their feet. They ducked instinctively, throwing their arms up for protection. Peering through them, Jaina saw the remains of the 6 Seru falling into the crevasse, tumbling in a spitting fireball right toward them. She grabbed Droma and dragged him out of the way just in time. Steam exploded around them as its fiery corpse finally came to rest. Droma picked himself up, staring in amazement at the ruined flyer. "Now that," he said, "was too close." "Just be grateful it didn't come down on the speeder," she said, tugging the dead weight of the vehicle away from the flames. The growing numbness in her left foot was making walking awkward. "Believe me, I'm grateful," Droma said, lending her a hand. "More grateful than—" A roar over their suits' external receivers cut him off. Something stumbled out of the flames and steam, something humanoid, blackened and snarling. Jaina adopted a defensive stance as she grabbed her lightsaber, but her frozen foot betrayed her balance and she slipped over onto her side. Droma tried to put himself between her and the creature, but was smacked away by a smoldering limb. The creature loomed over him, its blackened face splitting where a mouth might have once been. "Jedi!" The breath issued from the Yuuzhan Vong pilot in a furious rush. The only thing keeping him alive in Esfandia's frigid air, Jaina realized, was the fire itself. That wasn't going to last long, but long enough for one chance to strike. The pilot raised a viciously sharp splinter of Yorick coral and prepared to drive it down into her, where she lay sprawled at his feet. She reached for her lightsaber again, but it wasn't there. She must have dropped it when she'd fallen. Before the blow could fall, something moved behind her, well away from where Droma lay slumped against the ravine wall. It caught the Yuuzhan Vong's attention, too, and his eyes momentarily flicked up to look. It was all the time Jaina needed. She struck upward with both feet, forcing the pilot back. His Yorick shard went flying, and Jaina was up on her feet in an instant, reaching out with her mind for her lightsaber. It whipped out of the snow and back into her hand. With a vicious snap hiss, it came to life. The pilot regained his balance and stood, preparing to rush her. Fire still licked at his back and legs, making him a truly monstrous figure. Jaina tensed, ready to cut him down. But she didn't need to. The alien's stare froze as ice formed across his eyes. Pain and cold couldn't be kept at bay forever, not even by the prodigious Yuuzhan Vong will. With a despairing gurgle, the pilot folded forward into the snow, dead before he hit the ground. Jaina stepped back, lowering her blade, her breath loud in her helmet. She should have reacted faster than that. Yes, she was still recovering from her crash, and the cold had crept as far as her knees now, but that was no excuse. If it hadn't been for— She stopped in mid-thought, remembering what had saved her life. Something had distracted the pilot just as he'd been about to stab her, and that something couldn't have been Droma, for he was only now struggling to his feet in the snow by the flyer. She turned around to look. Hanging in the thick air before her, the edges of its circular, kite-like body rippling as though in an unseen current, was one of the natives. It was so close she could have touched it, but she resisted the impulse. It looked quite fearsome, with its many tentacled maw and strange organs pulsing through translucent skin. Hundreds of tiny bump-like eyes around the maw seemed to be watching her as closely as she studied it, wondering what it would do next. In the end, it just wafted gently up into the cloudy atmosphere. When it was several meters away, its elongated tail flexed, and the creature shot over her head with surprising acceleration. A groan from Droma took her mind away from the strange encounter. He was leaning against the speeder, holding his head.
"I think we should get out of here," he said.
She nodded. "My turn to drive." Through his suit's visor she could see a half-smile forming below his beaked nose.
"Here's hoping we can get the rest of the way without any more problems."
"We've had our fair share for the day, I think," she said, hoisting herself up into the saddle and helping him on behind her.
"Solos always seem to have more than their fair share of trouble," Droma commented dryly. "Maybe it's genetic."
"Hey, the universe is the one with the problem," she returned lightly. "It's just the Solos' job to fix it." The Rin laughed as Jaina kicked the speeder into life and began winding her way out of the crevasse. Tahiri ducked. A kufi swished over her head. With a grunt, she came back up with her lightsaber in a two-handed blow and drove it into the reptoid's chest. The blue blade stuck out the alien's back for an instant before she withdrew it and stepped away. The alien staggered back with an expression of agonized surprise on its face, then toppled over into the snow. "Jag, over here!" She hurried up the steep slope with the Chiss pilot following close behind, peppering anyone crazy enough to follow them with projectile and energy fire. At the top of the slope she paused to collect her bearings, mindful that her silhouette would make an easy target for anyone on either side of the ridge, hurried down the far side. In the distance, delineated as a red dot on her helmet's display, was an Imperial speeder cruising the far side of the transponder. She tried hailing it by waving her arms. "Hey, over here!"
"Tahiri, is that you?"
Han's voice came loud and clear over the comm. Now that they were in line of sight, conversing was simple. "And Jag, too. We've lost our speeders."
"I'm on my way."
Han changed course, disappearing behind the base of the transponder. "Come on!" Tahiri grabbed Jag's arm and hurried him down the ridge. A dark shadow slid across the dimly visible horizon as Han returned with another speeder. The second pilot, Entin Adelmaj, sprayed the reptoids coming down the ridge after them, then skidded to a halt in front of Jag.
"Good to see you. We were starting to get a little worried."
"It's not over yet," Tahiri said, pointing. "Here comes the second Yorick Trema." The Yuuzhan Vong lander was proceeding more cautiously than its predecessor, firing plasma bolts into the ground ahead of it. As she watched, one caught a mine. The explosion sent boiling air upward in a dark mushroom cloud. The Yorick Trema rolled on through it, unscathed. Han grunted.
"Well, I guess we moved to Plan B,"
he said, waving Tahiri onto the back of his speeder. Jag jumped onto Adelmaj's craft, and together the two speeder bikes raced from the howling reptoids. They split up briefly to locate the other speeders from the party, then regrouped on a relatively clear side of the battle zone. Only one speeder remained unaccounted for, and that belonged to the relay base security chief, a fact that only made Han's scowl cut deeper into his face.
"We can't hide the fact that the base isn't here for much longer," he said, especially if Enignar has gone over. The sooner we get out of here and finish it, the better. There were no arguments. The communications tech produced a remote timer and keyed a short code into it. He waited a second, then shook the timer and tried again. There's something wrong, he said. Trying to arm the charges, but the transmission seems to be blocked. The dish must be damaged. Or sabotaged, more likely, Han said. He sighed. Okay, I guess somebody will have to go in and arm the charges manually. I'll go, Tahiri said without hesitation. And I'll go with her, Jag said. Tahiri turned to face him. I can manage on my own. I know that, he answered evenly, but I still need to go. She nodded, understanding the unstated sentiment. She was still new and untested. Someone needed to watch over her until they were certain that she wasn't going to betray them. Which was fine with her. If having him tag along was going to help allay suspicions, then so be it. They rearranged speeders again while the comm tech explained what needed to be done. The detonator control box was hidden at the base of the transponder. Assuming the box itself was intact, all they'd have to do was input the code into its keypad. The explosion would take out the transponder and anything else within a 100-meter radius. They would have only a minute to get clear of the blast. Got it, Jag said, taking the controls. We'll meet you back at the base, either on this speeder or the crest of a shockwave. Han offered a half-smile and a lazy salute. Fly well. I always do. The Chiss pilot gunned the engine and sped off toward the transponder. When I became aware, Seacoat told Luke, the only person I had to talk to was the first Magister. Jabitha's father, the second Magister, was the one who realized what I was, and who helped me come to terms with my potential. It was he who helped me survive the attack of the Far Outsiders that laid waste to my southern hemisphere. It was he who encouraged me to retool my shipbuilding facilities to the manufacture of weapons and other means by which I could defend myself and the people in my care. When we were next under threat, I wasn't entirely ready, but I was able to survive. After a long and arduous journey, I took my charges and myself to safety, revealing myself to them along the way. It was there, after the death of the Magister, the confusion of my birth, and the frantic desperation of my escape, that I finally found time to think. The being projecting the image of Anakin Skywalker had all the resources of a planet behind it, yet still it radiated uncertainty. It was easy to believe that it was the child Luke's father had once been, enormously powerful, tempted by the dark side, but still too young to know what was right or wrong. The first thing I asked myself was, where did I come from? Seacoat placed a hand on the lamina surface of the table. Jabitha's father believed that I arose directly out of the potentium, that I was a physical incarnation of the life energy he believed filled the universe. To him, that was the only explanation that made any sense, but even then I knew it lacked something. It was a very human response in the face of two incomprehensible phenomena, and it ignored the question of why such living planets had not come into being elsewhere. If intelligence on this scale could spontaneously emerge from a biosphere, why then, in a galaxy of hundreds of millions of star systems, was I the only one? What made me different? The intense blue eyes of Seacoat's image stared into Luke's without blinking. I have spent decades examining my being in an attempt to unravel the truth of myself. Anakin Skywalker once described me as an immensity, yet at the same time a unity. All conscious beings could be described as such by the creatures that inhabit them. You all have a multitude of bacteria inhabiting your digestive tracts. From their point of view, you are undeniably immense, and yet at the same time you are also one. The truth of your existence lies on the cellular level, in your genes. I came to suspect that my truth lay on a similarly minute level. Comparatively speaking, of course. The people who inhabit my surface are as important to my well-being as the Boris, the atmosphere, or the sun. Without them, I would be barren, fallow. They're part of your mind? Hegarty asked, listening with fascination to the words of the living planet. Would you say that the microbes in your stomach are part of your mind? The image shook its head. My intelligence is as far above the Pharaohans as yours is above those microbes. They fulfill other needs you would have difficulty comprehending. All you need to understand, for the purposes of this conversation is that I need them as much as they need me. Without them, it is possible that I might never have existed. Or worse, I might have grown stunted and feeble like the rogue Boris that Jason recently encountered.
The mention of his nephew immediately grabbed Luke's attention.
You know where they are?
Seacoat nodded.
I'm speaking to them now.
Jag kept the transponder between himself and Tahiri and the second Yorick Trima. He came in low, relying on the large amount of dust kicked up by mines and energy discharges to give them cover. Only once did they encounter resistance, and the single sick Seru were soon dispatched. Soon they were ducking through a fence of horizontal girders and into the transponder infrastructure. The exterior framework acted as both shield and support for the large and elaborate antenna structure itself. The detonator control was hidden under the skirt of the antenna in a cavity too low to accommodate the speeder. Jag deactivated the repulsor engine and hopped off. Tahiri watched his back while he pulled the machine under cover. Then the two of them scurried beneath the skirt and into the complex beneath. The base of the antenna was a maze of supports and thick cable conduits leading underground. It was so dark that even his suit's light-enhancing algorithms had trouble coping. They made their way by the shine of Tahiri's lightsaber to the place the Comtech had described. Sure enough, the detonator control was exactly where he'd said it would be. Jag hunkered down next to it, opening the top of the device with the first of 3 codes he'd been given. A glowing control surface unfolded, providing him with a small 2D video screen and a keyboard. It was awkward with his gloves on, but Jag soon managed to tap out the commands required until he had the auto-detonation window open before him. The second code gained him access to the timer menu. He typed in a 1-minute delay.
Confirm the final code, he said to Tahiri, and remember, we only have 1 chance at this. We get 1 digit wrong, and it'll reset the codes and shut down for good.
Tahiri nodded and began to recite the code to Jag. 08823411030.
That's what I've got.
He tapped in the digits one at a time while she watched to make sure he didn't mistype anything. Just as he was keying in the second-to-last digit, though, something black shot past his faceplate. He jumped back, reaching for his Cherik blaster, as the glowing controls burst into a shower of sparks. Tahiri was 1 step ahead of him. 2 more thud bugs came darting in. She burned them out of the air with her lightsaber just as a Yuuzhan Vong warrior bore down upon them, waving an amphistaff. Tahiri shouted something guttural in return and met him halfway. Jag stayed down, not wanting to risk hitting Tahiri with an ill-timed shot in the cramped space, but ready to step in if needed. It was hard to tell exactly what was going on. Her lightsaber left sheets of glare in its wake. It looked for a moment as though she was being driven back by heavy blows from the amphistaff, but then, just when he felt sure she was beaten, she ducked beneath the weapon and delivered a lazy-looking slash that opened the warrior up from groin to chin. With a steaming gurgle, the alien fell backward and was still. Tahiri didn't even appear out of breath when she returned her attention to Jag.
"How bad is the damage?"
she asked. He looked down at the detonator unit. The control surface was blackened and melted. Its glow was completely gone. When he touched it, there was no response.
That can't be a good sign.
We have to get it working. He leaned in to examine the unit more closely.
I think it's just the controls that are damaged. The unit itself seems to be functioning. There might be another way to activate it.
Something shuffled out of the darkness toward them. In a heartbeat, Tahiri had returned from Jag, her lightsaber at the ready for another attack. Just as quickly, though, her posture relaxed. It wasn't another warrior, but a Galactic Alliance issue envirosuit, limbed with frost. Steaming blood caked one side. Through the partially fogged visor, Jag made out square reptilian features clenched with pain.
"Eniknar?"
Tahiri took some of the base security chief's weight onto her as the Nogri almost collapsed to the ground next to them. His lips were moving, but Jag couldn't hear anything.
"His comm is gone,"
Tahiri said.
"You should be able to hear him if you touch helmets."
Jag leaned in to the wounded alien.
"Manual release."
Eniknar's soft voice was even more muted than usual, but there was no mistaking the pain he was in.
"There's a manual release."
His hands fumbled for the detonator control unit. Around the back was a panel he managed to twist free, exposing several buttons in numerous colors.
"Manual release,"
he wheezed, falling back against Tahiri in a manner that suggested all of his strength had been spent.
"Coded."
"Will it set off the bombs?" Nod.
"Is there a delay?"
Shake.
"So whoever sets it off will die."
Another nod. Jag pulled back, as did Tahiri. They stared at each other over the injured security chief, but before either could speak, Aniknar clutched at the front of Jag's envirosuit, pulling him closer.
Me? The Nogri wheezed. I'll do it. I know the code. No, Jag said, breaking free of the Nogri's grip. You tell us the code, and Tahiri can use the Force to depress the button from a safe distance.
I don't think we have time for that, Tahiri returned soberly. And besides, even if we could, we can't fit 3 on a speeder. One of us would still be left behind.
Jag turned over a number of possibilities in his head, each dismissed as quickly as they came to him. How do we even know we can trust Aniknar? He argued, pulling away from the injured security chief so his objection wouldn't be overheard. Droma warned us to be careful of him, right? Leia thinks he's a traitor. What if this is a ruse? If we leave him to—
It's not a ruse,
Tahiri said. How can you be so sure? Her gaze dropped to Aniknar, seeming to stare into him rather than at him. After a long moment, she looked back at Jag.
I just am.
Well, that still doesn't mean he has to be the one who sacrifices Jag, she interrupted sternly. We don't have time for this. From the look of him, I doubt that he's going to survive very long anyway. Jag sighed. She was right. They were running out of time. He leaned back down to Aniknar. Are you sure? He said, offering one last resistance to the plan. We could try— The security chief was already shaking his head before he'd finished.
This way. At least I die with honor.
Jag knew it made no sense to argue. The Nogri's strength was ebbing. If he left his decision too long, the situation might be taken out of their hands. He placed the control unit against Aniknar's chest, and Tahiri taped it in place. 20 seconds, she said through their visors. Wait 20 seconds, then input the code, okay? That'll give us time to get clear. Aniknar's eyes were shut as he nodded.
I can wait that long.
They left him there, propped up against a reinforced girder. As Jag gunned the speeder bike off into the darkness, scattering a pack of Reptoid ground troops in their wake, he heard Tahiri's voice in his helmet speakers.
Rashok, Ichna, Vinamhok,
she muttered softly. What's that? It's a Yuuzhan Vong blessing, she said. It means, die well, brave warrior. Jag acknowledged the sentiment with a nod of his head, although her ease with the Yuuzhan Vong culture continued to unsettle him. I guess the others owe him an apology.
I'll make sure he gets one when things quiet down.
A little late, don't you think?
Not for those of us who will remember him.
Aniknar's sacrifice didn't sit well with Jag for so many reasons. He had difficulty identifying them all. Chiss culture had a strong aversion to suicide, regarding it wasteful and unjustifiable. Although Aniknar's gesture would have saved many more lives, it still rankled. But there was something else that bothered him more. If Aniknar wasn't the traitor, as everyone had believed him to be, then who was? Behind them, the sky lit with a bright white light, as though an impossible dawn had come to this cold and sunless world. Your uncle asks after you, the image with Vergier's face said to Jason. Saba observed the exchange with senses desensitized to surprise. That Seacoat could be in 2 places at once didn't seem as unreasonable as it would have just a day ago. I have told him that you are all well, and that no harm will come to you now that the testing is complete.
Did you test the Feroans, too?
Saba asked. She was still smarting at the way she and Jason had been deceived. The supposed mastermind of the kidnappers, Senshi, smiled serenely at her from where he rested with the Magister against one side of the seating ground. Seacoat's beaked visage turned to face her. When I awoke, they were already here. In fact, I suspect it was their arrival that precipitated my awakening, or at least hastened it along. Whatever process I was undergoing to reach full awareness, it needed only their presence to be complete.
That doesn't explain where you came from, Danny said.
The human scientist seemed none the worse for her time spent unconscious at the whim of Seacoat. She sat cross-legged on the stretcher, listening intently to Seacoat's story.
If you weren't a chance combination of elements requiring just an intelligent, peaceful civilization to jumpstart your evolution to consciousness, then what were you? How did you come to be?
I have asked myself that many times, Seacoat said, and never been able to satisfactorily answer it. Jabitha's father's understanding of the Force was flawed. I know that now. He thought that everything was one in the potentium, a teaching that has survived among the Pharaohs to this day. But the Jedi showed me that evil does exist, and I know that the far outsiders stand outside the Force. Where does that leave me now? Did I spring from the Force or somewhere else?
We have speculated on this, Danny said. There are a number of possibilities,
and I would be interested to discuss them with you another time. Berger's fringe shivered as she turned to face the human scientist. It remains, though, that a sample size of one is not enough for either of us to reach a conclusion. The simple fact is that I do not know where I came from. I have not come across any others of my kind anywhere else in the galaxy, and that makes me wonder. Perhaps I did wake once or many times before, but without the Pharaohs I retreated into unconsciousness and forgot those dark periods of my development. I only came into the light when there was someone here to welcome my birth, someone to know me, for without that, could I ever be considered alive? Saba was struck by the image of world minds like orphaned hatchlings scattered across the stars. What would it be like to grow up alone, never knowing who had spawned you, or who your siblings might be? She couldn't imagine it. Neither could she decide if it would be worse or better than knowing your family and then losing them. Berger's alien eyes regarded Jason coolly, waiting for him to comment. He did so eventually with a nod. You're right. It's how we treat others that matters, not where we came from. Exactly, young Jedi. I stand by everything I've done since I became alive. I trust and obey my own imperatives. Those being? Saba asked. The same as any intelligent entity, to live in peace, to grow in knowledge and wisdom, to love and be loved in return. Berger's smile was broad and peaceful, belying the words that followed. And if any tries to rob me of my right to follow those imperatives, I have the same choices as anyone. I can run or I can fight. I have experienced both. Leia tried Ashpadar for the 4th time, now more worried than before. Commander, are you there? Perhaps Commander Ashpadar is attending business elsewhere, C-3PO suggested. I'm not so sure, she said. It's been far too long. A good commander wouldn't leave her post like this at a time of crisis. She stood after a moment's consideration. I'm going to see what's wrong. Oh dear. The golden droid's arms flapped like those of a flightless bird. Do you think that's a good idea, Princess? Perhaps a call to base security? I'd rather check it out myself. She retrieved her lightsaber and a blaster from the passenger area. It's the only way to be sure. As you wish, Princess, the droid said. Meewal and Cockmane, her 2 Nogri bodyguards, preceded her down the umbilical connecting the Falcon to the base. Stay here, she said to C-3PO. Call me on my comlink if you hear anything. If I'm not back in half an hour, or I haven't called you, shut the airlock and wait for Han to come back. Don't let anyone else in, whatever you do. Leia left him dithering and flustered, reassuring her profusely that he'd do as instructed. She slotted between Meewal and Cockmane and walked along the umbilical into the relay base. The corridors were quiet as she headed to Ashpadar's quarters. The base was on alert, so most of the crew were at their stations, ready in case of an emergency. She passed 2 of the Ugnaughts and a Sullustan supervisor performing maintenance work on a power router, but apart from that, the base seemed utterly deserted. Leia took the curving corridor leading to Ashpadar's office at a slower pace, wary of surprises. She didn't know what was making her so edgy, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The door to Ashpadar's office was not surprisingly locked. Go back and get that engineer, she ordered Meewal. Perhaps she can get us in. While she waited for Meewal to return with the Sullustan, she tried in vain to listen for anything through the bulkhead. The room on the other side was either empty or... She stopped herself short. There was no point heading for such pessimistic conclusions until she had cause to do so. There were 1,000 reasons that might explain Ashpadar's silence. Just because she couldn't think of one that held up to close examination at this time didn't necessarily mean there wasn't one. What's the problem here? The Sullustan asked, striding confidently up to Leia. I'm sorry to interrupt your work. Leia read the engineer's name tag. Gantry, but I need to get into this room. Gantry's response was instantly suspicious. Why? Commander Ashpadar isn't answering my calls. She could be resting. At a time like this? Leia shook her head. Then perhaps she's busy elsewhere on the base. Have you seen her in the last couple of hours? The engineer sighed, her large eyes blinking. You must understand that privacy on a base such as this is respected by everyone. I can't just— I do understand that, Leia said, but this is important. I have a terrible feeling that something has happened to the commander. So please open this door. If my suspicions prove to be unfounded, then I'll take full responsibility. The Celestin slowly nodded. Very well, she muttered, approaching the door and examining its keypad. But if she asks what— Gantry stopped, frowning down at the lock. That's strange. What is it? Leia asked. The door, the engineer said. It's been locked from the outside. Leia's stomach began to turn over uneasily as the engineer tapped in a long string of codes until the lock finally beeped and the door slid open. Miwa went first. Leia followed close behind, her lightsaber drawn but not lit. The first thing she noticed was a smell of ozone in the air. The second was a pair of large feet protruding from behind the desk. She hurried over to where Ashpadar lay face down, a web of fine wires wrapped around her horns. The engineer pushed past to examine the body of her commander. They tortured her, the Celestin exclaimed, tugging at the wires to remove them. Gotals can't stand intense magnetic fields anywhere near them. Will she be all right? Leia asked, crouching down beside the Celestin. Gotal physiology wasn't one of her strong points. They just knocked her out. Gantry's big eyes looked up imploringly at Leia. Why would anyone do this? Lady Vader, Cockmain whispered. I think you should see this. She looked up. The Nogri female was examining the safe in the wall of Ashpadar's office. It should have been tightly sealed, but the door was ajar. When Cockmain swung it fully open, the inside was empty. Cold rushed through her as she realized what had happened. Someone stole the Villip. The Celestin engineer looked confused. A Villip? Aneknar and Ashpadar found one hidden in a maintenance recess a couple of days ago, she explained. They were trying to find out whom it belonged to when the Yuuzhan Vong attacked. Someone must have used it to lure them here. A traitor? Here? A discomfiting thought struck her. We thought it was Aneknar, because he smelled wrong. The Celestin frowned. What does smell have to do with it? To a Nogri, everything. Usually. She glanced at her bodyguards, but they didn't have the capacity to look sheepish. The real traitor has been here all along, she went on, and now he or she has the Villip. Alarm showed on the engineer's expressive face. They could call the Yuuzhan Vong down upon us. Leia nodded gravely. We have to find a way to stop that from happening. Wouldn't they have done it already? Unlikely, she said. They'd need to be able to get away from here first. They wouldn't want to go down with the ship. Then they must be heading out on foot because there are no speeder bikes left, and it takes time to put on an envirosuit. A sense of urgency gripped her. They might have arrived too late to prevent Ashpadar from being tortured for the codes for the safe, but they might yet stop the traitor finishing the job. Come on. Gantry hurried from the room close behind Leia. A roll call would tell us who was missing, she began, flustered by Leia's sudden haste. That would only alert them that we're on to them. No, we have to get to them before they escape. Which airlock would they use? There's only one designed for suited EVA. Take me there. The Celestin's short legs propelled her rapidly along the base's corridor, urged on by Leia's certainty that this was the only way to stop the traitor. There wasn't time to move the base to safety, or the Falcon for that matter. If they failed, it would all end here. The extravehicular airlock was locked when they arrived. Through a thick transparent steel observation window, they saw a diminutive figure working the final seals on an envirosuit. Leia couldn't make out who it was from the back, but the Celestin beside her seemed to know automatically. Her hand punched at an intercom. Teg, what are you doing? The Ugnaught on the other side of the glass didn't respond except to hasten his efforts. There was a small, vacuum-sealed box beside him, just large enough to contain a Villip. Why are you doing this? The engineer went on. Don't you know they'll kill us all? Still the Ugnaught didn't speak. But the look of hatred in the tiny traitor's eyes said it all. Peace Brigade. They were everywhere, their once vague and amorphous resentment and anger finally given shape by the Yuuzhan Vong. Can we open the door? Leia asked. The Celestin tapped at a keypad, then threw her hands up in frustration. He's frozen the controls. Then we have to stop him getting out. Leia's palms itched at the closeness of disaster. Does this lock meet standard safety requirements? The Celestin looked offended at the suggestion that it might not. Of course, why? That means the outer lock can't open if there's a breach in the inner lock. She snapped on her lightsaber. Stand back. Her bodyguards and the Celestin moved to the far side of the airlock bay. Leia raised her lightsaber and channeled all her energy along it. She would need every iota of strength she had to drill through a half-meter-thick transparent steel sheet. Yellow hot sparks flew in all directions as she brought the tip of her lightsaber in contact with the window. A trickle of molten transparent steel ran down the surface, and she felt the blade sink slowly into it, 1 centimeter at a time. The Ugnaught looked up and hastened his efforts to escape, but she didn't let herself think about him. His actions were beyond her control right now. She had to focus solely upon the job at hand. She narrowed her awareness down to the blade itself, sending her will in waves down to the very tip as it worked its way through the transparent steel. There she concentrated on breaking chemical bonds, setting chunks of complex materials free, burning deeper and deeper. Her being dissolved in that fire until she seemed no longer to exist. Everything hinged on one incredibly simple task, and she became that task. There was nothing else of her left. An alarm sounding in her ears dragged her reluctantly back to her physical surroundings, thinking she'd made it through the window and thereby activated the breach failsafes. But there was still resistance at the end of her lightsaber. She looked up from the glow of her blade and saw red warning lights flashing, but they weren't from any alarm she had triggered. The exterior airlock was open and the airlock was empty. She couldn't believe her eyes. It wasn't possible. Yet there it was, undeniable. The Ugnaught had escaped, leaving the door jammed open behind him so they couldn't follow. The same failsafes that might have stopped the traitor now stopped her. She couldn't open the inner door while the outer was ajar. All of her efforts had been for nothing. She deactivated her lightsaber. "Can you move the base without Ashbadar's authorization?" she said, turning to the engineer. "Yes, but just do it. Get it out of here now. It doesn't matter where. I'll get the Falcon moving too, perhaps as a decoy. Any chance at all is better than none." Gantry blinked wide, frightened eyes at her. Leia sensed the Celestin's fear, but she didn't have time to reassure her. If they were going to save the relay base, then... Something clattering in the airlock distracted her. She turned in unison with the Celestin to see that the Ugnaught had returned. Through the thick Asphandian air that had filled the chamber, it was hard to tell exactly what was going on, but it looked as though he'd tripped headlong over the threshold and now lay sprawled, face up, on the floor. As Leia watched, he struggled to his feet, edging away from the open airlock with his back to the window. Seconds later, Leia saw the cause of his fear. A human-shaped figure in an envirosuit stepped into the airlock, a glowing violet lightsaber raised, ready to strike. Relief tightened Leia's throat. "Jaina." "I came as soon as I could," came her daughter's voice over the intercom. "You felt me?" "Felt that something was wrong. I homed in on you just in time to catch this little one trying to set up his pet Villip." At the moment, the Ugnaught fainted and made a break for the door. Jaina gestured with her free hand, and he flew against a wall, arms and legs spread wide. Another figure appeared in the door. Leia sensed the two talking to each other, although she couldn't tap into their internal comm system without wearing a suit of her own. "Droma says there's something going on above," Jaina said as the two of them worked at the obstruction holding the external door open. "Looks like the fighting started again. We'll let ourselves in while you go check to see if Pelion's sent some telemetry." Leia nodded, her relief at the timely rescue turning once again to worry. Whatever had broken the stalemate, it couldn't bode well for the Imperial forces. They were still outnumbered. Besides, this wasn't the way the plan was supposed to go. If Jaina and the others had successfully destroyed the transponder tower, making it look as if the relay base had been destroyed, there should be no reason for Commander Vorik to stick around any longer. He could leave, mission accomplished and honor intact, leaving the Galactic Alliance to sift through the wreckage. So why was he still here? The crisis with the Villip safely averted, her thoughts turned out to the rest of the planet and beyond. The battle may have been won, but the course of the war was still very much to be decided. Something anxious and troubling chewed at her stomach. What had gone wrong? A chill went down Jason's spine. "You've decided to fight," he said, trying to fathom the words coming from his former teacher with the same veneration as if Vergere herself were speaking. "Is that what you're telling me?" "That is not what I said." Seacoat turned on him and fixed him with a piercing stare. "I said that I had a choice, and that I have tried both of the options already. I fought off the far outsiders. Then I fled the fire of the inner galaxy, seeking the outer darkness so that I might be alone, so that I might be safe. And for many years I was just that. Then you came to disturb my peace." "The Yuuzhan Vong came first," he reminded the living planet. "You both invade my sanctuary."
but with different intentions.
The image of Vergier's feathered eyebrows went up in surprise. You presume a lot, young Jedi, Seacoat said, without knowing what the far outsiders said to me, what they demanded of me, or what they tried to take from me. You seem confident to speak of their intentions. Jason bowed his head apologetically.
You're right, of course. He raised his eyes to meet those of Vergier. Nevertheless, you must have seen something different about us. You allowed us to land, after all. The Yuuzhan Vong you simply destroyed.
The Jedi have never openly meant me harm, and I have learned much from you in the past. There is much I have left to learn, and you can help with that under the right circumstances. Many people here remember your kind, and would have been keen to have you here but for your war.
We're here in search of peace, not war, Jason said, injecting every word with as much sincerity as he could muster.
How can I give you peace?
Jason shook his head. This was the question that had haunted him ever since his teacher's death. I don't know, he admitted. But there has to be something, otherwise Vergier would never have sent us in the first place.
I could give you weapons to help you fight your war, Seacoat said. The far outsiders are invisible to the life flows that the First Magister called the Potentium, and that you Jedi call the Force, but that does not make them utter abominations. Ever since their first attack, I have been examining fragments of destroyed vessels, seeking to understand the principles by which they operate.
Back engineering their technology,
Danny said. Precisely. Much that I found was confusing and disturbing, but I took what I could and made it my own. My living ships and weapons bear similarities to those of the far outsiders, and few of their weaknesses.
Jason felt his breath catch in his throat. Was this why Vergier had sent them to Seacoat? Part of him was excited by the thought of beating the Yuuzhan Vong at their own game, but it didn't ring true with what he remembered of his teacher. He doubted she had intended for them to find superweapons to help destroy the Yuuzhan Vong. A deeper understanding of their enemy, yes, and perhaps a new weakness, but not another means of wreaking slaughter.
What's wrong, Jason? Seacoat asked him. You don't look pleased.
I guess I'm not, he said. I don't think that's why we're here.
You're not here to get our help in the war? Jipitha asked.
We are, yes, but not like that.
Then how? What else do we have to offer you?
I don't know.
The image of his teacher crooked one eye higher than the other in a distinctly avian gesture. I am a force unlike anything you have come across before, Seacoat said. Are you trying to tell me that were I to offer myself as a weapon in your fight against the far outsiders, you would turn me down?
Jason felt Saba and Danny staring at him, and for a moment 2 words warred with his thoughts. Yes, because he was tired of death and destruction, and the endless cycle of violence. A military victory for the Galactic Alliance would require the utter genocide of the Yuuzhan Vong species. How could he possibly live with himself if he was in any way responsible for something like that? And no, because he could see no other way to defend those he loved. If there was no other option but military might, he couldn't stand by and watch his friends and family be slaughtered. His conscience would be clear to turn down the offer of such a weapon, he knew. But what was a moral victory, if in the end it meant the deaths of trillions? The weight of the future might rest heavily upon what he would say next, yet Jason felt incredibly small at that moment. With a word he could change the course of the war and therefore the destiny of his people.
Well,
Seacoat prompted.
What is your answer?
No. The word seemed to echo in Luke's mind as he imagined generations of children who might not live if the Galactic Alliance failed in the fight against the Yuuzhan Vong. Children such as his own son, Ben. He saw every species of the galaxy enslaved to the biological slave machine of Supreme Overlord Shimra, every cell screaming rebellion, but every limb yoked in an endless cycle of pain and despair. With such images in his mind, could he really afford to turn down the means to the galaxy's salvation that Seacoat might bring? You would accept such an offer? Said the image of Anakin Skywalker, face tipped forward as though seeking reassurance that he'd heard correctly. Luke nodded slowly, deliberately. I would. But even as he spoke the words, he couldn't help but wonder if, in accepting the offer, he might be straying too close to the dark side, or encouraging Seacoat to do so. Then consider the offer made, Seacoat said, smiling broadly. Behind Luke, the Pharaohans gasped as one. This they hadn't expected, and neither had Luke.
What about all this talk about wanting peace and to be left alone? Mara asked. She made no attempt to hide her suspicions. I still desire those things, Seacoat said. I just know that I cannot have them here, or while the far outsiders trouble this galaxy. So my offer is for my benefit as much as it is your own.
But, Seacoat, Roll spluttered, what of Sanctuary?
Sanctuary has already been irreparably shattered, Seacoat answered. You see, the escape of the Coral Skipper from the moon M3 was not entirely fiction. One vessel did manage to escape my net during the attack, and we must presume that that ship is returning to its masters to report on my whereabouts.
The words provoked a look of both horror and surprise on the faces of Darek and Roll. Horror for Seacoat's decision to help the Jedi, and surprise perhaps because even their godlike planet had not been able to prevent one of the enemy's ships from escaping. Seacoat must have seen this in their expressions, too.
I guess I am not as all-powerful as you think me, it said to the Faroans. To Mara and Luke it added, Nor you. Is that a sobering thought?
Pelion observed the demise of the transponder with something approaching satisfaction. The explosion showed as a white-hot dimple bulging up through the dense atmosphere, accompanied by a sharp electromagnetic crack. It was unmistakable even through the flash and scatter of the battle above.
Now, Vorik, he thought, let's see what you're really made of. Will you turn tail and flee? Or have I stung your pride enough to make you stay around for one final humiliation?
Kur-Hashan seemed to hover indecisive as the news sunk in. Pelion wondered what was going through the commander's mind. What secret agenda had been confounded? Pelion didn't doubt there was one. Expending so much energy to knock out a single communications nexus just didn't make sense. They could have destroyed it days ago simply by pounding the surface of the planet back to molten slag. That they hadn't could only mean one thing. They wanted the base intact. Pelion smiled as Kur-Hashan began to come about, preparing for all-out attack.
Send the signal, he instructed his aide. I think it's been long enough.
Secrets within secrets. Imperial and Yuuzhan Vong forces clashed anew, 1,000 bright flashes lighting up the dark world below. TIE fighter hunted Coral Skipper. Capital ships turned their prodigious energies against each other. Shields burned a million different colors, dissipating deadly forces in all directions. From the planet below, the skies of Esfandia would be burning bright as they never had before. Pelion stood firm on the bridge as Kur-Hashan bore down on him. The hideous mottled hull grinned like a dreadful death mask. He imagined Vorik's rage and anticipation building behind it. An infidel might defy the great commander, but victory in the end was assured. As far as Vorik would have been concerned, it was only a matter of time before his superior forces swept those in his path to the edges of the universe, like dust. A ripple of worry spread across the bridge. For the briefest of moments, Pelion wondered if Vorik might be right, if he hadn't miscalculated the timing or gotten the message wrong. 1,001 things could have gone awry, which was why he hadn't shared the truth with anyone but his aide. Then, just as the grinning skull of Kur-Hashan seemed to bulge out of the screen at him, a telemetry officer spoke up.
Hyperspace signature, sir, dozens of them.
Pelion let out the breath he'd been holding as ships of all shapes and sizes appeared around Esfandia, a ragtag fleet armed with patchwork cannons and out-of-date missiles. What they lacked in top-of-the-line hardware, though, they more than made up for with surprise and guts. They threw themselves against the warship and its attendant craft, pounding Dovin basils and cutting great swaths out of Yorick coral. For a minute it looked as though the alien behemoth might recover its poise and its control of the situation with it. But with atmosphere and bodies venting in more than a dozen places, and Dovin basils failing in great ripples along one flank, the tide quickly turned. A gunboat with unfamiliar markings stitched a line of fiery death down the giant living vessel's spine. Two very unsteady-looking corvettes, working in tandem, took out a Yamask-bearing support ship. A heavily shielded drone freighter spun out of control into Kur-Hashan's midsection and blew up as though it had been loaded from stem to stern with high explosives. "Incoming transmission," his comm officer announced. "It's from the enemy." Pelion smiled. Vorik's hideous visage appeared before him. The commander's bridge was shaking behind him, and the image was fuzzy, as though the room was filling with smoke. Pelion made a gesture to his aide out of Vorik's sight.
"I take it you wish to surrender, Vorik,"
the warrior snarled.
You cannot defeat us, infidel.
5 minutes ago I would have said the same thing, Pelion said. But now—
You may kill us, but you will not defeat us. You will never defeat us.
With a roar from the commander, the communication ended. Pelion knew what was about to happen.
"Full shields immediately," he commanded. "He's going to blow his drives."
The order spread among the Imperial and other ships harassing the giant destroyer, just as Kirhashan's surviving engines surged forward and something deep in its belly began to erupt. Every ship within range shunted all power away from attack to defense. The commander's final gesture was wasted. For all the fury of the dying warship, all the energy expended in one wild rush, and all the Yuzhanbong lives lost, it did little more than nudge right to roll slightly off course. And when the titanic fireball had dwindled to embers, the odds were better than even. "Transmission from Pride of Salonia."
"Put it through,"
Pelion ordered.
"My station only."
He turned as a hollow image of Captain Mayne appeared behind him.
"Congratulations, Grand Admiral," she said. "I presume you knew all along what was going to happen."
That Vorik would self-destruct rather than surrender? No, but it was a good bet he'd prefer to go out kicking. I may not have as much experience with the Yuzhanbong as you, but I know their type. I know the way they think. They never bend. All they can do is break, with an eye to the spectacular."
Mayne smiled. "Actually, I was referring to the other ships. Where did they come from? Who are they?"
"Friends of yours, I believe. They told me about Esfondia after Generis. They suggested I come here to avoid another catastrophe. They also said reinforcements wouldn't be far behind if I needed them. I could summon them by transmitting a code phrase on a particular frequency. When Vorik attacked rather than giving up the game, I figured the time had come."
"That was quite a gamble, sir."
"You have a problem with the way it turned out, Captain?"
Mayne smiled briefly.
"Not at all, Admiral. I might have done the same thing myself given the circumstances. I'm just trying to work out who these friends of ours are, though."
"I was hoping you could tell me," Pelion said. "All I know is that they're calling themselves the Rin Network."
Understanding and puzzlement collided on Mayne's face.
"Really? Well, I suppose they could have called in some favors here and there, but I never suspected they'd have this sort of influence."
"So you do know something about them?"
Mayne nodded.
"A little, but you might want to talk to Princess Leia and Captain Solo to find out the full story."
With that, Mayne saluted and the transmission ended. Pelion turned back to his duties, nodding thoughtfully to himself.
"Believe me," he muttered, "I intend to."
"Yes." Stunned silence fell about the rain-soaked pit in the wake of Jason's answer to Seacoat. He could feel Saba and Danny looking at him, uncomprehending. How could he have said that? Their eyes asked. How could he have damned countless millions to unspeakable misery? He turned away from them both, not wanting their silent accusations. Deep in his heart he knew he'd made the right decision, and two voices in his mind reassured him of that. The first belonged to Winsefel, who had said to him on Scylla, "The weapon at your side seems out of place on a man who professes to hate violence." The second voice belonged to his uncle.
"How do we fight a brutal, evil enemy without becoming brutal and evil ourselves?"
Somewhere between those two statements lurked the justification for his decision. It was the most difficult decision he'd ever had to make, and one he could not explain in a few words to either Danny or Saba. It pained him to think of what the ramifications of his decision might be for the rest of the galaxy, but he wasn't about to back down from the stand he was making. Saying yes to Zonama Seacoat had been a show of strength, not an act of weakness.
"After traveling as far as you have to beseech my help," Seacoat said, "you reject my offer. Are you sure?"
"I stand by my decision,"
he answered soberly.
"Jason—"
Danny's objection petered out with a bewildered shake of her head.
"Military might is not what we need,"
he tried to explain.
"I cannot countenance destruction as a solution to the threat of destruction. In the long run, such a victory would only bring about our own downfall."
He faced Seacoat once again.
"I'm sorry, but I cannot accept your offer."
The image of his former teacher smiled. "Nevertheless, I have decided to join your cause." Jason frowned at Seacoat's unnaturally dry image.
"What are you saying?"
"I'm saying that you have achieved what you set out to do," Seacoat said. "I shall return with you to your war. Whether or not I can make a difference, of course, remains to be seen." Roger's image moved over to where Jason stood, his mind still numb with shock. To his surprise, the arm Roger's image placed around his waist exerted a faint pressure, like heavy fog. "We are done with running," Seacoat told him softly, so only he could hear. "We must find a way to end this war. Perhaps together we can work out which way we must go, not just for ourselves, but for the sake of all life within the galaxy." Jason turned to stare into the eyes of his former teacher. In them he found great intellect and infinite compassion, as well as an ageless, unfathomable wisdom the likes of which he could never hope to achieve. But try as he might, he could find no reassurance in them, and that troubled him more than he was prepared to admit. "It gives me great displeasure, Supreme One, to report on yet another nest of perfidy, this time in Numesh sector, and overseen by the prefect Zareb." No Manor watched with keen interest as the court of the Supreme Overlord heard of the latest supposed threat to the status quo. The Villip hidden in Ngala's robes caught the scene with perfect clarity as she presented her report. He listened with relish, feeling the need for some uncomplicated revenge in order to wash the taste of Shunmai's betrayal from his throat. Shimmer was seated atop his Yorick throne, one elbow resting on the throne's arm as he gazed down reflectively upon those gathered before him. The baleful red eyes swept the attentive crowd. There was no sound apart from the shuffling of feet and the soft creaking contractions of shifting armor, and Ngala's voice, tolling the doom of the former executor Zareb. The planted heretics had been interrogated. Their testimony was plain. "It is with regret that I must deliver this news, Supreme One, but the conclusion is inescapable. You have been yet again betrayed by someone in whom you put your trust." Shimra shook his head at the inevitable conclusion. "How is this possible?" "My lord, I fear—" "Not you, Ngala. You have said all you need to say." Shimmer rose to his feet and descended from his throne with calculated precision, red eyes glancing at a different member of his audience with each step. His voice when he spoke was like the voice of Yun Yuuzhan himself. "The heresy is not a poison gas that sneaks in through the cracks. It is not spirits whispering in someone's ear. It is not a contagion floating on the wind. No, the heresy is spread by shamed ones who are flesh and blood like us. They possess no supernatural powers. Their love of the infidel Jedi gives them no unseen advantage." Shimmer's posture was one of restrained fury when he reached the base of the steps. "So, War Master, can you explain how these flesh-and-blood heretics are able to corrupt my most trusted servants without being detected?" The mighty Noschoka ground sharpened teeth together. "Our investigations continue through all avenues, Great One," he said. "Of prime concern to us is the nature of the traitors Ngala has reported. They are all, you will note, of the intendant caste." "Indeed." The Supreme Overlord turned to High Prefect Drothul, whose eyes shot hatefully at the War Master. "Tell me, Drothul, how these shamed ones have been able to amass the resources necessary for their existence, let alone to undermine my authority." The High Prefect shifted uneasily. "I can assure you that the chains of supply are being examined as we speak. We strongly suspect that some of the knowledge required to divert these resources was obtained from a renegade Shaper." Shimra's look of disdain required no words. "Master Shaper," he said, turning next to Yal Vath, "how do you respond to this claim?" "Such knowledge did not come from our ranks, I assure you, Supreme One." The Master Shaper locked his grotesquely modified hands nervously in front of him. "Our fate lies firmly in you and the gods." The Supreme Overlord's expression conveyed perfectly what he thought of that assertion. "Ah, yes, faith." Shimmer turned lastly to the High Priest. No Manor wished he could freeze the Villip choir on the look on Jakan's face. Watching the War Master, High Prefect, and Master Shaper squirm had been fine enough, but this was even better. "This heresy undermines the spiritual center of our mighty people, Jakan," Shimmer said, looming less than an arm's length away from the High Priest. "The gods have every right to be displeased at the lack of faith we show in them. Your plans to rid us of this treacherous prophet show a distinct lack of imagination." "You may be assured, Supreme One, that retribution is at hand," Jakan pronounced,
a slight trembling of his hands the only sign of the terror he was surely feeling. "Such vile blasphemies will not go unpunished."
"Indeed they will not. Our enemies are flesh and blood, after all. They are nothing to the gods but aberrations."
Shimmer released the high priest from his stare, and Jakan visibly sagged.
"The question remains, however," said Shimmer, stalking back to confront High Prefect Drothul.
"How to explain the spread of the heresy among the higher ranks on Yuuzhan'tar?"
Drothul straightened but remained silent in the face of the Supreme Overlord's piercing stare.
"Perhaps, High Prefect, I am betrayed more profoundly than I ever dared think. Perhaps there is a traitor in my palace, a recruiter for the vile sect that swears allegiance to the Jedi."
Shimmer's voice was low and threatening, and the implications were obvious. Every scar on Nom Anor's head tingled to hear it. He had never hoped it would come to this, not against the High Prefect himself.
"This poisoned Kishirip dares to purvey the prophets wrought among those closest to me, attempting to turn them against my will. The traitor steals secrets, misappropriates resources, tells me lies, holds a weapon to my throat that I cannot even see. What do you say of that possibility, Drothul?"
The High Prefect's name emerged as a low, threatening growl. The audience craned forward to see what would happen next.
"I think it is a possibility, my lord,"
the High Prefect said in as firm a voice as anyone could muster under the circumstances.
"But I assure you—"
"Not another word, Drothul."
Shimmer leaned over the High Prefect.
"I am observant. I hear the whispers. I sense the hidden eyes upon me. I know when I am being betrayed."
The roar echoed through the chamber. Drothul visibly flinched at the bile in the words. Guards appeared from behind the Howpalip dais, and Nom Anor felt a keen sense of victory sweep through him. Drothul in the Yargun pit? So soon? But instead of closing in on the High Prefect, it was Ngala, whom the warriors surrounded. Staring dumbly at the Vilip choir, Nom Anor saw the blunt, scarred faces closing in, and it took him a long moment to realize what was happening. It took Ngala just as long, for the guards were almost upon her before she proclaimed her innocence. "My lord, what is this?"
"This is treachery,"
Shimmer said, turning to face her. His burning red eyes seemed to stare right into Nom Anor's frozen heart.
"You should know that well enough."
"Supreme One, I swear—"
"Caesar!"
Shimra strode across from Drothul, growing mightier and more furious in the Vilip choir with every step. The guards grabbed Ngala and held her tightly. To her credit, she didn't struggle, but Nom Anor felt her fear in the way the Vilip trembled.
"Your evidence against Prefect Ashet was convincing,"
Shimra snarled.
"Against Drosh-Kali and Prefect Zareb it was watertight. Almost too good, in fact. Wondering, I took the opportunity to question the witnesses you brought here, prior to their disposal in the Yargun pits. When interrogated properly, they told a very different story."
"No."
"They were planted to deliberately incriminate Ashet, Kali, and Zareb, weren't they, Ngala? You are the trusted one who turns against me, not these innocent intendants."
Behind Shimra, High Prefect Drothul's face glowed with a mixture of relief and anger.
"My lord," he said, "this is inconceivable. Ngala's treachery explains much, but for the prophet to have reached her into your very court—"
"I did not say anything about the prophet, High Prefect,"
Shimmer said, turning.
"This traitor uses the trappings of the heresy to accuse her victims, but that does not mean that she adheres to them herself."
Shimmer prowled across Ngala's field of view.
"No, I sense conspiracies within conspiracies here. It will take some time and no considerable effort to disentangle the truth from the web of lies concealing it."
"I will tell you nothing," Ngala gasped. The view through the Vilip shook as her body spasmed. Nom Anor watched and listened in horror as his spy emitted a pained cry, then slumped into the arms of the guards. There was a commotion. The view shook, and for a moment Nom Anor couldn't tell what was happening. When the Vilip was still, faces loomed in close, and he realized that Ngala was prostrate on the ground, with people bending over her.
"Poison
one of the guards said. "I fear that she has escaped us, Supreme One." "It doesn't matter." Shimra's voice was surprisingly calm. "We could not have trusted the confession of a priestess of deception, even under the most intense interrogation. Her discovery and death is enough to warn the person or persons she served that we are not fools. We cannot be deceived for long." "The damage she did can be reversed," High Prefect Drothul said. "The lies she told can be rescinded. My intendants' names can be cleared." "That won't be necessary." Shimra's reply surprised No Manor. "Ashet, Kali, and Zareb will not be wasted. Already reports of heresy are on the increase. Fear of punishment is driving this new purge, and I would not see that undone. One good thing will come of this fiasco. That is a certainty." The Vilip continued to transmit as one of the guards kicked Ngala's lifeless body. "What shall we do with this?" he asked. "The usual." Shimra's voice was dismissive. "Whether the Prophet sent her or not, she will serve as a warning to anyone else who would attempt to spy on me and to sow division in my court. Her hidden master will see that I am no fool. He will know that it is only a matter of time before I find him too, and before he shares her fate." "That time is long overdue," High Prefect Drothul said. "It will come, faithful servant," the Supreme Overlord said. "It will come." Shimra's voice faded into the background as Ngala's body was hauled unceremoniously from the throne room. No Manor couldn't tear his eyes from the wildly swinging view. Muffled grunts and the sounds of heavy footfalls accompanied the morbid procession through the palace. There were no exclamations, no questions. A dead body these days was not an unusual sight. "Master," Kunra said from the shadows, his voice tremulous. "Be quiet," No Manor growled. He wasn't in the mood for a conversation. Ngala was gone, and with her he had lost his best means of enacting his will on Yuuzhan'tar. Without her he could no longer observe Shimra and his court, nor could he tell what plans the Supreme Overlord was concocting against him. The chance to revenge himself on his enemies had slipped through his fingers, just when he had felt that he had been on the verge of success. The rocking of the Vilip ceased for a moment, and No Manor's eyes, which had been staring blindly at the Vilip choir, registered the scene again. Ngala was swinging back and forth. The guards were counting. When they reached 3, the world whirled and the body fell. Ngala and the Vilip came to rest atop the charnel pit, tilted slightly to one side. No Manor had a perfect view of rotting bodies piled up in their hundreds. Somewhere in there were the pseudo-heretics he had sent to their deaths, along with Prefect Ashet Drosh Kali, and all the faithful who had been betrayed by Shimra's new regime of terror. The boastful Commander Ekam Val was in there, too, faceless and nameless, his dreams of glory shattered. How long, No Manor wondered, until the Prophet himself joined them. "No Manor, I said be quiet, Kunra." He heard a worried crack to his voice, but couldn't hide it. "There is nothing to say." Together, in silence, they watched the bodies rot. When darkness fell, the view in the Vilip choir faded to black, but still No Manor watched. Hypnotized, he could only stare and think. How long? He barely heard Kunra leave to attend to the work of the heresy. How long? Epilogue. The bridge of Pride of Salonia was the quietest it had been for a while, with only a handful of crew members working at stations around where Leia sat at the communications console. For the last couple of days it had been kept busy, along with the Widowmaker, mopping up the stragglers of the Yuuzhan Vong strike force that had attacked Esfandia. But now that there was a lull in activities, the crew were concentrating on preparing to return to Mon Calamari for a well-earned break. Millennium Falcon was doing likewise, docked for the moment with the Salonia, while it underwent diagnostic checks and minor repairs. Captain Mayne had given Leia permission to use the bridge's communications facilities to test out the antenna array. While she waited for the go-ahead from Commander Ashpadar, she distracted herself by observing the planet below on the monitors around her. From orbit, the grey atmosphere of Esfandia appeared unchanged. Bathed only by starlight and the occasional dry flash,
The planet had absorbed the recent injections of thermal energy as a lake would absorb a teaspoon of salt, returning to its near absolute zero state within a matter of hours. Glancing at it via Pride of Salonia's instruments, Leia hoped the Burlborough life forms had returned to their normal ways of life, chatting among themselves and sifting edible motes from the dense air in which they floated. She wondered how long the stories of the battle that had brought bright light to their skies for the first time would circulate, and whether it would encourage an outward surge in their culture. Princess Leia. A voice with as much emotion as a droid crackled out of the comm. Leia put her thoughts to one side. I'm here, Commander. Engineer Gantry has completed her preliminary checks of the antenna array and pronounces it ready for a test run, Ashpadar said. She didn't have to manufacture her relief. That's excellent. Tell Fan I'm impressed. I shall do so. Even through the wooden tone, Leia thought she detected a flicker of pride. You can commence transmission when you are ready. I presume you'll be monitoring it, only to check signal quality and perform further calibrations. Understood. Give me 20 seconds. Leia closed the comm line and activated the transceiver. She punched in the sequence for Mon Calamari. A signal check came back green almost immediately. So far, so good, she thought. Next, she keyed Cal Omis's private number, vaguely aware that it would have been close to the middle of the night where he was on the distant water world. Here goes nothing, she muttered to herself. Seconds later, the Chief of State of the Galactic Federation of Free Alliances appeared in the holoprojector. "Whoever this is," he said bleary-eyed, "you'd better have a good reason for calling me on my private number at—" What's the matter, Cal? Did I disturb your beauty sleep? He blinked back sleep, squinting from the holo-display. Leia, is that you? You don't even recognize me? Leia affected a hurt expression. It hasn't been that long, surely. It's not that, he said. Just the holo is kind of fuzzy. Besides which, I'm half asleep. I'm sorry to wake you, Cal, she said sincerely. But I figured you'd want to know that we've repaired the communications base at Esfandia. Ganaris won't be far behind. This couldn't have waited until morning. Leia smiled. He was steadily waking up, and the grumpiness became more of an act with every passing second. I'll bet Grand Admiral Pelion doesn't take this long to get himself together. I'll bet the Grand Admiral sleeps in his uniform, Omis said. Why do you mention Pelion anyway? Is he there too? Indeed he is, Leia said, as are the Rin. The Rin? What have they got to do with anything? He sighed, knuckling his eyes. Maybe you should just explain from the beginning what's been going on, Leia. It could take a while. I plan to be back in bed in 10 minutes, so skip the exposition, he said. Is this transmission secure? No, not at this end anyway. But what I'm telling you isn't a secret here. It's common knowledge. Leia summarized the Battle of Esfandia in as few sentences as possible. Cal Omis nodded throughout. He didn't interrupt to ask questions, and she admired that in him. A good chief of state had to trust the judgment of those under him, and Cal Omis was turning into a very good chief of state. So you caught the traitor, he said as she neared the end of the story. And you repelled the Yuuzhan Vong. That's excellent work, Leia. Did you ever find out why they didn't want the base knocked out? That's the only thing I don't get out of all this. Han and I interrogated Teg when things settled down. The best we can work out is that Vorik gave instructions for Teg to send a distress call from the base. Once Ashpadar was out of the way, the distress call would read that the base was under attack by Chiss clawcraft, and would end with the base being destroyed, for real. We don't think Vorik would have left us with an asset like this intact. But you do think he was continuing that wretched policy of setting neighbors against each other? Sowing confusion and dissent, Leia said, nodding. Absolutely. It would have taken us ages to clear up the mess, and who knows what damage might have been done. Certainly, given what happened to Luke on Scylla, there are enough factions on both sides who don't want us working together. It wouldn't be hard for a spark like that to create a fire. Not this time, though, he said, smiling in approval. You've done an excellent job, Leia. She smiled politely and changed the subject. Is Mon Cal safe to come back to? For now it is, yes. We've picked up some recon traffic on the outer edge of the system, but nothing has tried to get through. There have been only a few major strikes anywhere, for that matter. Saab thinks they're regrouping, building up forces for a big push.
Just like us.
Exactly. If you're thinking of coming back to check in, now might be a good time to refresh those pilots of yours.
Understood, she said. His face took on a serious cast.
I don't want to risk losing one of the best assets I have, Leia. I'd like you here in case we need you. There are others I can send to take your place in these communications hot spots. Now you've identified the problem, it won't be so hard to fix.
Credit where credit's due, Cal, she said. The Rin did this for us, and got us out of a nasty scrape. I want them accorded the respect they deserve.
Maybe so, but Gron isn't going to like dealing with them.
I wouldn't have thought Marab would be in any position to dispute an order. After all, his network didn't have a clue as to what was going on, nor did the other spy networks, for that matter.
Omis nodded. Believe me, Leia, I take your point.
Good night, Cal, she said, smiling fondly at him. We'll talk again soon. When he was gone, Leia sank back into the seat, using the quiet moment to close her eyes and turn to her thoughts. The peace didn't last long. A few seconds later, the comm unit called for attention with a sharp buzz. Leia leaned forward, speaking into the comm. Is that you, Commander Ashpadar? It is, Princess, came the Gotal woman's reply. Just letting you know that the antenna array performed adequately, but we would like also to test it in the other direction, away from the core. I might be able to help you there, Leia said. Give me a second. Before she could activate the comm again, though, she heard her husband's voice from behind her. She swiveled around to face him, watching as he made his way over to her, sidestepping the few crew members working around the bridge.
There you are, he said, coming over to stand beside her. Captain Mayne said I could find you here.
Ashpadar has the array working, she said. We're just testing it out. He nodded distractedly, as though not really listening.
Have you seen Droma?
Not recently, she thought back. Did he come up with us when we left the base?
I'm pretty sure he did. But I was also concentrating on flying at the time, so...
The sentence trailed off into a shrug as he stood and made again to leave.
Oh well, maybe Jaina knows.
Before you go, Leia said, I was going to see if I could raise Luke, in case you're interested. A familiar smile broke through his look of concern.
Sure, why not? Let's see how the old farm boy is doing.
Leia tapped in the codes for Jade Shadow and waited as the network searched for the ship's distinctive signature out of the many in the unknown regions. It took a lot longer than it had to raise Mon Calamari, but eventually the face of her sister-in-law appeared in the holodisplay, grinning broadly.
Ah, there you are,
Mara said, her expression not hiding her relief.
Finally paid your bills, did you?
Elegance Enshrined swooped low out of the trees, emitting a hooting cry that made the leaves and branches shake. Thousands of leaping insects and birds cavorting in the airship's wake, gleaming 1,000 colors, scattered wildly, thrown into chaos. Thin-limbed climbers responded with hoots and howls of their own as they jumped up and down agitatedly. Saba, safely ensconced in the ship's gondola, exposed her teeth in a smile. The air was full of sound and excitement. The sun was warm, and Mobus bulged high in the sky, like an improbably colored balloon. The hunt was over. Zonama Seacoast had agreed to lend its considerable weight to the war effort. Much was yet to be decided, particularly how exactly the living planet would contribute, but the essentials were there. Everything Master Skywalker had set out to do had been achieved. They could finally go home. Home. The thought held less bitterness for Saba than it had in previous weeks. Despite the obvious differences in climate and topography between Barab 1 and Zonama Seacoast, Saba felt comfortable on the living planet. The air was warm, even when it rained. The constant moisture meant paying frequent attention to her scales and claws to ensure no fungal infections took root, but that wasn't an insurmountable problem. She had certainly visited a lot less inviting planets in her travels. Jabitha had made it clear that she could stay, if she wanted, for as long as she needed. It was an invitation Saba appreciated, and although she hadn't decided one way or the other yet,
If she was honest with herself, she had to admit that the offer was a tempting one. Zonama would be a good place to spend time healing, something she hadn't allowed herself to do since the incident on Barab 1. Not properly, anyway. The hunter in her had not allowed it. But she could understand now that it was important. When she closed her eyes to think of her planet, she didn't want to see fires raging across its face, but the rugged beauty of its once great mountains and valleys. When she slept, her dreams shouldn't be haunted by the faces of her people spilling from the slave ship, but the faces of all the friends and family she'd had while growing up on Barab 1. The time had come, she decided, to stop remembering her homeworld in death, and instead remember it in life. Not just hunting the moment, she thought, but hunting the future as well.
"It's beautiful, is it not?"
Krajba, the airship's companion, came to sit next to her as Elegance Enshrined glided effortlessly toward the landing field.
"This one finds it—"
She took her time choosing the word.
"exquisite."
"During the crossings, much of this was destroyed. The Boris, the Tampasi, the animals."
He swept one hand across the view through the gondola window. Danny, Soren Hegarty, and Tekli listened to the man's words, although he directed them to Saba.
"It was a terrible time. Many of us hid underground, in special shelters Seacoat grew for us. Darkness covered the sky, and every leap through the void made that darkness thicker. The world shook until we feared it would crack."
Krajba's gaze drifted off to somewhere in the past.
"We all lost someone."
"This one is sorry for your loss."
He smiled toothily in appreciation of her words before continuing.
"I remember the day the shelters opened for the last time, and the clouds finally parted. We saw sanctuary hanging in the sky, and we knew that Seacoat was happy. We'd found our new home at last. There were celebrations all around Zonama. Dancing, fine foods, drinking. So much laughter. It went on for a week, but being only a young boy at the time, it seemed to me a lifetime."
"The thought of going back into the shelters,"
Saba said, guessing ahead to the point of the story.
"It worries you?"
He shook his head.
"I thought it would, but it doesn't."
"Even though you might never be able to return to Sanctuary?"
Danny asked, from the next bench along. The airship pilot shrugged.
"I figure we've had a good run to remain free of hostilities for as long as we have," he said. "And if Seacoat can make the difference that your Jedi Master believes, then maybe it won't be for too long anyway. Seacoat can win the war for you, and then perhaps we can return here."
"Somehow I don't think it's going to be that easy," said Hegarty, at Saba's rear. Another shrug.
"I guess we'll find out soon enough."
"I have to admit," Danny said, "you're a lot calmer about all this than I expected."
"Yes," Hegarty said, "certainly more accepting than the likes of Rowell and Darek."
The burly Faroan smiled at this.
"They'll come around to the idea, I'm sure," he said. "What choice do they have? Seacoat has made its decisions. We must trust in its judgment. If we don't, then perhaps we shouldn't be living here in the first place."
"They're scared," Tekli said. "Most would be after so long of peace."
"I know," Krajb said, "but Seacoat will protect us, and it won't be like the last time. We've been busy these long years. We have planetary shields built into the mountain ranges that should keep things intact during the jumps, and you've seen how well Seacoat can handle itself against an outside attack." He shrugged. "What's there to be afraid of?"
The conversation came to an end as Elegance Enshrined began her final descent to a stretch of wide grasslands. Saba saw Master Skywalker and Jason Solo standing with Jabitha and Seacoat's Vergere persona near Jade Shadow. Preparations for the journey would begin as soon as the visitors relocated to another community in the region called Middle Distance. There was still much to organize and decide, but Saba was confident that the most important decisions were now behind them. All that remained was to do. Elegance dropped the last 10 meters with a stomach-wrenching lurch. Saba and the others held on for balance until, seconds later, the tall grass of the field was brushing the underside of the gondola. Then they came to a halt, with the airship's body above them rippling in strange and hypnotic undulations. As the others climbed down the ladder to the ground, Saba held back,
staring at the tranquil setting around her. It was green and lush, and the air was both rich and invigorating. Zonama Seacoat was indeed a seductive tempter. But she cautioned herself not to become too enamored of the living planet. Beautiful though it was, it held life and death in the same proportions as everywhere else. Its surface teemed with tiny tragedies. It wasn't an oasis from the evils of the universe, by any means. The only thing its controlling intelligence had done was give it purpose and attempt to make it safe from the outside. Nothing more. Seacoat, who had more than adequately demonstrated a capacity to be cruel, was the epitome of nature itself.
Jason told it not to fight, Saba reminded herself. But still it comes. Is that the action of a peace-loving intelligence? Or is it the next step in its evolution? From easy prey to hunter?
She shook her head. The concept was too big for her to deal with right now. It would have to wait for another time, for the future, perhaps, to reveal. She clambered over the side of the gondola and made her way down the creaking vine ladder. When her feet touched the ground, she felt an overwhelming sense of completion. Her hunt was over. She had acquitted herself and brought honor to the memory of her people. Whatever fate had in store for her now, she was confident she was ready to deal with it. Jaina fumed as Pride of Salonia's chief medical officer examined her skull with his long fingers. It seemed to be taking forever, and was made all the more irritating because of the humming noise he made while doing it. Jaina endured it for as long as she could before pulling away. "Come on, Doc, can't you just give me a straight answer?" she said, looking up into his large red eyes. "Are you going to let me fly or not? My foot is completely healed." Dantos Vigos turned away to make some notes in her case file. "One more day." "What difference is that going to make?" she objected. "I'm either ready or I'm not." "Then you're not," Vigos said. The red eyes turned back to her. "Look, Colonel Solo, I can understand your eagerness to get back to your squadron, but I cannot in good conscience give you the okay to return to duty until your balance has fully returned to normal." Vigos offered a smile, and Jaina was forced to concede the argument. She knew he was right. After the knock to the head she'd received on Esfandia, her sense of balance hadn't been entirely perfect. That very morning in the Salonia's corridor, the deck had bobbed beneath her feet when she'd least expected it, and she had completely lost her sense of direction. "Okay," she said with poor grace, "but I'll be back the same time tomorrow." Vigos nodded his leathery head. "Until then, Colonel Solo." Jaina left the examination room and headed back to the squadron barracks, grumbling all the way about the injustice of the situation. Her mood wasn't helped any when she got to the squad room to find it empty. Everyone else, it seemed, was out on patrol or helping the Imperials clean up the skies above Esfandia. There was an awful lot of debris floating around, any amount of which could plummet to the planet below and damage the newly repaired antenna array, not to mention disrupting the environment. Now that the Galactic Alliance knew the isolated world was inhabited, extra steps were being taken to ensure that the inhabitants were left in peace. She took a seat and watched the cleanup operation on the monitors for a half an hour or so, occasionally offering suggestions but trying as hard as she could to stay out of Jag's way. He was perfectly capable of running the squadron without her, and she knew she shouldn't interfere. As the orbiting garbage dump slowly took shape, though, swelling in size to resemble a large and craggy asteroid, she couldn't resist buzzing Jag to suggest that they name it Vorig's Folly, in honor of the Yuuzhan Vong commander who'd given his life to help create it. So absorbed was she in her observance of her squadron's activities that she didn't even notice when the door behind her opened and someone stepped in. "Is this a bad time?" Startled, Jaina jumped from her seat and turned toward the voice. "Hello, Tahiri." The younger woman smiled as she stepped closer. Her pale yellow hair was much shorter than it used to be, and she wore her active-duty combat suit everywhere she went, sealed right up to the neck. She was even wearing shoes, which took a bit of getting used to for Jaina. She didn't know if the girl was attempting to hide her scars with the outfit, or if her combined personality simply liked the uniform. Either way, it made a distinctive sight. Her expression, even behind a smile, was guarded and full of concentration, as though she were feeling her way blind through a very different culture. Perhaps that's exactly what was happening, Jaina thought. The old Tahiri would have found everything familiar
while Rena would be seeing it all for the first time. There was no longer any separation between the two personalities, but the new persona possessed both at the same time. It would be like the opposite of déjà vu, she imagined.
"What can I do for you?" she asked.
"I wanted to talk," Tahiri said, "if you have time."
Jaina returned to her seat. "It's not as if my schedule is filled at the moment." Tahiri picked a chair opposite where Jaina had been sitting and perched herself on the edge. All her energy was contained and focused. It made her seem very mature, despite her youthful appearance. Her reopened scars had healed into cold white lines.
"I came to say that I am sorry,"
Tahiri said. Jaina frowned. "For what?"
"There are many reasons. I wish it known that I regret the hardship you went through on my behalf, and I'm sorry mainly that they chose you."
Jaina shook her head, confused. "Chose me? Who chose me? For what?"
"They came to you on Mon Calamari. The old me and Rena had different reasons, but they both chose you. If anyone could help them, it was going to be you."
Jaina fought the conceptual complication of Tahiri referring to her previous selves as though they were completely separate identities, and concentrated instead on what she was trying to say.
"I remember when the old Tahiri called me," she said. "She thought Anakin was trying to kill her. Was that Rena talking?" Tahiri nodded.
"Partly, but it was also me, for I was still plagued by guilt. The old me felt as though she had abandoned Anakin by moving on emotionally with her life. She believed she should have done more for him, or perhaps even died with him."
There were tears in the young woman's eyes, but all other emotions were carefully contained.
"We were on the brink of mental collapse, sharing one body, some memories, and little personality. Neither wanted the other to survive, but I think Rena knew first what had to be done. Without merging, both would have died, or lost what sanity we had left. As our fragile equilibrium crumbled around us, we threw ourselves at the only person who could help us, trusting her to do what was right, even if she didn't know at the time what that was."
"I think I'm beginning to understand," Jaina said soberly.
"You reminded us of Anakin, Jaina," Tahiri went on. "You were his sister, and are like him in many ways. We felt we could trust you. We felt sure that you would be there for us should we have needed you. To end it, or to rescue us, either way."
Tahiri's expression was grave.
"I, the new Tahiri, the person who has inherited everything those two were, am grateful we did choose you. I shall always be in your debt, Jaina, for what you did for us."
Tahiri lowered her head, and Jaina fought to find a way to lighten the situation. She'd seen what debts did to people.
"Listen," she said, "it's really no big deal. Anyone would have done what I did."
Tahiri stood and nodded once respectfully.
"Thank you for your words, Jaina, and thank you for hearing mine."
Jaina studied the young woman before her, wondering exactly who this new person was and how she would turn out. There seemed so little left of the girl who once occupied the body.
"Tahiri,"
she said as the girl made to leave. Tahiri stopped and faced her.
"I just want you to know that, although you've obviously changed, my feelings for you haven't. I still regard you as a friend."
Something shifted behind Tahiri's cool green eyes, and for a moment Jaina thought she might smile. There was a noise in the doorway, and they both turned to see Han walk into the room. Jaina stood.
"Dad, what are you doing here?"
"What? A father can't come and visit his sick daughter?"
"I'm not sick."
"Grounded, then. Same thing, right?" Han's smile was wide, enjoying the game. She smiled in return.
"Whatever. What's up anyway?"
"I was wondering if you happen to know where Droma might be. I can't seem to find him anywhere."
"He came off-world with us," she said, "but I don't remember what happened to him after we docked. What about you, Tahiri? Have you—"
Her question went no farther, as Tahiri was no longer in the squad room. Jaina assumed that she had slipped out as soon as Jaina's father had begun talking. Her father's expression mirrored her own surprise. "She can sure move quietly when she wants to," he said. Then, with a little awkwardness, he added,
She's fine, Dad,"
Jaina cut in, anticipating her father's concern.
He nodded, accepting Jaina's reassurance. I guess I'm still kind of nervy when it comes to the Yuuzhan Vong.
I understand, Dad, she said. Really, I do. But Tahiri just needs time to settle in.
Then, returning them to the original topic, she said,
You might want to check with the Salonia to see if they know where Droma might be. Someone's bound to have noticed him about the place somewhere.
Her father chuckled. Are you kidding? We're talking about a Rin here, remember? They're the most ignored beings in the galaxy. That's what makes them such good spies. He shrugged. But I guess it couldn't hurt. What's Mom up to, anyway?
Up on the Salonius Bridge, helping test the antenna array.
Maybe I'll join her, see if she'd like some help.
Her father's smile was wry as he said,
You really must be bored. No one at all.
Grand Admiral Pelion stared at the image of Captain Mayne of Pride of Salonia with undisguised surprise.
There must be someone in charge.
You have to remember that this isn't a fleet as you and I are used to, Mayne said. It's not much more than a group of individuals working together, albeit a large group. There's not much organization to them as far as I can see, and that's reflected in the way they're dispersing. They're not moving out en masse, but in dribs and drabs, when they feel like leaving.
So who's giving the orders?
Pelion asked. Most of the ones I've spoken to have said they receive orders through unusual means, she said. None of them knew about the others until they assembled at the rendezvous where they awaited your signal. Most of them hadn't even heard of any Rin network as such until we explained what we knew. As far as they are concerned, they're just returning a favor someone did for them. Sometime in the last year, they seem as much in the dark about it all as we are. The whole concept mystified the Grand Admiral, and yet at the same time he couldn't help but be impressed by the way the Rin worked. It was the loosest possible cell system in action. Every active member of the Rin network was in contact with only 2 or 3 immediately nearby, but no more. That way there was no chance of anyone following the trail from the bottom to the top. But there had to be a top, or at least a genesis point. They had to have come from somewhere.
Well, we owe them a favor now, he said.
So it would seem, Captain Mayne said. I guess that's the whole idea.
Pelion nodded. Not only are these people keeping tabs on what's happening in the black spots of the galaxy, but they're helping knit them back together again, too.
There's nothing like fighting side by side to create a bond between perfect strangers.
Even old enemies,
Pelion said with a half-smile. I have to admit, Admiral, that at first I was wary of you. I felt you might be hiding something from us. Mayne paused. I just want to say that I hope you can forgive my suspicions. It's hard at times to shake the habit of a lifetime.
Pelion's smile widened. I don't mind what people think of me, Captain, as long as they obey orders.
I'll happily follow orders, sir, so long as they're good ones.
Pelion barked out a laugh. It's been a pleasure working with you. I hope this isn't the last time we serve together.
I'm sure we'll serve together again, Admiral. There are still plenty of battles out there left to fight.
Pelion's mustache twitched.
I have visited many systems in my travels, said the image of Vergere, and of the cultures that inhabited them. None have I seen that did not embrace hostilities to some degree or another.
Luke listened carefully to what Seacoat was saying, even as his gaze remained fixed on the spectacle of the airship descending to the grasslands. He could see the hide of the giant creature rippling as she slid gracefully through the air. Her entire body flexed, bringing her and her passengers to a near-perfect halt less than a meter above the ground.
I have seen battles engulf cities and sometimes entire countries, Seacoat went on. There have even been conflicts that have extended between worlds. It is almost as though the desire for war has spread like a plague through the life forms of this galaxy.
Not all sentient life desires war, Luke said, watching as the passengers disembarked from the gondola. The Jedi dedicate their efforts toward peace.
From what I have seen, peace does not seem to be the natural state of the universe, Seacoat said.
Luke turned at this to face Seacoat. It surprises me that one who's supposed to be as in touch with the living force as yourself would think this way.
as it surprises me that one as small as yourself would presume to have such insight into the living force's moral bent.
Luke faced the image fully now, smiling. On the first night we came here, Jabitha said something similar to my nephew. The Magister looked up at his words, but didn't interrupt. She became indignant that Jason should dare speak for the living force. The implication was that someone so small in the great cosmos shouldn't dare presume to speak for such a powerful thing. But the fact is, the living force can choose anyone it wants. Size is not important. Master Yoda was smaller than anyone here, yet he was the wisest person I ever met, as well as one of the most powerful Jedi Masters to ever live. You possess a power, Seacoat, that is beyond the imagining of virtually all sentient beings, but that doesn't automatically mean that your connection to the Force is greater. The image of Vergere indicated approval with a smile and a nod.
You are wise, Master Skywalker, Seacoat said. I think in the days to come, you will supply many answers to the questions I still have regarding the Force.
This is the beginning of a long journey for us all, Luke returned. By its end, I think we will have learned much from each other. Then, facing the Magister, he asked, How are preparations coming along, Jabitha?
Preparations are well underway for our departure, she said. The last 3 days have seen many changes around Zonama.
Or not seen, Jason said, referring to the intense electrical activity that had obscured many locations around the planet's equator. Jabitha laughed. She and Seacoat seemed to have taken quite a liking to Luke's nephew.
Had you wished to know what we were up to, she said, then you had but to ask.
That's okay, Jason said. I have a feeling that I wouldn't have understood half of what you were saying anyway.
Before anyone could reply, the others had joined them. Saba's muscular tail made swishing noises in the grass. Hegarty was holding a satchel full of what appeared to be Pharaohan artifacts, judging by the bits and pieces sticking out of it. Techley's fur was bristling in the gentle breeze, and Danny moved to stand near Jason, still slightly wary of their Pharaohan escort. Darek and Rowell were being much more civilized to their guests now that Seacoat had officially embraced them. Not only had they volunteered to take the four not actively involved in discussions of the future on a tour of the neighboring countryside, but they'd made sure that their accommodations were more than adequate, almost opulent, and that they were treated with deference. It marked a dramatic shift in their relations with the natives, and Luke wondered sometimes whether it was simply a case of being told by Seacoat to be polite, or if there might be more subtle forces at work. Perhaps living in the life energies of a planet-sized mind put them more in tune with its thoughts than they realized. Certainly there was no sign of the hostility that had originally greeted the Jedi landing party. Even Senshi had reverted to being friendly, having been set free of Seacoat's persuasive influence.
We went to ruins,
Danny told Jason.
It's incredible,
Hegarty said excitedly.
You won't believe what we found.
Luke found himself smiling at the gray-haired scientist's enthusiasm, but only half listened to what she had to say about indigenous species versus those introduced by the Pharaohans. He couldn't blame her for her excitement. After all, Zonama Seacoat was a world filled with secrets and mysteries just waiting to be discovered. It would have been a dream come true for any scientist.
Luke,
Mara's voice broke across his thoughts, and he turned to see her approaching through the tall grass.
All systems go?
He asked.
Better than that, she said. We have contact with Mon Calamari again.
Luke didn't hesitate. Excusing himself from the group, he hurried with his wife back to Jade Shadow with Jason close behind. Being out of contact with the rest of the galaxy hadn't sat comfortably with him the whole time they'd been on Zonama Seacoat. Who knew what had happened to the war, to Leia and Han, or to Ben? R2-D2 whistled reassuringly as he hurried past to the cockpit. In the holoprojector flickered the long, aristocratic face of Kent Hamner. His mouth was moving, but there was no sound.
I didn't say it was perfect,
Mara said, sitting at the pilot station and fiddling with the controls.
We're getting a data feed, though. It looks like nothing drastic has gone wrong while we've been out of touch.
Luke skimmed through lines of text scrolling down a screen behind Hamner, who had stopped talking
obviously realizing that he wasn't being heard. Luke smiled and nodded to indicate that things were going well at his end. There was little more he could do.
"Wait a second," Mara said. "We seem to have a message coming through on a separate channel."
The picture fuzzed out and was replaced by one that was much crisper, one that caused Mara to smile broadly.
"Ah, there you are," she said to the image of Leia. "Finally paid your bills, did you?"
Jason leaned forward over Mara's shoulder.
"Mom!"
Luke's sister smiled with relief at the sight of her son.
"Hello, Jason."
Jason frowned. "Since when did the Falcon get outfitted with a holographic array?" "Since never," came the reply from his father, leaning in past Leia. "We're on the Salonia at the moment. How are things going there?" "They're okay now," Jason said. "But with communications down, I was starting to get worried." "Yeah," Han said. "Sorry about that. The Vong have been keeping us busy."
They took out the communications relay bases at Ganaris and Esfandia, Leia explained. We've just gotten Esfandia up and running again, but Fan Gantry, the engineer here, is still trying to repair the damage. It'll be a while yet before communications are back to optimal.
"Why would the relay bases be targeted?" Mara asked. "It's not as if they're major communications nodes in our war effort."
I think the Yuuzhan Vong are trying to come between us and the unknown regions, Leia said. Maybe to keep us and the Chiss from joining against them.
"That might be part of it," Luke said. "Jason,"
Han said. His crooked smile couldn't hide a parent's joy at seeing his son alive and well.
"How about you, kid? You've been keeping your uncle and aunt on their toes?" "Always." Luke felt Jason's hand squeeze his shoulder. "How's Jaina?" "She got a bit of a bump on her head, but apart from that, she's fine." "And Jag?"
"Busy overseeing our new allies," Leia said.
"You should see these guys," Han put in. "No two ships are the same. There's no central command." Han shook his head disbelievingly. "It's crazy."
"Who are you talking about?"
Mara asked, frowning. "The Rin," Leia said. Then with a brief shake of her head, she added, "It's a long story, but they're friends, and they made a difference when it counted. We're glad to have them aboard."
"What about Danny?"
Han asked.
"How's she doing?" "She'll be okay," Jason said. "Everyone's fine. We all love it here. It's going to be hard to leave." "Where's here exactly?"
"Zonama Seacoast," Jason said, beaming widely. "You found it?" Leia looked aggrieved that it wasn't the first thing she'd been told. "Why didn't you say so before, Mara?"
"I thought I'd let Luke have the honor."
Mara smiled up at Luke, and a surge of excitement ran through him at the implication of this, something that up until now he hadn't had a chance to fully appreciate. He nodded, smiling.
"We really did find it, against the odds." "Is it everything you hoped it would be, Jason?" Han asked.
"It's beautiful, Dad, and more powerful than we dared imagine. It's—"
Jason hesitated, trying to find the right words. Luke could understand his nephew's difficulty with this. How did you put into words all that the living world represented, or the impact of standing on its soil embraced by its life force?
"It's wonderful," Jason said finally.
"But is it coming back with you?" Leia asked, with an expression that suggested she was afraid of the answer.
"It'll be ready to leave in about a week," Luke said. "I figured we might as well stay until then to work out a few of its mysteries."
"Congratulations to all of you," Leia said. "That's the best news I've heard for months." The image flickered, then strengthened. "Sorry about that," Leia said. "We're still fine-tuning here. We might have to cut this short so they can recalibrate the antennas." Sad though he was to bring the communication to an end, Luke felt profoundly reassured on one level. His family and home were safe. Leia would have mentioned if there was anything wrong with Ben, or if the mall was under threat. When the antennas were fixed properly, he would patch through to his son's safe refuge and do his best to catch up. And when the war was over, he promised himself he would make up for the time he'd lost with his son. He knew what it was like to grow up without his father. He didn't want Ben to go through the same thing.
"What about Tahiri?"
Jason asked, a note of seriousness dampening his otherwise buoyant tone.
"How is she?"
Han and Leia exchanged a glance. "That's a little hard to explain to," Leia said.
"She's changed," Han said.
"For the better?" Jason asked grimly. Leia nodded. "She's still finding out who she is, but I'm sure she'll get there."
"What name did she choose?" Luke asked.
"She still calls herself Tahiri, but Leia stopped suddenly, her eyes narrowing as she studied her brother. Don't tell me you knew what was going to happen to her.
I suspected, Luke said. I thought she just needed time to work things out, and the opportunity to prove herself.
Well, she's certainly done that, Leia said. Relief washed through him at the news.
Then all's well that ends well, I guess. Seems so, Han said. We're heading back to Mon Cal now to refit and check in with our esteemed leader. He might have new orders for us.
And the Rin have to be integrated into the intelligence network, Leia said. I don't know how our usual spies are going to react to working with the likes of our new friends, but I'm sure we can bring them around.
Travel safely, Luke said, and we'll see you at Mon Cal within the next couple of weeks.
Leia nodded. May the Force be with you, Luke. The hologram flickered and died entirely.
And you, sister,
he mumbled to where Leia's image had been a moment earlier. He sat silent for a long while, holding Mara's hand and thinking about his family, scattered in so many directions across the galaxy. One day, hopefully, he'd see them reunited in peaceful times, if everything went well with Zonama Seacoat.
One step at a time,
Mara said, as though reading his mind. Perhaps she was, he thought. Sometimes it seemed to him that his wife's green eyes could see right into his soul.
The journey is changing us, Mara, he said. We're not the same people we were when we set out.
But that's life, my love, she said. Without change, then we may as well be dead.
Luke smiled, feeling himself filled with the warmth of her affection. There were so many things he wanted to experience in the future, and all of them were with her. All they had to do was fix the problem of the Yuuzhan Vong, and everything else, he was sure, would fall into place.
Jason, would you—
Luke turned to ask his nephew to make sure Seacoat and Jabitha weren't growing restless outside the ship, but Jason was already gone.
Do you think we embarrass him?
Luke said.
Maybe, she said, or maybe he's just jealous of what we have together.
Luke was silent for a moment.
Somehow, I don't think so.
Danny was talking to the young Faroan girl Tesha under the eaves of a looming Boros. The afternoon sun made the air heavy with heat, but in the shade it was almost cool. There was a pregnancy to the undergrowth, as though it might part at any moment to reveal some strange new form of life. Jason paused to lean on a root elbowing out of the ground nearby and listened in.
And then,
the Faroan child was saying,
I want to see where Anakin came from, and Obi-Wan.
You mean Coruscant? Danny asked, glancing at Jason and offering a fleeting smile before returning her attention to the girl.
Yes,
Tesha said.
It must be the most amazing place.
It was, Danny said. I don't know what it looks like now.
We'll go there,
Tesha said.
We'll go there and get rid of the far outsiders and rebuild the world of cities.
I hope you're right, Tesha. Danny smoothed a stray lock of golden hair from the girl's forehead. I really hope you are. The girl smiled up at her new friend, and together they discussed where they'd visit first, when Coruscant was safe again.
Is this the planet speaking? Jason wondered as he listened, or a girl brought up on stories of far-off places she never dreamed she would see.
Whatever the source of the urge, Jason wondered where he would go if Zonama Seacoat helped the Galactic Alliance return peace to the galaxy. There was no easy answer. His memories of Coruscant were a mess of good and bad, spanning his entire life. Part of him was tempted to encourage the tearing down of the city-planet from skyhook to deepest basement, so that something new could be built in its place. But who would decide what should take its place? Who deserved that responsibility? Jason was distracted by a low chuckle coming from the undergrowth. He looked up to see the image of Vergere standing near him, her feathery fringe dancing in a virtual breeze.
Things come and go, Jason Solo, Seacoat said. We both know that.
Are you reading my mind?
He asked. Perhaps you still wonder sometimes why I woke you first when you arrived here. This and many other things you will understand in time.
He stared at his hands for a moment. I wish you wouldn't appear to me in that form. I find it disconcerting. Like this, son? Asked the child who would one day become Darth Vader. He met the disturbingly blue stare of his grandfather as directly as he could. Why do you have to take on any form? Why can't you just be who you are?
Because you couldn't begin to comprehend who I am, Seacoat said, returning to the image of Vergere. There are limits to your understanding, just as there are limits to mine. Mine, however, are an order of magnitude removed from yours. Take no offense, Jason Solo. But my talking to you now is like you talking to a dust mite that crawled across your skin. Do you believe that such a mite could understand you if you were to speak to it normally? Do you think you would even hear a reply if you listened with your normal ears?
Seacoat shook Verger's head in answer to its own question.
Of course not. In order to communicate between such diverse scales of existence, one or both sides must change. For the moment, I am prepared to make that change.
Only for the moment? Jason repeated.
We'll see what the future holds.
Seacoat's expression was concerned, not threatening, yet Jason felt distinctly unsettled by the conversation. What were they getting themselves into? They were bargaining with a creature literally beyond their comprehension. Who knew what its motives or goals were, or whether it had some hidden agenda?
Do you know what it is I crave?
Said the living planet through the image of Verger. Jason shrugged. Peace, knowledge, a clear conscience?
All those things are required for a good life, and all of them have a price.
That's what you want, then? To pay the price and earn a good life? Seacoat smiled with Verger's face.
I think that's what we all want, Jason Solo. With those few words, Seacoat slowly melted away, and Jason was left alone to ponder them. Tahiri was in one of the Salonia's empty holds, exercising. She wasn't hiding as such, but was definitely trying to keep out of the way. It gave her an excuse to work on her technique. Since merging the two halves of herself, she'd been struggling to assimilate more than just ways of thought, speech, and being. The old Tahiri and Rena had fought in very different ways, and she needed to refine the technique so she could more effectively incorporate both the next time she had to go into combat. As she sparred with shadows, tossing her lightsaber from hand to hand, and kicking powerfully, leaping gracefully, striking the air with unerring accuracy, her mind kept a ceaseless, running commentary. Jedi force leap, Asth core, throat hold, Sand People high kick, quad double punch.
Why'd you let him go?
The voice came from behind her and echoed through the hold. Tahiri didn't break her rhythm even for a moment. She'd known he was coming 20 seconds before he appeared in the entrance. She performed one last fluid leap and landed firmly on both feet, her body now fully facing Han Solo. Tahiri extinguished her lightsaber, returning the pommel to her belt. She walked casually toward Han.
Let who go?
She asked, even though she knew who he was referring to.
Droma.
Han's voice was thick with frustration.
I was getting worried because I hadn't heard from him since we docked, so I started asking around. Captain Mayne told me that a Rin ship called Fortune Seeker docked briefly with the Salonia not long ago, and now Jag informs me that Twin Suns escorted that ship to its hyperspace jump point. He didn't know whether or not Droma was on board, of course, but I'm guessing that you do, seeing as you were the one who requested the escort for the ship in the first place. So I'll ask you again, why did you let him go?
Tahiri offered a slight shrug.
Because he asked me to.
Han took 2 steps into the room. His expression was clouded. Hurt, too, although he would never admit to that. He would claim that he was angry at having been deceived, but really there had been no deception. He just hadn't been told.
Why you? Han asked. Why wouldn't he talk to me?
That was the core of it, she knew. He was transparent to her. She could see through his reserve with the cold clarity of an alien warrior and read his innermost thoughts with the sensitivity of a Jedi. She felt for him, in her own way.
Because he knew you would ask questions, she said. You're too much a part of the system he is trying to work around. There can be only so much overlap before the members of the Rin network lose the thing that makes them special and become like you, blind in subtle ways, vulnerable when you can't afford to be. For now, you and he must stand apart, until the day that peace comes.
Han shook his head.
Droma wasn't a part of that network. They turned him down.
She smiled at his naivete.
Do you remember Onadax?
Onadax?
What's that got to—
Droma gave me a message to give to you,
she cut in smoothly.
He said to tell you that he hopes your timing's better next time, and that he still doesn't want your money.
Timing? Money?
Confusion quickly became realization.
The creep who interrogated me at that bar? That was Droma?
She didn't take any pleasure in the way Han had been fooled.
He encouraged the riot on Onadax to cover your getaway, and his too. He'd been running the Rin network
through that operation, the bar, for 6 months. That was about 3 months longer than he would have liked, he said, but it was necessary to take that much time to make sure everything was running properly. Once he was sure it was, he could move on. When you're the head of such a secretive organization, he said, you don't want to sit still too long. Their strength lies in their—
Wait a minute, Han said, shaking his head in bewilderment. The head of the organization? Droma? The Rin?
Makes sense if you think about it. Your involvement with him gave him a very high standing with all the Rin. His species has been leaderless for a very long time. Not that they want what we would traditionally regard as a leader. They're nomads, born to be wanderers and therefore endlessly exploited. They're expected to wander all over the galaxy, so few security people will stop them, beyond the usual harassment. And if someone sees Rin working, they'll usually leave them alone. The Rin go everywhere, see everything, and talk endlessly to each other by notes, songs, and rumors carried by trading ships. They're frequent stowaways, so few people would become suspicious at finding Rin where they weren't meant to be. She shrugged. What he's done is take what most people regard as being the Rin's weaknesses and turned them into strengths.
Who'd have thought? Han mused with a smile curling one corner of his mouth. She nodded. Han shook his head, losing the smile. I still don't understand why he had to leave so soon, or why he couldn't tell me all this himself. She faced his incomprehension squarely.
The more people who know about him and his Rin network, the greater the risk he runs. The less evidence exists that he runs the whole thing, the safer he becomes. His family won't betray him, and neither will you. But there are people farther removed he can't necessarily trust. The Rin have learned the hard way not to place their faith in strangers.
And what about you? Han said. I'd have thought you were more of a stranger to him than me.
Given the reports he'd received from Gawa on Bakra, as well as the Rin on Galantos, Droma offered to adopt me into the movement.
The fact that you're telling me this now suggests you didn't accept his offer.
She shook her head. I was tempted briefly, but I decided against it. For the moment, anyway.
The truth was, it was too early to decide what she was going to do with herself. She was no longer trying to walk two divergent paths simultaneously, tearing herself apart in the process. She was finally walking the one path, and she enjoyed the idea of continuing down that path until she figured out just what she wanted to do, no matter how long that took. With a sigh, Han's hurt softened and became disappointment. I would have liked the chance to tell him how good it was to see him again, you know?
I do know, she said. And so did he.
I don't like the idea of not saying goodbye to my friends. These days you can't be sure that you're ever going to see them again.
I don't think you have to worry about that, she said. You'll see Droma again, maybe sooner than you think.
Han's smile returned then. He didn't look convinced by Tahiri's words of comfort, but he clearly appreciated them. Thanks, Tahiri, he said.
All wounds heal with time, she said.
The words rang with a truth that made her shiver. After so long, she could finally say them with absolute conviction.
All guilt fades, and opposites become one.
Is that so? He said with a perceptive look. Perhaps you should try telling that to the people who made you like this. She thought about this as she watched Han walk out of the room and return to his ship. Unyamka, the Slayer, hung around her neck in the form of the small silver pendant that she had found on Galantos. It held no significance for her now at all, except as a symbol. It served as a reminder, sometimes grim, more often triumphant, of everything she had endured while finding her new self.
Maybe I will tell them, she thought when Han had gone. Maybe I will.